You fool! Warren is dead.
In the depths of human imagination lies a realm in which ancient gods stir in their slumbers, where forbidden knowledge teeters on the edge of consciousness, and where cosmic horror threatens to cast its suffocating veil over reality. This is the world of the Cthulhu mythos, the creation of one of the most enigmatic and influential writers of the 20th century, H.P. Lovecraft. We'll explore the works of those who contributed their own tales to the mythos, expanding and enriching it with their unique perspectives and distinctive voices. We'll encounter unimaginable entities such as Azathoth and Hester, those uncanny beings whose mere existence defies comprehension, and we'll meet the intrepid human beings who dared to seek out forbidden knowledge, often to their peril, coming up against the boundaries of human understanding and the terrifying implications of cosmic insignificance. Prepare to be drawn into a world where reality is but a fragile mask, where the unknown lurks just beneath the surface. Steel yourself for a voyage that examines the unfathomable, the unimaginable, the inescapable. What became of those who answered the call of the old ones? Let's find out. Frank Belknap Long, also a member of the original Lovecraft circle, contributed 2 stories to the mythos. Both are included here, having first appeared in Weird Tales magazine in 1928 and 1929 respectively. In The Space Eaters, we'll explore the concept of the ultimate horror, before delving into a realm of strange angles and curves in The Hounds of Tindalos. The Space Eaters by Frank Belknap Long. 1. The cross is not a passive agent. It protects the pure of heart, and it has often appeared in the air above our sabbats, confusing and dispersing the powers of darkness. John Dee's Necronomicon. The horror came to Partridgeville in a blind fog. All that afternoon thick vapours from the sea had swirled and eddied about the farm, and the room in which we sat swam with moisture. The fog ascended in spirals from beneath the door, and its long, moist fingers caressed my hair until it dripped. The square-paned windows were coated with a thick, dew-like moisture. The air was heavy and dank and unbelievably cold. I stared gloomily at my friend. He had turned his back to the window and was writing furiously. He was a tall, slim man with a slight stoop and abnormally broad shoulders. In profile, his face was impressive. He had an extremely broad forehead, long nose, and slightly protuberant chin, a strong, sensitive face, which suggested a wildly imaginative nature, held in restraint by a skeptical and Brobdingnagian intellect. My friend wrote short stories. He wrote to please himself in defiance of contemporary taste, and his tales were unusual. They would have delighted Poe. They would have delighted Hawthorne or Ambrose Bierce or Villiers de l'Isle-Adam. They were terrible and sombre studies of abnormal men, abnormal beasts, abnormal plants. He wrote of remote and unholy realms of imagination and horror, and the colours, sounds, and odours which he dared to evoke were never seen, heard, or smelt on the familiar side of the moon. He projected his shameless creations against wormy and obscene backgrounds. They stalked loathsomely through tall and lonely forests, over ragged mountains, and slithered evilly down the stairs of ancient houses and between the piles of rotting black wharves. One of his tales, The House of the Worm, had induced a young student at a Midwestern university to seek refuge in an enormous red-black building, where everyone approved of his sitting on the floor and shouting at the top of his voice, "Lo, my beloved is fairer than all the lilies among the lilies in the lily garden." Another, The Defilers, had brought him precisely 310 letters of indignation from local readers when it appeared in the Partridgeville Gazette. As I continued to stare at him, he suddenly stopped writing and shook his head. "I can't do it," he said. "I should have to invent a new language, and yet I can comprehend the thing emotionally, intuitively, if you will. If I could only convey it in a sentence somehow, the strange crawling of its fleshless spirit." "Is it some new horror?" I asked. He shook his head. "It is not new to me. I have known and felt it for years. A horror utterly beyond anything your prosaic brain can conceive." "Thank you," I said. "All human brains are prosaic," he elaborated. "I meant no offense. It is the shadowy terrors that lurk behind and above them that are mysterious and awful. Our little brains, what do they know of the loathly, crawling things that come down from outer space and suck us dry? I think sometimes they lodge in our heads, and our brains feel them, but when they stretch out horrid tentacles to claw and absorb us, we go screaming mad. And of what use are brains then?" "But you can't honestly believe in such nonsense," I exclaimed. "Of course not." He shook his head and laughed. "You know damn well I'm too profoundly skeptical to believe in anything. I have merely outlined a poet's reactions to the universe. If a man wishes to write ghostly stories and actually convey a sensation of horror to his miserable and unworthy readers, he must believe in everything and anything. By anything, I mean the horror that transcends everything, that is more terrible and impossible than everything. He must believe that there are things from outer space that can reach down and suck us dry." "But this thing from outer space, how can he describe it if he doesn't know its shape or size or color?" "It is virtually impossible to describe it. That is what I have sought to do, and failed. Perhaps some day, but then I doubt if it can ever be accomplished. But your artist can hint, suggest." "Suggest what?" I asked, a little puzzled. "Suggest a horror that is utterly unearthly, that makes itself felt in terms that have no counterparts on this earth." I was still puzzled. He smiled wearily and elaborated his theory. "There is something prosaic," he said, "about even the best of the classic tales of mystery and terror. Old Mrs. Radcliffe with her hidden vaults and bleeding ghosts, Maturin with his allegorical, Faust-like hero villains and his fiery flames from the mouth of hell, Edgar Poe with his blood-clotted corpses and black cats, his telltale hearts and disintegrating Valdemars, Hawthorne with his amusing preoccupation with the problems and horrors arising from mere human sin, as though human sins were of any significance to the things that suck at our brains, and the modern masters, Algernon Blackwood, who invites us to a feast of the high gods, and shows us an old woman with a hare-lip sitting before a Ouija board, fingering soiled cards, or an absurd nimbus of ectoplasm emanating from some clairvoyant ninny, Bram Stoker with his vampires and werewolves, mere conventional myths, the tag-ends of medieval folklore, Wells with his pseudo-scientific bogies, fishmen at the bottom of the sea, ladies in the moon, and the 101 idiots who are constantly writing ghost stories for the magazines. What have they contributed to the literature of the unholy? Are we not made of flesh and blood? It is but natural that we should be revolted and horrified when we are shown that flesh and blood in a state of corruption and decay, with the worms passing over and under it. It is but natural that a story about a corpse should thrill us, fill us with fear and horror and loathing. Any fool can awake these emotions in us. Poe really accomplished very little with his lady ushers and liquescent Valdemars. He appealed to simple, natural, understandable emotions, and it was inevitable that his readers should respond. Are we not the descendants of barbarians? Did we not once dwell in tall and sinister forests at the mercy of beasts that rend and tear? It is but inevitable that we should shiver and cringe when we meet in literature dark shadows from our own past. Harpies and vampires and werewolves, what are they but magnifications, distortions of the great birds and bats and ferocious dogs that harassed and tortured our ancestors? It is easy enough to arouse fear by such means. It is easy enough to frighten men with the flames at the mouth of hell, because they are hot and shrivel and burn the flesh. And who does not understand and dread a fire? Blows that kill, fires that burn, shadows that horrify, because their substances lurk evilly in the black corridors of our inherited memories. I am weary of the writers who would terrify us by such pathetically obvious and trite unpleasantnesses. Real indignation blazed in his eyes. Suppose there were a greater horror, Suppose evil things from some other universe should decide to invade this one. Suppose we couldn't see them. Suppose we couldn't feel them. Suppose they were of a colour unknown on the earth, or rather of an appearance that was without colour. Suppose they had a shape unknown on the earth. Suppose they were 4-dimensional, 5-dimensional, 6-dimensional. Suppose they were 100-dimensional. Suppose they had no dimensions at all and yet existed. What could we do? They would not exist for us. They would exist for us if they gave us pain. Suppose it was not the pain of heat or cold or any of the pains we know, but a new pain. Suppose they touched something besides our nerves, reached our brains in a new and terrible way. Suppose they made themselves felt in a new and strange and unspeakable way. What could we do? Our hands would be tied. You cannot oppose what you cannot see or feel. You cannot oppose the 1,000-dimensional. Suppose they should eat their way to us through space. He was rapidly talking himself into a frenzy. That is what I have tried to write about. I wanted to put into a story the crawling, formless thing that sucks at our brains. I wanted to make my readers, absurd and unworthy fools, feel and see that thing from another universe, from beyond space. I could easily enough hint at it, or suggest it. Any fool can do that. But I wanted to actually describe it, to describe a colour that is not a colour, a form that is formless. A mathematician could perhaps slightly more than suggest it. There would be strange curves and angles that an inspired mathematician in a wild frenzy of calculation might glimpse vaguely. It is absurd to say that mathematicians have not discovered the 4th dimension. They have often glimpsed it, often approached it, often apprehended it, but they are unable to demonstrate it. I know a mathematician who swears that he once saw the 6th dimension in a wild flight into the sublime skies of the differential calculus. Unfortunately, I am not a mathematician. I am only a poor fool of a creative artist, and the thing from outer space utterly eludes me. Someone was pounding loudly on the door. I crossed the room and drew back the latch. "What do you want?" I asked. "What is the matter?" "Sorry to disturb you, Frank," said a familiar voice, "but I've got to talk to someone." I recognized the lean, white face of my nearest neighbor and stepped instantly to one side. "Come in," I said. "Come in by all means. Howard and I have been discussing ghosts, and the things we've conjured up aren't pleasant company. Perhaps you can argue them away." I called Howard's horrors ghosts because I didn't want to shock my commonplace neighbor. Henry Wells was immensely big and tall, and as he strode into the room he seemed to bring a part of the night with him. He collapsed on a sofa and surveyed us with frightened eyes. Howard laid down the story he had been reading, removed and wiped his glasses, and frowned. He was more or less intolerant of my bucolic visitors. We waited for perhaps a minute, and then the three of us spoke almost simultaneously. "A horrible night. Beastly, isn't it? Wretched." Henry Wells frowned. "Tonight," he said, I met with a funny accident. I was driving Hortense through Mulligan Wood." "Hortense?" Howard interrupted. "His horse," I explained impatiently. "You were returning from Brewster, weren't you, Harry?" "From Brewster, yes," he replied. "I was driving between the trees, watching the fog curling in and out of Hortense's ears, and listening to the foghorns in the bay wheezing and moaning, when something wet landed on my head. Rain, I thought. I hope the supplies keep dry. I turned round to make sure that the butter and flour were covered up, and something soft like a sponge rose up from the bottom of the wagon and hit me in the face. I snatched at it and caught it between my fingers. In my hands it felt like jelly. I squeezed it, and moisture ran out of it down my wrists. It wasn't so dark that I couldn't see it either. Funny how you can see in fogs. They seem to make the night lighter. There was a sort of brightness in the air. I don't know, maybe it wasn't the fog either. The trees seemed to stand out. You could see them sharp and clear. As I was saying, I looked at the thing, and what do you think it looked like? Like a piece of raw liver, or like a calf's brain. Now that I come to think of it, it was more like a calf's brain. There were grooves in it, and you don't find many grooves in liver. Liver's usually as smooth as glass. It was an awful moment for me. There's someone up in one of those trees, I thought. He's some tramp or crazy man or fool, and he's been eating liver. My wagon frightened him, and he dropped it, a piece of it. I can't be wrong. There was no liver in my wagon when I left Brewster. I looked up. You know how tall all of the trees are in Mulligan Wood. You can't see the tops of some of them from the wagon road on a clear day. And you know how crooked and queer-looking some of the trees are. It's funny, but I've always thought of them as old men. Tall old men, you understand. Tall and crooked and very evil. I've always thought of them as wanting to work mischief. There's something unwholesome about trees that grow very close together and grow crooked. I looked up. At first, I didn't see anything but the tall trees, all white and glistening with a fog, and above them a thick white mist that hid the stars of heaven. And then something long and white ran quickly down the trunk of one of the trees. It ran so quickly down the tree that I couldn't see it clearly, and it was so thin anyway that there wasn't much to see, but it was like an arm. It was like a long, white, and very thin arm. But of course it wasn't an arm. Who ever heard of an arm as tall as a tree? I don't know what made me compare it to an arm, because it was really nothing but a thin line, like a wire, a string. I'm not sure that I saw it at all. Maybe I imagined it. I'm not even sure that it was as wide as a string, but it had a hand. Or didn't it? When I think of it, my brain gets dizzy. You see, it moved so quickly I couldn't see it clearly at all. But it gave me the impression that it was looking for something that it had dropped. For a minute the hand seemed to spread out over the road, and then it left the tree and came toward the wagon. It was like a huge white hand walking on its fingers with a terribly long arm fastened to it that went up and up until it touched the fog, or perhaps until it touched the stars of heaven. I screamed and slashed Hortense with the reins, but the horse didn't need any urging. She was up and off before I could throw the liver or calf's brain or whatever it was into the road. She raced so fast she almost upset the wagon, but I didn't draw in the reins. I'd rather lie in a ditch with a broken rib than have a long white hand squeezing the breath out of my throat. We had almost cleared the wood, and I was just beginning to breathe again, when my brain went cold. I can't describe what happened in any other way. My brain got as cold as ice inside my head. I can tell you I was frightened. Don't imagine I couldn't think clearly. I was conscious of everything that was going on about me, but my brain was so cold I screamed with the pain. Have you ever held a piece of ice in the palm of your hand for as long as 2 or 3 minutes? It burnt, didn't it? Ice burns worse than fire. Well, my brain felt as though it had lain on ice for hours and hours. There was a furnace inside my head, but it was a cold furnace. It was roaring with raging cold. Perhaps I should have been thankful that the pain didn't last. It wore off in about 10 minutes, and when I got home I didn't seem to be any the worse for my experience. I'm sure I didn't think I was any the worse until I looked at myself in the glass. Then I saw the hole in my head. Henry Wells leaned forward and brushed back the hair from his right temple. "Here is the wound," he said. "What do you make of it?" He tapped with his fingers beneath a small round opening in the side of his head. "It's like a bullet wound," he elaborated. "But there was no blood, and you can look in pretty far. It seems to go right into the center of my head. I shouldn't be alive." Howard had risen and was staring at my neighbor with flaming eyes. "Why have you lied to us?" he shouted. "Why have you told us this absurd story? A long hand, forsooth. You were drunk, man. Drunk, and yet you've succeeded in doing what I'd have sweated blood to accomplish. If I could have made my idiotic readers feel that horror, know it for a moment, that horror that you described in the woods, I should be with the immortals. I should be greater than Poe, greater than Hawthorne. And you, a clumsy clown, a lying yokel." I was on my feet with a furious protest. "He's not lying," I said. "The man's insane with fever. He's been shot. Someone has shot him in the head. Look at this wound. My God, man, you have no call to insult him." Howard's wrath died, and the fire went out of his eyes. "Forgive me," he said. "You can't imagine how badly I've wanted to capture that ultimate horror, to put it on paper, and he did it so easily. If he had warned me that he was going to describe something like that, I would have taken notes. But of course he doesn't know he's an artist. It was an accidental tour de force that he accomplished. He couldn't do it again, I'm sure. I'm sorry I went up in the air. I apologize. Do you want me to go for a doctor? That is a bad wound." My neighbor shook his head. "I don't want a doctor," he said. "I've seen a doctor. There's no bullet in my head. That hole was not made by a bullet. When the doctor couldn't explain it, I laughed at him. I hate doctors, and I haven't much use for fools that think I'm in the habit of lying. I haven't much use for people who won't believe me when I tell 'em I saw the long white thing come sliding down the tree as clear as day. But Howard was examining the wound in defiance of my neighbour's indignation. It was made by something round and sharp, he said. It's curious, but the flesh isn't torn. A knife or bullet would have torn the flesh, left a ragged edge. I nodded and was bending to study the wound when Wells shrieked and clapped his hands to his head. "Oh!" he choked. "It's come back! The terrible, terrible cold!" Howard stared. "Don't expect me to believe such nonsense," he exclaimed disgustedly. But Wells was holding on to his head and dancing about the room in a delirium of agony. "I can't stand it!" he shrieked. "It's freezing up my brain. It's not like ordinary cold. It isn't. Oh, God, it's like nothing you've ever felt. It bites, it scorches, it tears. It's like acid." I laid my hand upon his shoulder and tried to quiet him, but he pushed me aside and made for the door. "I've got to get out of here," he screamed. "The thing wants room. My head won't hold it. It wants the night, the vast night. It wants to wallow in the night." He threw back the door and disappeared into the fog. Howard wiped his forehead with the sleeve of his coat and collapsed into a chair. "Mad," he muttered. "A tragic case of manic-depressive insanity. Who would have suspected it? The story he told us wasn't conscious art at all. It was simply a nightmare fungus conceived by the brain of a lunatic." "Yes," I said, "but how do you account for the hole in his head?" "Oh, that," Howard shrugged. "He probably always had it, probably was born with it." "Nonsense," I said. "The man never had a hole in his head before. Personally, I think he's been shot. Something ought to be done. He needs medical attention. I think I'll phone Dr. Smith." "It is useless to interfere," said Howard. "That hole was not made by a bullet. I advise you to forget him until tomorrow. His insanity may be temporary. It may wear off, and then he'd blame us for interfering. It doesn't pay to meddle with lunatics. If he's still crazy tomorrow, if he comes here again and tries to make trouble, you can notify the proper authorities. Has he ever acted queerly before?" "No," I said. "He was always quite sane. I think I'll take your advice and wait, but I wish I could explain the hole in his head." "The story he told interests me more," said Howard. "I'm going to write it out before I forget it. Of course I shan't be able to make the horror as real as he did, but perhaps I can catch a bit of the strangeness and glamour." He unscrewed his fountain pen and began to cover a harmless sheet of paper with curious jeweled phrases, unearthly phrases. I knew that in a moment the paper would become unholy. I knew that it would glow with an unhallowed light, that witch fires would flicker over it, strange shadows deepen all about it. From his brain, strange and monstrous ideas would flow in a continuous stream to the smooth white paper. I shivered and closed the door. For several minutes there was no sound in the room save the scratching of his pen as it moved across the paper. For several minutes there was silence, and then the shrieks commenced. Or were they wails? We heard them through the closed door, heard them above the moaning of the foghorns and the wash of the waves on Mulligan's beach. We heard them above the million sounds of night that had horrified and depressed us as we sat and talked in that fog-enshrouded and lonely house. We heard them so clearly that for a moment we thought they came from just outside the house. It was not until they came again and again, long, piercing wails, that we discovered in them a quality of remoteness. Slowly, we became aware that the wails came from far away, as far away, perhaps, as Mulligan Wood. "A soul in torture," muttered Howard. "A poor, damned soul in the grip of the crawling chaos." He rose unsteadily to his feet. His eyes were shining, and he was breathing heavily. I seized his shoulders and shook him. "You shouldn't project yourself into your stories that way," I exclaimed. "Some poor chap is in distress. I don't know what's happened. Perhaps a ship has foundered. I'm going to put on a slicker and find out what it's all about, I have an idea we may be needed." "We may be needed," repeated Howard slowly. "We may be needed indeed. It will not be satisfied with a single victim. Think of that great journey through space, the thirst and dreadful hungers it must have known. It is preposterous to imagine that it will be content with a single victim." Then, suddenly, a change came over him. The light went out of his eyes, and his voice lost its quaver. He shivered. "Forgive me," he said. "I'm afraid you'll think I'm as mad as the yokel who was here a few minutes ago, but I can't help identifying myself with my characters when I write. I'd describe something very evil, and those yells, well, they're exactly like the yells a man would make if... "I understand," I interrupted, "but we've no time to discuss that now. There's a poor chap out there." I pointed vaguely toward the door. "With his back against the wall. He's fighting off something. I don't know what. We've got to help him." Of course," he agreed, and followed me into the kitchen. Without a word, I took down a slicker and handed it to him. I also handed him an enormous rubber hat. "Get into these as quickly as you can," I said. "The chap's desperately in need of us." I had gotten my own slicker down from the rack and was forcing my arms through its sticky sleeves. In a moment, we were both pushing our way through the fog. The fog was like a living thing. Its long fingers reached up and slapped us relentlessly on the face. It curled about our bodies and ascended in great, greyish spirals from the tops of our heads. It retreated before us, and as suddenly closed in and enveloped us. Dimly ahead of us, we saw the lights of a few lonely farms. Behind us the sea drummed, and the foghorn sent out a continuous, mournful ululation. The collar of Howard's slicker was turned up over his ears, and from his long nose moisture dripped. There was grim decision in his eyes, and his jaw was set. For many minutes we plodded on in silence, and it was not until we approached Mulligan Wood that he spoke. "If necessary," he said, "we shall enter the wood." I nodded. "There is no reason why we should not enter the wood," I said. "It isn't a large wood." "One could get out quickly?" "One could get out very quickly indeed. My God, did you hear that?" The shrieks had grown horribly loud. "He is suffering," said Howard. "He is suffering terribly. Do you suppose it's your crazy friend?" He had voiced a question which I had been asking myself for some time. "It's conceivable," I said. "But we'll have to interfere if he's as mad as that. I wish I'd brought some of the neighbours with me." "Why in heaven's name didn't you?" Howard shouted. "It may take a dozen men to handle him." He was staring at the tall trees that towered before us, and I don't think he really gave Henry Wells so much as a thought. "That's Mulligan Wood," I said. I swallowed to keep my heart from rising to the top of my mouth. "It isn't a big wood," I added idiotically. "Oh my God!" Out of the fog there came the sound of a voice in the last extremity of unutterable pain. "They're eating up my brain! Oh my God!" I was at that moment in deadly fear that I might become as mad as the man in the woods. I clutched Howard's arm. "Let's go back," I shouted. "Let's go back at once. We were fools to come. There is nothing here but madness and suffering and perhaps death." "That may be," said Howard, "but we're going on." His face was ashen beneath his dripping hat, and his eyes were thin blue slits. Before the tremendous challenge of his courage, I was abashed. "Very well," I said grimly. "We'll go on." Slowly we moved among the trees. They towered above us, and the thick fog so distorted them and merged them together that they seemed to move forward with us. From their twisted branches the fog hung in ribbons. Ribbons, did I say? Rather were they snakes of fog, writhing snakes with venomous tongues and leering, evil eyes. Through swirling clouds of fog we saw the scaly, gnarled boles of the trees, and every bole resembled the twisted body of an evil old man. Only the small oblong of light cast by my electric torch protected us against their malevolence. Through great banks of fog we moved, and every moment the screams grew louder. Soon we were catching fragments of sentences, hysterical shoutings that merged into prolonged wails. "Colder and colder
Colder! They are eating up my brain! Colder!
Howard gripped my arm. "We'll find him," he said. "We can't turn back now." When we found him, he was lying on his side. His hands were clasped about his head, and his body was bent double, the knees drawn up so tightly that they almost touched his chest. He was silent. We bent and shook him, but he made no sound. "Is he dead?" I choked out the question hysterically. I wanted desperately to turn and run. The trees were very close to us. "I don't know," said Howard. "I don't know. I hope that he is dead." I saw him kneel and slide his hand under the poor devil's shirt. For a moment his face was a mask. Then he got up quickly and shook his head. "He is alive," he said. "We must get him into some dry clothes as quickly as possible." I helped him. Together, we lifted the bent figure from the ground and carried it forward between the trees. Twice we stumbled and nearly fell, and the creepers tore at our clothes. The creepers were little malicious hands grasping and tearing under the malevolent guidance of the great trees. Without a star to guide us, without a light except the little pocket lamp which was growing dim, we fought our way out of Mulligan Wood. The droning did not commence until we had left the wood. At first, we scarcely heard it. It was so low, like the purring of gigantic engines far down in the earth. But slowly, as we stumbled forward with our burden, it grew so loud that we could not ignore it. "What is that?" muttered Howard, and through the wraiths of fog I saw that his face had a greenish tinge. "I don't know," I mumbled. "It's something horrible. I never heard anything like it. Can't you walk faster?" So far, we had been fighting familiar horrors, but the droning and humming that rose behind us was like nothing that I had ever heard on earth. In excruciating fright, I shrieked aloud. "Faster, Howard! Faster! For God's sake, let's get out of this!" As I spoke, the body that we were carrying squirmed, and from its cracked lips issued a torrent of gibberish. "I was walking between the trees and looking up. I couldn't see their tops. I was looking up, and then suddenly I looked down, and the thing landed on my shoulders. It was all legs, all long, crawling legs. It went right into my head. I wanted to get away from the trees, but I couldn't. I was alone in the forest with the thing on my back, in my head. When I tried to run, the trees reached out and tripped me. It made a hole so it could get in. It's my brain it wants. Today it made a hole, and now it's crawled in and it's sucking and sucking and sucking. It's as cold as ice, and it makes a noise like a great big fly. But it isn't a fly, and it isn't a hand. I was wrong when I called it a hand. You can't see it. I wouldn't have seen or felt it if it hadn't made a hole and got in. You almost see it. You almost feel it. And that means that it's getting ready to go in." "Can you walk, Wells? Can you walk?" Howard had dropped Wells's legs, and I could hear the harsh intake of his breath as he struggled to rid himself of his slicker. "I think so," Wells sobbed. "But it doesn't matter. It's got me now. Put me down and save yourselves." "We've got to run," I yelled. "It's our one chance," cried Howard. "Wells, you follow us. Follow us, do you understand? They'll burn up your brain if they catch you. We're going to run, lad. Follow us." He was off through the fog. Wells shook himself free and followed with hoarse shrieks. I tasted a horror more terrible than death. The noise was dreadfully loud. It was right in my ears, and yet for a moment I couldn't move. I stared at the blank wall of fog and gibbered.
"Christ, Frank will be lost."
It was the voice of Wells, my poor lost friend.
"We'll go back."
It was Howard shouting now.
"It's death, or worse, but we can't leave him."
"Keep on," I shouted. "They won't get me. Save yourselves." In my anxiety to prevent them from sacrificing themselves, I plunged wildly forward. In a moment I had joined Howard and was clutching at his arm. "What is it?" I cried. "What have we to fear?" The droning was all about us now, but no louder. "Come quickly, or we'll be lost," he urged frantically. "They've broken down all barriers. That buzzing is a warning. We're sensitives. We've been warned, but if it gets louder, we're lost. They're strong near Mulligan Wood, and it's here they've made themselves felt. They're experimenting now, feeling their way. Later, when they've learned, they'll spread out. If we can only reach the farm." We'll reach the farm, I shouted encouragement as I clawed my way through the fog. Heaven help us if we don't, moaned Howard. He had thrown off his slicker, and his seeping wet shirt clung tragically to his lean body. He moved through the blackness with long, furious strides. Far ahead we heard the maniacal shrieks of Henry Wells. Ceaselessly the foghorns moaned. Ceaselessly the fog swirled and eddied about us. And the droning continued. It seemed incredible that we should ever have found a way to the farm in the blackness. But find the farm we did, and into it we stumbled with glad cries. "Shut the door!" shouted Howard. I shut the door. "We're safe here, I think," he said. "They haven't reached the farm yet." "What has happened to Wells?" I gasped, and then I saw the wet tracks leading into the kitchen. Howard saw them too. His eyes flashed with momentary relief. "I'm glad he's safe," he muttered. "I feared for him." Then his face darkened. The kitchen was unlighted, and no sound came from it. Without a word, Howard walked across the room and into the darkness beyond. I sank into a chair, flicked the moisture from my eyes, and brushed back my hair, which had fallen in soggy strands across my face. For a moment I sat, breathing heavily, and when the door creaked, I shivered. But I remembered Howard's assurance. They haven't reached the farm yet. We're safe here. Somehow, I had confidence in Howard. He realized that we were threatened by a new and unknown horror, and in some occult way he had grasped its limitations. I confess, though, that when I heard the screams that came from the kitchen, my faith in my friend was slightly shaken. There were low growls, such as I could not believe came from any human throat, and the voice of Howard raised in wild expostulation.
"Let go, I say. Are you quite mad? Man, we have saved you. Don't, I say. Let go my leg. Ah!"
As Howard staggered into the room, I sprang forward and caught him in my arms. He was covered with blood from head to foot, and his face was ashen. "He's gone raving mad," he moaned. "He was running about on his hands and knees like a dog. He sprang at me and almost killed me. I fought him off, but I'm badly bitten. I hit him in the face, knocked him unconscious. I may have killed him. He's an animal. I had to protect myself." I laid Howard on the sofa and knelt beside him, but he scorned my aid. "Don't bother with me," he commanded. "Get a rope quickly and tie him up. If he comes to, we'll have to fight for our lives." What followed was a nightmare. I remember vaguely that I went into the kitchen with a rope and tied poor Wells to a chair. Then I bathed and dressed Howard's wounds and lit a fire in the grate. I remember also that I telephoned for a doctor, but the incidents are confused in my memory, and I have no clear recollection of anything until the arrival of a tall, grave man with kindly and sympathetic eyes, and a presence that was as soothing as an opiate. He examined Howard, nodded, and explained that the wounds were not serious. He examined Wells, and did not nod. He explained slowly that Wells was desperately ill. "Brain fever," he said. "An immediate operation will be necessary. I tell you frankly, I don't think we can save him." "That wound in his head, Doctor," I said. "Was it made by a bullet?" The doctor frowned. "It puzzles me," he said. "Of course it was made by a bullet, but it should have partially closed up. It goes right into the brain. You say you know nothing about it. I believe you, but I think the authorities should be notified at once. Someone will be wanted for manslaughter unless—" He paused. "Unless the wound was self-inflicted. What you tell me is curious. That he should have been able to walk about for hours seems incredible. The wound has obviously been dressed, too. There is no clotted blood at all." He paced slowly back and forth. "We must operate here, at once. There is a slight chance. Luckily, I brought some instruments. We must clear this table and— Do you think you could hold a lamp for me?" I nodded. "I'll try," I said. "Good." The doctor busied himself with preparations, while I debated whether or not I should phone for the police. "I'm convinced," I said at last, "that the wound was self-inflicted. Wells acted very strangely. If you're willing, Doctor." "Yes? We will remain silent about this matter until after the operation. If Wells lives, there would be no need of involving the poor chap in a police investigation." The doctor nodded. "Very well," he said. "We will operate first, and decide afterward." Howard was laughing silently from his couch. "The police," he snickered. "Of what use would they be against the things in Mulligan Wood?" There was an ironic and ominous quality about his mirth that disturbed me. The horrors that we had known in the fog seemed absurd and impossible in the cool, scientific presence of Dr. Smith, and I didn't want to be reminded of them. The doctor turned from his instruments and whispered into my ear, "Your friend has a slight fever, and apparently it has made him delirious. If you'll bring me a glass of water, I will mix him an opiate." I raced to secure a glass, and in a moment we had Howard sleeping soundly. "Now then," said the doctor, as he handed me the lamp, "you must hold this steady and move it about as I direct." The white, unconscious form of Henry Wells lay upon the table that the doctor and I had cleared, and I trembled all over when I thought of what lay before me. I should be obliged to stand and gaze into the living brain of my poor friend, as the doctor relentlessly laid it bare. I should be obliged to stand and stare, as the doctor cut and probed, and perhaps I should witness unmentionable things. With swift, experienced fingers, the doctor administered an anesthetic. I was oppressed by a dreadful feeling that we were committing a crime, that Henry Wells would have violently disapproved, that he would have preferred to die. It is a dreadful thing to mutilate a man's brain, and yet I knew that the doctor's conduct was above reproach, and that the ethics of his profession demanded that he operate. "We are ready," said Dr. Smith. "Lower the lamp. Carefully now." I saw the knife moving in his competent, swift fingers. For a moment I stared, and then I turned my head away. What I had seen in that brief glance made me sick and faint. It may have been fancy, but as I stared hysterically at the wall, I had the impression that the doctor was on the verge of collapse. He made no sound, but I was almost certain that he had made some horrible, unspeakable discovery. "Lower the lamp," he said. His voice was hoarse and seemed to come from far down within his throat. His voice horrified me so that I was guilty of a great treachery. I lowered the lamp an inch without turning my head. I waited for him to reproach me, to swear at me perhaps, but he was as silent as the man on the table. I knew, though, that his fingers were still at work, for I could hear them as they moved about. I could hear his swift, agile fingers moving about the head of Henry Wells. I suddenly became conscious that my hand was trembling. I wanted to lay down the lamp. I felt that I could no longer hold it. "Are you nearly through?" I gasped in desperation. "Hold that lamp steady!" The doctor screamed the command. "If you move that lamp again, I won't sew him up. I'll walk out of this room and leave his obscene brain to rot. I don't care if they hang me. I'm not a healer of devils." I knew not what to do. I could scarcely hold the lamp, and the doctor's threat horrified me. In desperation, I pleaded with him. "Do everything you can," I urged, hysterically. "Give him a chance to fight his way back. He was kind and good, once." For a moment, there was silence, and I feared that he would not heed me. I momentarily expected him to throw down his scalpel and sponge and dash across the room and out into the fog. It was not until I heard his fingers moving about again that I knew he had decided to give even the damned a chance. It was after midnight when the doctor told me that I could lay down the lamp. I turned with a cry of relief and encountered a face that I shall never forget. In 3/4 of an hour, the doctor had aged 10 years. There were purple caverns beneath his eyes, and his mouth twitched convulsively. There were wrinkles upon his high, yellow forehead that I had not seen there before, and when he spoke, his voice was cracked and feeble. "He'll not live," he said. "He'll be dead in an hour. I did not touch his brain. I could do nothing. When I saw how things were, I sewed him up immediately." "What did you see?" I half whispered. A look of unutterable fear came into the doctor's eyes. I saw. His voice broke, and his whole body quivered. I saw. Oh, the burning shame of it. Because I've seen her, what man should not look upon. I bear the mark of the beast upon me. I am contaminated forever. I am unclean. I cannot stay in this house. I must leave at once. He broke down and covered his face with his hands. Great sobs convulsed his body. Unclean, he moaned. The old, hideous secret that man has forgotten. Horror to look upon. Evil that is without shape. Evil that is formless. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked wildly about him. They will come here and claim him, he shrieked. They have laid their mark upon him, and they will come for him. You must not stay here. This house is marked for destruction. I watched him helplessly as he seized his hat and bag and crossed to the door. With white, shaking fingers he drew back the latch, and in a moment his lean figure was silhouetted against a square of swirling vapor.
Remember that I warned you,
he shouted back, and then the fog swallowed him. Howard was sitting up and rubbing his eyes. A malicious trick, that, he was muttering. To deliberately drug me. Had I known that glass of water... How do you feel? I asked, as I shook him violently by the shoulders. Do you think you can walk? You drugged me, and then asked me to walk? Frank, you're as unreasonable as an artist. What is the matter now? I pointed to the silent figure on the table. Mulligan Wood is safer, I said. He belongs to them now. Howard sprang to his feet and shook me by the arm. What do you mean? He cried. How do you know? The doctor saw his brain, I explained, and he also saw something that he could not describe. But he told me that they would come for him, and I believe him. We must leave here at once, cried Howard. Your doctor was right. We're in deadly danger. Even Mulligan Wood. But we need not return to the wood. There is your launch. There is the launch, I echoed, faint hope rising in my mind. The fog will be a most deadly menace, said Howard grimly. But even death at sea is preferable to this horror. It was not far from the house to the dock, and in less than a minute Howard was seated in the stern of the launch, and I was working furiously on the engine. The foghorn still moaned, but there were no lights visible anywhere in the harbour. We could not see 2 feet before our faces. The white wraiths of the fog were dimly visible in the darkness, but beyond them stretched endless night, lightless and full of terror. Howard was speaking. Somehow, I feel that there is death out there, he said. There is more death here, I said, as I churned at the engine. I think I can avoid the rocks. There is very little wind, and I know the harbour. And of course we shall have the foghorns to guide us, muttered Howard. I think we had better make for the open sea. I agreed. The launch wouldn't survive a storm, I said, but I've no desire to remain in the harbour. If we reach the sea, we'll probably be picked up by some ship. It would be sheer folly to remain where they can reach us. How do we know how far they can reach? Groaned Howard. What are the distances of Earth to things that have travelled through space? They will overrun the Earth. They will destroy us all utterly. We'll discuss that later, I cried, as the engine roared into life. We're going to get as far away from them as possible. Perhaps they haven't learned yet. While they've still limitations, we may be able to escape. We moved slowly into the channel, and the sound of the water splashing against the sides of the launch soothed us strangely. At a suggestion from me, Howard had taken the wheel and was slowly bringing her about. Keep her steady, I shouted. There isn't any danger until we get into the Narrows. For several minutes I crouched above the engine, while Howard steered in silence. Then, suddenly, he turned to me with a gesture of elation. I think the fog's lifting, he said. I stared into the darkness before me. Certainly, it seemed less oppressive, and the white spirals of mist that had been continually ascending through it were fading into insubstantial wisps. Keep her head on, I shouted. We're in luck. If the fog clears, we'll be able to see the Narrows. Keep a sharp lookout for Mulligan Light." There is no describing the joy that filled us when we saw the light. Yellow and bright, it streamed over the water and illuminated sharply the outlines of the great rocks that rose on both sides of the Narrows. "Let me have the wheel," I shouted as I stepped quickly forward. "This is a ticklish passage, but we'll come through now with colours flying." In our excitement and elation, we almost forgot the horror that we had left behind us. I stood at the wheel and smiled confidently as we raced over the dark water. Quickly, the rocks drew nearer until their vast bulk towered above us. "We shall certainly make it," I cried. But no response came from Howard. I heard him choke and gasp. "What's the matter?" I asked suddenly, and turning, saw that he was crouching in terror above the engine. His back was turned toward me, but I knew instinctively in which direction he was gazing. The dim shore that we had left shone like a flaming sunset. Mulligan Wood was burning. Great flames shot up from the highest of the tall trees, and a thick curtain of black smoke rolled slowly eastward, blotting out the few remaining lights in the harbour. But it was not the flames that caused me to cry out in a frenzy of fear and horror. It was the shape that towered above the trees, the vast, formless shape that moved slowly to and fro across the sky. God knows I tried to believe that I saw nothing. I tried to believe that the shape was a mere shadow cast by the flames. I even managed to laugh, and I remember that I patted Howard's arm reassuringly. "The wood will be destroyed utterly," I cried. "I know that they will not escape. They will all perish." But when Howard turned in his fright and screamed, I knew that the dim, formless thing that towered above the trees was more than a shadow. "If we see it clearly, we are lost," he shrieked. "Pray that it remains without form." "I see nothing," I groaned. "There is blackness above the trees." "It has no form," gibbered Howard. We must not see it. It is our little brains that give it a form. When it enters our brains, it becomes clothed in a form. If it enters our brains, we are lost." "The woods are burning," I shouted. "There is nothing above the trees. All is blackness and emptiness above the trees." But even as I stared at the shape with loathing, with furious disbelief, it grew more distinct. Above the burning trees it hovered awfully, and I slowly became aware that it had wings. "It is like a bat," I groaned. "It is a great bat with yellow wings brooding over the fire." "It is a bat," sobbed Howard. "It is dark and very large and almost formless, but it is a bat." "No, no," I shrieked. "It is not a bat. We see nothing. There is a great, vague form that moves back and forth above the trees, but it is not a bat." Howard buried his head in his hands and sobbed aloud in an agony of fear. "Our brains will grow cold," he moaned. "They will enter and suck at our brains." "Oh, not that," I cried. "I will die first. I will throw myself into the water. That terror is more terrible than drowning." We stood trembling in the darkness, a prey to the most awful horror. The shape above Mulligan Wood was slowly growing clearer, and I did not think anything could save us. And then, suddenly, I remembered that there was one thing that might save us. "It is older than the world," I thought, "older than all religion. Before the dawn of civilization, men knelt in adoration before it. It is present in all mythologies. It is the primal symbol. Perhaps, in the dim past, thousands and thousands of years ago, it was used to repel the invaders. I shall so use it. I shall fight the shape with a high and terrible mystery." I became suddenly, curiously calm. I knew that I had hardly a minute to act, that more than our lives were threatened, but I did not tremble. I reached calmly beneath the engine and drew out a quantity of cotton waste. "Howard," I said, "I want you to light me a match. It is our only hope. You must strike a match at once." For what seemed eternities, Howard stared at me incomprehensibly. Then the night was clamorous with his laughter. A match!" he shrieked. "A match to warm our little brains! Yes, we shall need a match!" "Trust me," I entreated. "You must. It is our only hope. Strike a match quickly." "I do not understand." Howard was sober now, but his voice quivered hysterically. "I have thought of something that may save us," I said. "Please light this waste for me." Slowly, he nodded. I had told him nothing, but I knew he guessed what I intended to do. Often his insight was uncanny. With fumbling fingers, he drew out a match and struck it. "Be bold," he said. "Show them that you are unafraid. Make the sign boldly." As the waste caught fire, the form above the tree stood out with a frightful clarity. "There is nothing there," I cried. "We see nothing. We are protected. We are invincible." I raised the flaming cotton and passed it quickly before my body in a straight line from my left to my right shoulder. Then I raised it to my forehead and lowered it to my knees. In an instant, Howard had snatched the brand and was repeating the sign. He made 2 crosses, one against his body and one against the darkness, with the torch held at arm's length. "Sanctus, Sanctus, Sanctus," he muttered. For a moment I shut my eyes, but I could still see the shape above the trees. Then slowly it ceased to resemble a bat. Its form became less distinct, became vast and chaotic, and when I opened my eyes, it had vanished. I saw nothing but the flaming forest and the shadows cast by the tall trees. The horror had passed, but I did not move. I stood like an image of stone, staring over the black water. Then something seemed to burst in my head. My brain spun dizzily, and I tottered against the rail. I would have fallen, but Howard caught me about the shoulders. "We're saved," he shouted. "We've won through." "I'm glad," I said, but I was too utterly exhausted to really rejoice. My legs gave way beneath me, and my head fell forward. All the sights and sounds of earth were swallowed up in a merciful blackness. 2. Howard was writing when I entered the room. "How's the story going?" I asked. For a moment he ignored my question. Then he slowly turned and faced me. His lips opened, but no sound came from between them. I noticed that he had aged horribly. He was much thinner. I don't think he weighed more than 110 pounds, and there were myriads of tiny wrinkles about his eyes. "It's not going well," he said at last. "It doesn't satisfy me. There are problems that still elude me. I haven't been able to capture all of the crawling horror of the thing in Mulligan Wood." I sat down and lit a cigarette. "I want you to explain that horror to me," I said. "For 3 weeks I've waited for you to speak. I know that you have some knowledge which you're concealing from me. What was the damp, spongy thing that landed on Wells's head in the woods? Why did we hear a droning as we fled in the fog? What was the meaning of the shape that we saw above the trees? And why, in heaven's name, didn't the horror spread as we feared it might? What stopped it? Howard, what do you think really happened to Wells's brain? Did his body burn with the farm? Or did they claim it? And the other body that was found in Mulligan Wood? That lean, blackened horror with riddled head. How do you explain that? 2 days after the fire, a skeleton had been found in Mulligan Wood. A few fragments of burnt flesh still adhered to the bones, and the skull cap was missing. It was a long time before Howard spoke again. He sat with bowed head, fingering his notebook, and his body trembled horribly, trembled all over. At last he raised his eyes. They shone with a wild light, and his lips were ashen. "Yes," he said, "we will discuss the horror together. Last week I did not want to speak of it. It seemed too awful to put into words, but I shall never rest in peace until I have woven it into a story, until I have made my readers feel and see that dreadful, unspeakable thing, and I cannot write of it until I am convinced beyond the shadow of a doubt that I understand it myself. It may help me to talk about it. You have asked me what the damp thing was that fell on Wells's head. I believe that it was a human brain, the essence of a human brain drawn out through a hole or holes in a human head. I believe the brain was drawn out by imperceptible degrees and reconstructed again by the horror. I believe that for some purpose of its own it used human brains, perhaps to learn from them, or perhaps it merely played with them. The blackened, riddled body in Mulligan Wood? That was the body of the first victim, some poor fool who got lost between the tall trees. I rather suspect the trees helped. I think the horror endowed them with a strange life. Anyhow, the poor chap lost his brain. The horror took it, and played with it, and then accidentally dropped it. It dropped it on Wells's head. Wells said that the long, thin, and very white arm he saw was looking for something that it had dropped. Of course, Wells didn't really see the arm objectively, but the horror that is without form or colour had already entered his brain and clothed itself in human thought. As for the droning that we heard and the shape we thought we saw above the burning forest, that was the horror seeking to make itself felt, seeking to break down barriers, seeking to enter our brains and clothe itself with our thoughts. It almost got us. If we had seen the shape as clearly as Wells saw the white arm, we should have been lost. Howard walked to the window. He drew back the curtains and gazed for a moment at the crowded harbour and the colossal buildings that towered against the moon. He was staring at the skyline of Lower Manhattan. Sheer beneath him, the cliffs of Brooklyn Heights loomed darkly. "Why didn't they conquer?" he cried. "They could have destroyed it utterly. They could have wiped it from the earth. All its incredible wealth and power would have gone down before them. The great buildings would have toppled into the sea, and millions of brains would have fed their lust, their terrible, unearthly lust." I shivered. "But why didn't the horror spread?" I cried. Howard shrugged his shoulders. "I do not know. Perhaps they discovered that human brains were too trivial and absurd to bother with. Perhaps we ceased to amuse them. Perhaps they grew tired of us. But it is conceivable that the sign destroyed them, or sent them back through space. I think they came once before. I think they came millions of years ago, and were frightened away by the sign. When they discovered that we had not forgotten the use of the sign, they may have fled in terror. Certainly, there has been no manifestation for 3 weeks. I think that they are gone." "Then I have saved the world?" I shouted exultantly. "Perhaps." He eyed me disapprovingly. "I think I can forgive you for that," he said, "but it is nothing to gloat over." "And Henry Wells?" I asked. "Well, his body was not found. I imagine they came for him." "And you honestly intend to put this ultimate obscenity into a story? Oh my God! The whole thing is so incredible, so unheard of, that I can't believe it. I can't! My friend, did we not dream it all? Were we ever really in Partridgeville? Did we sit in an ancient house and discuss unmentionable things while the fog curled about us? Did we walk through that unholy wood? Were the trees really alive? And did Henry Wells run about on his hands and knees like a wolf?" Howard sat down quietly and rolled up his sleeve. He thrust his thin arm toward me. "Can you argue away that scar?" he said. "There are the marks of the beast that attacked me. The man-beast that was Henry Wells. A dream? My friend, I would cut off this arm immediately at the elbow if you could convince me that it was a dream." I walked to the window and remained for a long time staring at the stupendous galaxies of Manhattan. There, I thought, is something substantial. It is absurd to imagine that anything could destroy it. It is absurd to imagine that the horror was really as terrible as it seemed to us in Partridgeville. I must persuade Howard not to write about it. We must both try to forget it. I returned to where he sat and laid my hand on his shoulder. "You'll give up the idea of putting it into a story?" I urged gently. "Never!" He was on his feet, and his eyes were blazing. "Do you think I would give up now when I've almost captured it? I shall write the most terrible story that the world has ever seen. My readers shall crouch and whimper in awful fear. I shall surpass Poe. I shall surpass all of the masters." "Surpass them and be damned then," I said angrily. "That way madness lies. But it is useless to argue with you. Your egoism is too colossal." I turned and walked swiftly out of the room. It occurred to me as I descended the stairs that I had made an idiot of myself with my fears, But even as I went down, I looked fearfully back over my shoulder, as though I expected a great stone weight to descend from above and crush me to the earth. He should forget the horror, I thought. He should wipe it from his mind. He will go mad if he writes about it. 3 days passed before I saw Howard again. "Come in," he said in a curiously hoarse voice when I knocked on his door. I found him in dressing gown and slippers, and I knew as soon as I saw him that he was terribly exultant. His eyes shone, and he greeted me with a feverish intensity. "I have triumphed, Frank," he cried. "I have reproduced the form that is formless, the burning shame that man has not looked upon, the crawling, fleshless obscenity that sucks at our brains." Before I could so much as gasp, he had placed the bulky manuscript in my hands. "Read it, Frank," he commanded. "Sit down at once and read it." I crossed to the window and sat down on the lounge. I sat there oblivious to everything but the typewritten sheets before me. I confess that I was consumed with an unholy curiosity. I had never questioned Howard's power. With words he wrought miracles. Breaths from the unknown blew always over his pages, and things that had passed beyond earth returned at his bidding. But could he even suggest the horror that we had known? Could he even so much as hint at the loathsome, crawling thing that had claimed the brain of Henry Wells? I read the story through. I read it slowly, and clutched at the pillows beside me in a frenzy of loathing. As soon as I had finished it, Howard snatched it from me. He evidently suspected that I desired to tear it to shreds. "What do you think of it?" he cried exultantly. "It is indescribably foul," I exclaimed. "It is terribly, unspeakably obscene. But you will concede that I have made the horror convincing?" I nodded and reached for my hat. "You have made it so convincing that I cannot remain and discuss it with you. I intend to walk until morning. I intend to walk until I am too weary to care or think or remember." "It is deathless art," he shouted at me, but I passed down the stairs and out of the house without replying. Three. It was past midnight when the telephone rang. I laid down the book I was reading and lowered the receiver. "Hello? Who is there?" I asked.
"Frank, this is Howard."
The voice was strangely high-pitched.
"Come as quickly as you can. They've come back. And Frank, the sign is powerless. I've tried the sign, but the droning is getting louder, and a dim shape—"
Howard's voice trailed off disastrously. I fairly screamed into the receiver. "Courage, man! Do not let them suspect that you're afraid. Make the sign again and again. I will come at once." Howard's voice came again, more hoarsely this time.
"The shape is growing clearer and clearer, and there is nothing I can do. Frank, I've lost the power to make the sign. I've forfeited all right to the protection of the sign. My soul is corrupt. I've become a priest of the devil. That story. I should not have written that story."
"Show them that you are unafraid," I cried.
I'll try. Oh my God, the shape is—"
I did not wait to hear more. Frantically seizing my hat and coat, I dashed down the stairs and out into the street. As I reached the curb, a dizziness seized me. I clung to a lamp-post to keep from falling, and waved my hand madly at a fleeing taxi. Luckily, the driver saw me. The car stopped, and I staggered out into the street and climbed into it. "Quick!" I shouted. "Take me to 10 Brooklyn Heights." "Yes, sir. Cold night, ain't it?" "Cold?" I shouted. "It will be cold indeed when they get in. It will be cold indeed when they start to—" The driver stared at me in amazement. "That's all right, sir," he said. "We'll get you home all right, sir. Brooklyn Heights, did you say, sir?" "Brooklyn Heights," I groaned, and collapsed against the cushions. As the car raced forward, I tried not to think of the horror that awaited me. I clutched desperately at straws. "It is conceivable," I thought, "that Howard has gone temporarily insane. How could the horror have found him among so many millions of people? It cannot be that they have deliberately sought him out. It cannot be that they would deliberately choose him from among such multitudes. He is too insignificant. All human beings are too insignificant. They would never deliberately angle for human beings. They would never deliberately troll for human beings. But they did seek Henry Wells. And what did Howard say? I have become a priest of the devil. Why not their priest? What if Howard has become their priest on earth? What if his obscene, loathly story has made him their priest? The thought was a nightmare to me, and I put it furiously from me. He will have courage to resist them, I thought. He will show them that he is not afraid. Here we are, sir. Shall I help you in, sir? The car had stopped, and I groaned as I realized that I was about to enter what might prove to be my tomb. I descended to the sidewalk and handed the driver all the change that I possessed. He stared at me in amazement. "You've given me too much," he cried. "Here, sir." But I waved him aside and dashed up the stoop of the house before me. As I fitted a key into the door, I could hear him muttering, "Craziest drunk I ever seen. He gives me $4 to drive him 10 blocks and doesn't want no thanks for nothing." The lower hall was unlighted. I stood at the foot of the stairs and shouted, "I'm here, Howard. Can you come down?" There was no answer. I waited for perhaps 10 seconds, but not a sound came from the room above. "I'm coming up," I shouted in desperation and started to climb the stairs. I was trembling all over. They've got him, I thought. I'm too late. Perhaps I had better not. Great God, what was that? I was unbelievably terrified. There was no mistaking the sounds. In the room above, someone was volubly pleading and crying aloud in agony. Was it Howard's voice that I heard? I caught a few words indistinctly.
"Crawling, crawling, oh, have pity, cold and clearer, crawling, oh, God in heaven."
I had reached the landing, and when the pleadings rose to hoarse shrieks, I fell to my knees and made against my body, and upon the wall beside me, and in the air, the sign. I made the primal sign that had saved us in Mulligan Wood, but this time I made it crudely, not with fire, but with fingers that trembled and caught at my clothes, and I made it without courage or hope, made it darkly, with a conviction that nothing could save me. And then I got up quickly and went on up the stairs. My prayer was that they would take me quickly, that my suffering should be brief under the stars. The door of Howard's room was ajar. By a tremendous effort, I stretched out my hand and grasped the knob. Slowly, I swung it inward. For a moment I saw nothing but the motionless form of Howard lying upon the floor. He was lying upon his back. His knees were drawn up, and he had raised his hands before his face, palms outward, as if to blot out a vision unspeakable. Upon entering the room, I had deliberately, by lowering my eyes, narrowed my range of vision. I saw only the floor and the lower section of the room. I did not want to raise my eyes. I had lowered them in self-protection, because I dreaded what the room held. I did not want to raise my eyes, but there were forces, hideous and obscene powers at work in the room, which I could not resist. I knew that if I looked up, the horror might destroy me, but I had no choice. Slowly, painfully, I raised my eyes and stared across the room. It would have been better, I think, if I had rushed forward immediately and surrendered to the thing that towered there. It would have consumed me in a moment, consumed me utterly. But what does life hold for me now? The vision of that fetid obscenity will come between me and the pleasures of the world as long as I remain in the world. From the ceiling to the floor it towered, and it threw off drooling shafts of light. The light was slimy and unspeakable, a liquid light that dripped and dripped and dripped, like spittle, like the fetid mucus of loathsome slugs. And pierced by the shafts, whirling around and around, were the pages of Howard's story. In the center of the room, between the ceiling and the floor, the pages whirled about, and the loathsome light burned through the sheets, and descending in dripping shafts entered the brain of my poor friend. Into his head the light was pouring in a continuous stream, and above, the master of the light moved slowly back and forth in awful glee. I screamed and covered my eyes with my hands, but still the master moved, back and forth, And still the foul light drooled and oozed and ran and poured into the brain of my friend. And then there came from the mouth of the master a most awful sound. I had forgotten the sign that I had made 3 times below in the darkness. I had forgotten the high and terrible mystery before which all of the invaders were powerless. But when I saw it forming itself in the room, forming itself immaculately with a terrible integrity above the drooling yellow light, I knew that I was saved. I sobbed and fell upon my knees. The fetid light dwindled, and the master shriveled before my eyes. And then from the walls, from the ceiling, from the floor, there leapt flame, a white and cleansing flame that consumed, that devoured, and destroyed forever. But my friend was dead. The Hounds of Tindalos by Frank Belknap Long. 1. "I am glad you came," said Chalmers. He was sitting by the window, and his face was very pale. 2 tall candles guttered at his elbow, and cast a sickly amber light over his long nose and slightly receding chin. Chalmers would have nothing modern about his apartment. He had the soul of a medieval ascetic, and he preferred illuminated manuscripts to automobiles, and leering stone gargoyles to radios and adding machines. As I crossed the room to the settee he had cleared for me, I glanced at his desk and was surprised to discover that he had been studying the mathematical formulae of a celebrated contemporary physicist, and that he had covered many sheets of thin yellow paper with curious geometric designs. "Einstein and John Dee are strange bedfellows," I said, as my gaze wandered from his mathematical charts to the 60 or 70 quaint books that comprised his strange little library. Plotinus and Emmanuel Moscopulus, St. Thomas Aquinas, and Frenicle de Bessy stood elbow to elbow in the sombre ebony bookcase, and chairs, table, and desk were littered with pamphlets about medieval sorcery and witchcraft and black magic, and all of the valiant, glamorous things that the modern world has repudiated. Chalmers smiled engagingly and passed me a Russian cigarette on a curiously carved tray. "We are just discovering now," he said, "that the old alchemists and sorcerers were 2/3 right, and that your modern biologist and materialist is 9/10 wrong." "You have always scoffed at modern science," I said, a little impatiently. "Only at scientific dogmatism," he replied. "I have always been a rebel, a champion of originality and lost causes. That is why I have chosen to repudiate the conclusions of contemporary biologists." "And Einstein?" I asked. "A priest of transcendental mathematics," he murmured reverently. "A profound mystic and explorer of the great suspected." "Then you do not entirely despise science?" "Of course not," he affirmed. "I merely distrust the scientific positivism of the past 50 years, the positivism of Haeckel and Darwin, and of Mr. Bertrand Russell. I believe that biology has failed pitifully to explain the mystery of man's origin and destiny." "Give them time," I retorted. Chalmers' eyes glowed. "My friend," he murmured, "your pun is sublime. Give them time. That is precisely what I would do. But your modern biologist scoffs at time. He has the key, but he refuses to use it. What do we know of time, really? Einstein believes that it is relative, that it can be interpreted in terms of space, of curved space. But must we stop there? When mathematics fails us, can we not advance by insight?" "You are treading on dangerous ground," I replied. "That is a pitfall that your true investigator avoids. That is why modern science has advanced so slowly. It accepts nothing that it cannot demonstrate. But you—" "I would take hashish, opium, all manner of drugs,"
I would emulate the sages of the East, and then perhaps I would apprehend what? The fourth dimension. Theosophical rubbish. Perhaps, but I believe that drugs expand human consciousness. William James agreed with me, and I have discovered a new one. A new drug? It was used centuries ago by Chinese alchemists, but it is virtually unknown in the West. Its occult properties are amazing. With its aid and the aid of my mathematical knowledge, I believe that I can go back through time. I do not understand. Time is merely our imperfect perception of a new dimension of space. Time and motion are both illusions. Everything that has existed from the beginning of the world exists now. Events that occurred centuries ago on this planet continue to exist in another dimension of space. Events that will occur centuries from now exist already. We cannot perceive their existence because we cannot enter the dimension of space that contains them. Human beings as we know them are merely fractions, infinitesimally small fractions of one enormous whole. Every human being is linked with all the life that has preceded him on this planet. All of his ancestors are parts of him. Only time separates him from his forebears, and time is an illusion and does not exist. I think I understand, I murmured. It will be sufficient for my purpose if you can form a vague idea of what I wish to achieve. I wish to strip from my eyes the veils of illusion that time has thrown over them and see the beginning and the end. And you think this new drug will help you? I am sure that it will, and I want you to help me. I intend to take the drug immediately. I cannot wait. I must see. His eyes glittered strangely. I am going back through time. He rose and strode to the mantel. When he faced me again, he was holding a small square box in the palm of his hand. I have here 5 pellets of the drug Lao. It was used by the Chinese philosopher Lao Cha, and while under its influence he visioned Tao. Tao is the most mysterious force in the world. It surrounds and pervades all things. It contains the visible universe and everything that we call reality. He who apprehends the mysteries of Tao sees clearly all that was and will be. Rubbish, I retorted. Tao resembles a great animal, recumbent, motionless, containing in its enormous body all the worlds of our universe, the past, the present, and the future. We see portions of this great monster through a slit, which we call time. With the aid of this drug, I shall enlarge the slit. I shall behold the great figure of life, the great recumbent beast, in its entirety. And what do you wish me to do? Watch, my friend. Watch and take notes. And if I go back too far, you must recall me to reality. You can recall me by shaking me violently. If I appear to be suffering acute physical pain, you must recall me at once. Chalmers, I said, I wish you wouldn't make this experiment. You are taking dreadful risks. I don't believe that there is any fourth dimension, and I emphatically do not believe in Tao, and I don't approve of your experimenting with unknown drugs. I know the properties of this drug, he replied. I know precisely how it affects the human animal, and I know its dangers. The risk does not reside in the drug itself. My only fear is that I may become lost in time. You see, I shall assist the drug. Before I swallow this pellet, I shall give my undivided attention to the geometric and algebraic symbols that I have traced on this paper. He raised the mathematical chart that rested on his knee. I shall prepare my mind for an excursion into time. I shall approach the fourth dimension with my conscious mind before I take the drug which will enable me to exercise occult powers of perception. Before I enter the dream world of the Eastern mystics, I shall acquire all of the mathematical help that modern science can offer. This mathematical knowledge, this conscious approach to an actual apprehension of the fourth dimension of time will supplement the work of the drug. The drug will open up stupendous new vistas. The mathematical preparation will enable me to grasp them intellectually. I have often grasped the fourth dimension in dreams, emotionally, intuitively, but I have never been able to recall, in waking life, the occult splendors that were momentarily revealed to me. But with your aid, I believe that I can recall them. You will take down everything that I say under the influence of the drug. No matter how strange or incoherent my speech may become, you will omit nothing. When I awake, I may be able to supply the key to whatever is mysterious or incredible. I am not sure that I shall succeed, but if I do succeed—" His eyes were strangely luminous. "Time will exist for me no longer." He sat down abruptly. "I shall make the experiment at once. Please stand over there by the window and watch. Have you a fountain pen?" I nodded gloomily, and removed a pale green waterman from my upper vest pocket. "And a pad, Frank?" I groaned and produced a memorandum book. "I emphatically disapprove of this experiment," I muttered. "You're taking a frightful risk." "Don't be an asinine old woman," he admonished. "Nothing that you can say will induce me to stop now. I entreat you to remain silent while I study these charts." He raised the charts and studied them intently. I watched the clock on the mantel as it ticked out the seconds, and a curious dread clutched at my heart so that I choked. Suddenly, the clock stopped ticking, and exactly at that moment, Chalmers swallowed the drug. I rose quickly and moved toward him, but his eyes implored me not to interfere. "The clock has stopped," he murmured. "The forces that control it approve of my experiment. Time stopped, and I swallowed the drug. I pray God that I shall not lose my way." He closed his eyes and leaned back on the sofa. All of the blood had left his face, and he was breathing heavily. It was clear that the drug was acting with extraordinary rapidity. "It is beginning to get dark," he murmured. "Write that. It is beginning to get dark, and the familiar objects in the room are fading out. I can discern them vaguely through my eyelids, but they are fading swiftly." I shook my pen to make the ink come, and wrote rapidly in shorthand as he continued to dictate. "I am leaving the room. The walls are vanishing, and I can no longer see any of the familiar objects. Your face, though, is still visible to me. I hope that you are writing. I think that I am about to make a great leap, a leap through space, or perhaps it is through time that I shall make the leap. I cannot tell. Everything is dark, indistinct." He sat for a while silent, with his head sunk upon his breast. Then suddenly he stiffened, and his eyelids fluttered open. "God in heaven!" he cried. "I see!" He was straining forward in his chair, staring at the opposite wall, but I knew that he was looking beyond the wall, and that the objects in the room no longer existed for him. "Chalmers!" I cried. "Chalmers, shall I wake you?" "Do not!" he shrieked. "I see everything. All of the billions of lives that preceded me on this planet are before me at this moment. I see men of all ages, all races, all colors. They are fighting, killing, building, dancing, singing. They are sitting about rude fires on lonely grey deserts and flying through the air in monoplanes. They are riding the seas in bark canoes and enormous steamships. They are painting bison and mammoths on the walls of dismal caves and covering huge canvases with queer futuristic designs. I watch the migrations from Atlantis. I watch the migrations from Lemuria. I see the elder races, a strange horde of black dwarfs overwhelming Asia, and the Neanderthalers with lowered heads and bent knees ranging obscenely across Europe. I watch the Achaeans streaming into the Greek islands, and the crude beginnings of Hellenic culture. I am in Athens, and Pericles is young. I am standing on the soil of Italy. I assist in the rape of the Sabines. I march with the imperial legions. I tremble with awe and wonder as the enormous standards go by, and the ground shakes with the tread of the victorious Hastati. 1,000 naked slaves grovel before me as I pass in a litter of gold and ivory drawn by night-black oxen from Thebes, and the flower girls scream, "Ave Caesar," as I nod and smile. I am myself a slave on a Moorish galley. I watch the erection of a great cathedral. Stone by stone it rises, and through months and years I stand and watch each stone as it falls into place. I am burned on a cross, head downward in the time-scented gardens of Nero, and I watch with amusement and scorn the torturers at work in the chambers of the Inquisition. I walk in the holiest sanctuaries. I enter the temples of Venus. I kneel in adoration before the Magna Mater, and I throw coins on the bare knees of the sacred courtesans who sit with veiled faces in the groves of Babylon. I creep into an Elizabethan theatre, and with the stinking rabble about me, I applaud the Merchant of Venice. I walk with Dante through the narrow streets of Florence. I meet the young Beatrice, and the hem of her garment brushes my sandals as I stare enraptured. I am a priest of Isis, and my magic astounds the nations. Simon Magus kneels before me, imploring my assistance, and Pharaoh trembles when I approach. In India, I talk with the masters and run screaming from their presence, for their revelations are a salt on wounds that bleed. I perceive everything simultaneously. I perceive everything from all sides. I am a part of all the teeming billions about me. I exist in all men, and all men exist in me. I perceive the whole of human history in a single instant, the past and the present. By simply straining, I can see farther and farther back. Now I am going back through strange curves and angles. Angles and curves multiply about me. I perceive great segments of time through curves. There is curved time and angular time. The beings that exist in angular time cannot enter curved time. It is very strange. I am going back and back. Man has disappeared from the earth. Gigantic reptiles crouch beneath enormous palms and swim through the loathly black waters of dismal lakes. Now the reptiles have disappeared. No animals remain upon the land, but beneath the waters, plainly visible to me, dark forms move slowly over the rotting vegetation. The forms are becoming simpler and simpler. Now they are single cells. All about me there are angles, strange angles that have no counterparts on the earth. I am desperately afraid. There is an abyss of being which man has never fathomed. I stared. Chalmers had risen to his feet, and he was gesticulating helplessly with his arms. I am passing through unearthly angles. I am approaching. Oh, the burning horror of it! Chalmers, I cried, do you wish me to interfere? He brought his right hand quickly before his face, as though to shut out a vision unspeakable. Not yet, he cried. I will go on. I will see what lies beyond. A cold sweat streamed from his forehead, and his shoulders jerked spasmodically. Beyond life there are. His face grew ashen with terror. Things I cannot distinguish. They move slowly through angles. They have no bodies. They move slowly through outrageous angles. It was then that I became aware of the odor in the room. It was a pungent, indescribable odor, so nauseous that I could scarcely endure it. I stepped quickly to the window and threw it open. When I returned to Chalmers and looked into his eyes, I nearly fainted. I think they have scented me, he shrieked. They are slowly turning toward me. He was trembling horribly. For a moment he clawed at the air with his hands. Then his legs gave way beneath him, and he fell forward on his face, slobbering and moaning. I watched him in silence as he dragged himself across the floor. He was no longer a man. His teeth were bared, and saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. Chalmers! I cried. Chalmers, stop it! Stop it! Do you hear? As if in reply to my appeal, he commenced to utter hoarse, convulsive sounds, which resembled nothing so much as the barking of a dog, and began a sort of hideous writhing in a circle about the room. I bent and seized him by the shoulders. Violently, desperately, I shook him. He turned his head and snapped at my wrist. I was sick with horror, but I dared not release him for fear that he would destroy himself in a paroxysm of rage. Chalmers, I muttered, you must stop that. There is nothing in this room that can harm you. Do you understand? I continued to shake and admonish him, and gradually the madness died out of his face. Shivering convulsively, he crumpled into a grotesque heap on the Chinese rug. I carried him to the sofa and deposited him upon it. His features were twisted in pain, and I knew that he was still struggling dumbly to escape from abominable memories. Whiskey, he muttered. You'll find a flask in the cabinet by the window, upper left, and drawer." When I handed him the flask, his fingers tightened about it until the knuckles showed blue. "They nearly got me," he gasped. He drained the stimulant in immoderate gulps, and gradually the color crept back into his face. "That drug was the very devil," I murmured. "It wasn't the drug," he moaned. His eyes no longer glared insanely, but he still wore the look of a lost soul. "They scented me in time," he moaned. "I went too far." "What were they like?" I said, to humor him. He leaned forward and gripped my arm. He was shivering horribly. "No words in our language can describe them," he spoke in a hoarse whisper. "They are symbolized vaguely in the myth of the fall, and in an obscene form which is occasionally found engraved on ancient tablets. The Greeks had a name for them, which veiled their essential foulness. The tree, the snake, and the apple. These are the vague symbols of a most awful mystery." His voice had risen to a scream. Frank, a terrible and unspeakable deed was done in the beginning, before time, the deed, and from the deed." He had risen and was hysterically pacing the room. "The seeds of the deed move through angles in dim recesses of time. They are hungry and athirst." "Chalmers," I pleaded to quiet him, "we are living in the 3rd decade of the 20th century. "They are lean and athirst," he shrieked. "The Hounds of Tindalos." "Chalmers, shall I phone for a physician?" "A physician cannot help me now. They are horrors of the soul, and yet—" He hid his face in his hands and groaned. "They are real, Frank. I saw them for a ghastly moment. For a moment I stood on the other side. I stood on the pale grey shores beyond time and space, in an awful light that was not light, in a silence that shrieked. I saw them. All the evil in the universe was concentrated in their lean, hungry bodies. Or had they bodies? I saw them only for a moment. I cannot be certain, but I heard them breathe. Indescribably for a moment I felt their breath upon my face. They turned toward me, and I fled screaming. In a single moment, I fled screaming through time. I fled down quintillions of years. But they scented me. Men awake in them, cosmic hungers. We have escaped momentarily from the foulness that rings them round. They thirst for that in us which is clean, which emerged from the deed without stain. There is a part of us which did not partake in the deed, and that they hate. But do not imagine that they are literally prosaically evil. They are beyond good and evil as we know it. They are that which in the beginning fell away from cleanliness. Through the deed they became bodies of death, receptacles of all foulness. But they are not evil in our sense, because in the spheres through which they move there is no thought, no morals, no right or wrong as we understand it. There is merely the pure and the foul. The foul expresses itself through angles, the pure through curves. Man, the pure part of him, is descended from a curve. Do not laugh. I mean that literally. I rose and searched for my hat. "I'm dreadfully sorry for you, Chalmers," I said as I walked toward the door. "But I don't intend to stay and listen to such gibberish. I'll send my physician to see you. He's an elderly, kindly chap, and he won't be offended if you tell him to go to the devil, but I hope you'll respect his advice. A week's rest in a good sanitarium should benefit you immeasurably." I heard him laughing as I descended the stairs, but his laughter was so utterly mirthless that it moved me to tears. 2. When Chalmers phoned the following morning, my first impulse was to hang up the receiver immediately. His request was so unusual, and his voice was so wildly hysterical, that I feared any further association with him would result in the impairment of my own sanity. But I could not doubt the genuineness of his misery, and when he broke down completely, and I heard him sobbing over the wire, I decided to comply with his request. "Very well," I said. "I will come over immediately and bring the plaster."
En route to Chalmers's home, I stopped at a hardware store and purchased 20 pounds of plaster of Paris. When I entered my friend's room, he was crouching by the window, watching the opposite wall out of eyes that were feverish with fright. When he saw me, he rose and seized the parcel containing the plaster with an avidity that amazed and horrified me. He had extruded all of the furniture, and the room presented a desolate appearance.
"It is just conceivable that we can thwart them," he exclaimed. "But we must work rapidly. Frank, there is a stepladder in the hall. Bring it here immediately, and then fetch a pail of water."
"What for?" I murmured. He turned sharply, and there was a rush on his face.
"To mix the plaster, you fool!" he cried. "To mix the plaster that will save our bodies and souls from a contamination unmentionable. To mix the plaster that will save the world from... Frank, they must be kept out."
"Who?" I murmured.
"The Hounds of Tindalos,"
he muttered.
"They can only reach us through angles. We must eliminate all angles from this room. I shall plaster up all of the corners, all of the crevices. We must make this room resemble the interior of a sphere."
I knew that it would have been useless to argue with him. I fetched the stepladder. Chalmers mixed the plaster, and for 3 hours we labored. We filled in the 4 corners of the wall and the intersections of the floor and wall and the wall and ceiling, and we rounded the sharp angles of the window seat.
"I shall remain in this room until they return in time,"
he affirmed when our task was completed.
"When they discover that the scent leads through curves, they will return. They will return ravenous and snarling, and unsatisfied to the foulness that was in the beginning, before time, beyond space."
He nodded graciously and lit a cigarette.
"It was good of you to help," he said.
"Will you not see a physician, Chalmers?" I pleaded.
"Perhaps tomorrow," he murmured. "But now I must watch and wait."
"Wait for what?" I urged. Chalmers smiled wanly.
"I know that you think me insane," he said. "You have a shrewd but prosaic mind, and you cannot conceive of an entity that does not depend for its existence on force and matter. But did it ever occur to you, my friend, that force and matter are merely the barriers to perception imposed by time and space? When one knows, as I do, that time and space are identical, and that they are both deceptive because they are merely imperfect manifestations of a higher reality, one no longer seeks in the visible world for an explanation of the mystery and terror of being."
I rose and walked toward the door.
"Forgive me," he cried. "I did not mean to offend you. You have a superlative intellect, but I have a superhuman one. It is only natural that I should be aware of your limitations."
"Phone if you need me," I said, and descended the stairs 2 steps at a time. "I'll send my physician over at once," I muttered to myself. "He's a hopeless maniac, and heaven knows what will happen if someone doesn't take charge of him immediately." 3. The following is a condensation of 2 announcements which appeared in the Partridgeville Gazette for July 5th, 1928. Earthquake shakes financial district. At 2 o'clock this morning, an earth tremor of unusual severity broke several plate glass windows in Central Square and completely disorganized the electric and street railway systems. The tremor was felt in the outlying districts, and the steeple of the First Baptist Church on Angel Hill, designed by Christopher Wren in 1717, was entirely demolished. Firemen are now attempting to put out a blaze which threatens to destroy the Partridgeville glue works. An investigation is promised by the mayor, and an immediate attempt will be made to fix responsibility for this disastrous occurrence. Occult writer murdered by unknown guest. Horrible crime in Central Square. Mystery surrounds death of Halpin Chalmers. At 9 a.m. today, the body of Halpin Chalmers, author and journalist, was found in an empty room above the jewelry store of Smithick and Isaacs, 24 Central Square. The coroner's investigation revealed that the room had been rented furnished to Mr. Chalmers on May 1st, and that he had himself disposed of the furniture a fortnight ago. Chalmers was the author of several recondite books on occult themes and a member of the Bibliographic Guild. He formerly resided in Brooklyn, New York. At 7 a.m., Mr. L.E. Hancock, who occupies the apartment opposite Chalmers's room in the Smithick and Isaacs establishment, smelt a peculiar odor when he opened his door to take in his cat and the morning edition of the Partridgeville Gazette. The odor he describes as extremely acrid and nauseous, and he affirms that it was so strong in the vicinity of Chalmers's room that he was obliged to hold his nose when he approached that section of the hall. He was about to return to his own apartment when it occurred to him that Chalmers might have accidentally forgotten to turn off the gas in his kitchenette. Becoming considerable, alarmed at the thought, he decided to investigate, and when repeated tappings on Chalmers's door brought no response, he notified the superintendent. The latter opened the door by means of a pass-key, and the two men quickly made their way into Chalmers's room. The room was utterly destitute of furniture, and Hancock asserts that when he first glanced at the floor, his heart went cold within him, and that the superintendent, without saying a word, walked to the open window and stared at the building opposite for fully 5 minutes. Chalmers lay stretched upon his back in the center of the room. He was starkly nude, and his chest and arms were covered with a peculiar bluish pus or ichor. His head lay grotesquely upon his chest. It had been completely severed from his body, and the features were twisted and torn and horribly mangled. Nowhere was there a trace of blood. The room presented a most astonishing appearance. The intersections of the walls, ceiling, and floor had been thickly smeared with plaster of Paris, but at intervals fragments had cracked and fallen off, and someone had grouped these upon the floor about the murdered man so as to form a perfect triangle. Beside the body were several sheets of charred yellow paper. These bore fantastic geometric designs and symbols, and several hastily scrawled sentences. The sentences were almost illegible and so absurd in content that they furnished no possible clue to the perpetrator of the crime. "I am waiting and watching," Chalmers wrote. "I sit by the window and watch walls and ceiling. I do not believe they can reach me, but I must beware of the doles. Perhaps they can help them break through. The satyrs will help, and they can advance through the scarlet circles. The Greeks knew a way of preventing that. It is a great pity that we have forgotten so much." On another sheet of paper, the most badly charred of the 7 or 8 fragments found by Detective Sergeant Douglas of the Partridgeville Reserve, was scrawled the following: "Good God! The plaster is falling! A terrific shock has loosened the plaster, and it is falling. An earthquake, perhaps. I never could have anticipated this. It is growing dark in the room. I must phone Frank, but can he get here in time? I will try. I will recite the Einstein formula. I will... God! They are breaking through! They are breaking through! Smoke is pouring from the corners of the wall! Their tongues... Ah!" In the opinion of Detective Sergeant Douglas, Chalmers was poisoned by some obscure chemical. He has sent specimens of the strange blue slime found on Chalmers's body to the Partridgeville Chemical Laboratories, and he expects the report will shed new light on one of the most mysterious crimes of recent years. That Chalmers entertained a guest on the evening preceding the earthquake is certain, for his neighbor distinctly heard a low murmur of conversation in the former's room as he passed it on his way to the stairs. Suspicion points strongly to this unknown visitor, and the police are diligently endeavoring to discover his identity. 4. Report of James Morton, chemist and bacteriologist. My dear Mr. Douglas, the fluid sent to me for analysis is the most peculiar that I have ever examined. It resembles living protoplasm, but it lacks the peculiar substances known as enzymes. Enzymes catalyze the chemical reactions occurring in living cells, and when the cell dies, they cause it to disintegrate by hydrolyzation. Without enzymes, protoplasm should possess enduring vitality, i.e., immortality. Enzymes are the negative components, so to speak, of unicellular organisms, which is the basis of all life. That living matter can exist without enzymes, biologists emphatically deny, and yet the substance that you have sent me is alive, and it lacks these indispensable bodies. Good God, sir, do you realize what astounding new vistas this opens up?
5. Excerpt from The Secret Watchers by the late Halpin Chalmers. What if, parallel to the life we know, there is another life that does not die, which lacks the elements that destroy our life? Perhaps in another dimension there is a different force from that which generates our life. Perhaps this force emits energy, or something similar to energy, which passes from the unknown dimension where it is and creates a new form of cell life in our dimension. No one knows that such new cell life does exist in our dimension. But I have seen its manifestations. I have talked with them. In my room at night I have talked with the doles, and in dreams I have seen their maker. I have stood on the dim shore beyond time and matter and seen it. It moves through strange curves and outrageous angles. Someday I shall travel in time and meet it face to face.
Clark Ashton Smith was another member of the original Lovecraft circle, contributing a number of stories to the Mythos. Here, we present 6 stories, published between 1931 and 1935. Among them, A Dark Tale of the Necronomicon, the first appearance of Smith's very own Old One, Sathagua, and Ubbo-Sathla, a creature purported to be the source of all life on Earth.
The Return of the Sorcerer by Clark Ashton Smith. I had been out of work for several months, and my savings were perilously near the vanishing point. Therefore, I was naturally elated when I received from John Carnby a favourable answer, inviting me to present my qualifications in person. Carnby had advertised for a secretary, stipulating that all applicants must offer a preliminary statement of their capacities by letter, and I had written in response to the advertisement. Carnby, no doubt, was a scholarly recluse who felt averse to contact with a long waiting list of strangers, and he had chosen this manner of weeding out beforehand many, if not all, of those who were ineligible. He had specified his requirements fully and succinctly, and these were of such nature as to bar even the average well-educated person. A knowledge of Arabic was necessary, among other things, and luckily I had acquired a certain degree of scholarship in this unusual tongue. I found the address, of whose location I had formed only a vague idea, at the end of a hilltop avenue in the suburbs of Oakland. It was a large, 2-story house, overshaded by ancient oaks and dark with a mantling of unchecked ivy, among hedges of unpruned privet and shrubbery that had gone wild for many years. It was separated from its neighbours by a vacant, weed-grown lot on one side, and a tangle of vines and trees on the other, surrounding the black ruins of a burnt mansion. Even apart from its air of long neglect, there was something drear and dismal about the place, something that inhered in the ivy-blurred outlines of the house, in the furtive, shadowy windows, and the very forms of the misshapen oaks and oddly sprawling shrubbery. Somehow my elation became a trifle less exuberant as I entered the grounds and followed an unswept path to the front door. When I found myself in the presence of John Carnby, my jubilation was still somewhat further diminished, though I could not have given a tangible reason for the premonitory chill, the dull, sombre feeling of alarm that I experienced, and the leaden sinking of my spirits. Perhaps it was the dark library in which he received me, as much as the man himself, a room whose musty shadows could never have been wholly dissipated by sun or lamplight. Indeed, it must have been this, for John Carnby himself was very much the sort of person I had pictured him to be. He had all the earmarks of the lonely scholar who has devoted patient years to some line of erudite research. He was thin and bent, with a massive forehead and a mane of grizzled hair, and the pallor of the library was on his hollow,
clean-shaven cheeks. But coupled with this, there was a nerve-shattered air, a fearful shrinking that was more than the normal shyness of a recluse, and an unceasing apprehensiveness that betrayed itself in every glance of his dark-ringed, feverish eyes, and every movement of his bony hands. In all likelihood, his health had been seriously impaired by over-application, and I could not help but wonder at the nature of the studies that had made him a tremulous wreck. But there was something about him, perhaps the width of his bowed shoulders, and the bold aquilinity of his facial outlines, which gave the impression of great former strength, and a vigor not yet wholly exhausted. His voice was unexpectedly deep and sonorous. "I think you will do, Mr. Ogden," he said, after a few formal questions, most of which related to my linguistic knowledge, and in particular my mastery of Arabic. "Your labors will not be very heavy, but I want someone who can be on hand at any time required. Therefore you must live with me. I can give you a comfortable room, and I guarantee that my cooking will not poison you. I often work at night, and I hope you will not find the irregular hours too disagreeable." No doubt I should have been overjoyed at this assurance that the secretarial position was to be mine. Instead, I was aware of a dim, unreasoning reluctance, and an obscure forewarning of evil, as I thanked John Carnby and told him that I was ready to move in whenever he desired. He appeared to be greatly pleased, and the queer apprehensiveness went out of his manner for a moment. "Come immediately, this very afternoon, if you can," he said. "I shall be very glad to have you, and the sooner the better. I've been living entirely alone for some time, and I must confess that the solitude is beginning to pall upon me. Also, I've been retarded in my labors for lack of the proper help. My brother used to live with me and assist me, but he has gone away on a long trip." I returned to my downtown lodgings, paid my rent with the last few dollars that remained to me, packed my belongings, and in less than an hour was back at my new employer's home. He assigned me a room on the second floor, which, though unaired and dusty, was more than luxurious in comparison with the hall bedroom that failing funds had compelled me to inhabit for some time past. Then he took me to his own study, which was on the same floor at the further end of the hall. Here, he explained to me, most of my future work would be done. I could hardly restrain an exclamation of surprise as I viewed the interior of this chamber. It was very much as I should have imagined the den of some old sorcerer to be. There were tables strewn with archaic instruments of doubtful use, with astrological charts, with skulls and alembics and crystals, with censers such as are used in the Catholic Church, and volumes bound in worm-eaten leather with verdigris mottled clasps. In one corner stood the skeleton of a large ape, in another a human skeleton, and overhead a stuffed crocodile was suspended. There were cases overpiled with books, and even a cursory glance at the title showed me that they formed a singularly comprehensive collection of ancient and modern works on demonology and the black arts. There were some weird paintings and etchings on the walls, dealing with kindred themes, and the whole atmosphere of the room exhaled a medley of half-forgotten superstitions. Ordinarily, I would have smiled if confronted with such things, but somehow in this lonely, dismal house, beside the neurotic, hag-ridden Carnby, it was difficult for me to repress an actual shudder. On one of the tables, contrasting incongruously with this melange of medievalism and Satanism, there stood a typewriter, surrounded with piles of disorderly manuscript. At one end of the room there was a small curtained alcove with a bed, in which Carnby slept. At the end opposite the alcove, between the human and simian skeletons, I perceived a locked cupboard that was set in the wall. Carnby had noted my surprise, and was watching me with a keen, analytic expression which I found impossible to fathom. He began to speak, in explanatory tones. "I have made a life study of demonism and sorcery," he declared. "It is a fascinating field, and one that is singularly neglected. I am now preparing a monograph in which I am trying to correlate the magical practices and demon worship of every known age and people.
Your labors, at least for a while, will consist in typing and arranging the voluminous preliminary notes which I have made, and in helping me to track down other references and correspondences. Your knowledge of Arabic will be invaluable to me, for I am none too well grounded in this language myself, and I am depending for certain essential data on a copy of the Necronomicon in the original Arabic text. I have reason to think there are certain omissions and erroneous renderings in the Latin version of Olaus Wormius. I had heard of this rare, well-high, fabulous volume, but had never seen it. The book was supposed to contain the ultimate secrets of evil and forbidden knowledge, and, moreover, the original text, written by the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred, was said to be unprocurable. I wondered how it had come into Carnby's possession. "I'll show you the volume after dinner," Carnby went on. "You will doubtless be able to elucidate one or two passages that have long puzzled me." The evening meal, cooked and served by my employer himself, was a welcome change from cheap restaurant fare. Carnby seemed to have lost a good deal of his nervousness. He was very talkative, and even began to exhibit a certain scholarly gaiety after we had shared a bottle of mellow Sauterne. Still, with no manifest reason, I was troubled by intimations and forebodings which I could neither analyze nor trace to their rightful source. We returned to the study, and Carnby brought out from a locked drawer the volume of which he had spoken. It was enormously old, and was bound in ebony covers arabesqued with silver and set with darkly glowing garnets. When I opened the yellowing pages, I drew back with involuntary revulsion at the odour which arose from them, an odour that was more than suggestive of physical decay, as if the book had lain among corpses in some forgotten graveyard, and had taken on the taint of dissolution. Carnby's eyes were burning with a fevered light as he took the old manuscript from my hands and turned to a page near the middle. He indicated a certain passage with his lean forefinger. "Tell me what you make of this," he said in a tense, excited whisper. I deciphered the paragraph, slowly and with some difficulty, and wrote down a rough English version with the pad and pencil which Carnby offered me. Then, at his request, I read it aloud. "It is verily known by few, but is nevertheless no attestable fact, that the will of a dead sorcerer hath power upon his own body, and can raise it up from the tomb, and perform therewith whatever action was unfulfilled in life. And such resurrections are invariably for the doing of malevolent deeds, and for the detriment of others. Most readily can the corpse be animated if all its members have remained intact, and yet there are cases in which the excelling will of the wizard hath reared up from death the sundered pieces of a body hewn in many fragments, and hath caused them to serve his end, either separately or in a temporary reunion. But in every instance, after the action hath been completed, the body lapseth into its former state." Of course, all this was arrant gibberish. Probably it was the strange, unhealthy look of utter absorption with which my employer listened, more than that damnable passage from the Necronomicon which caused my nervousness and made me start violently when, toward the end of my reading, I heard an indescribable slithering noise in the hall outside. But when I finished the paragraph and looked up at Carnby, I was more startled by the expression of stark, staring fear which his features had assumed, an expression as of one who is haunted by some hellish phantom. Somehow I got the feeling that he was listening to that odd noise in the hallway, rather than to my translation of Abdul al-Hazred. "The house is full of rats," he explained, as he caught my inquiring glance. "I have never been able to get rid of them, with all my efforts." The noise, which still continued, was that which a rat might make in dragging some object slowly along the floor. It seemed to draw closer, to approach the door of Carnby's room, and then, after an intermission, it began to move again and receded. My employer's agitation was marked. He listened with fearful intentness and seemed to follow the progress of the sound with a terror that mounted as it drew near and decreased a little with its recession. "I am very nervous," he said. I have worked too hard lately, and this is the result. Even a little noise upsets me."
The sound had now died away somewhere in the house. Carnby appeared to recover himself in a measure.
"Will you please reread your translation?" he requested. "I want to follow it very carefully, word by word."
I obeyed. He listened with the same look of unholy absorption as before, and this time we were not interrupted by any noises in the hallway. Carnby's face grew paler, as if the last remnant of blood had been drained from it, when I read the final sentences, and the fire in his hollow eyes was like phosphorescence in a deep vault.
"That is a most remarkable passage," he commented. "I was doubtful about its meaning, with my imperfect Arabic, and I have found that the passage is wholly omitted in the Latin of Olaus Wormius. Thank you for your scholarly rendering. You have certainly cleared it up for me."
His tone was dry and formal, as if he were repressing himself and holding back a world of unsurmisable thoughts and emotions. Somehow I felt that Carnby was more nervous and upset than ever, and also that my rendering from the Necronomicon had in some mysterious manner contributed to his perturbation. He wore a ghastly, brooding expression, as if his mind were busy with some unwelcome and forbidden theme. However, seeming to collect himself, he asked me to translate another passage. This turned out to be a singular incantatory formula for the exorcism of the dead, with a ritual that involved the use of rare Arabian spices and the proper intoning of at least 100 names of ghouls and demons. I copied it all out for Carnby, who studied it for a long time with a rapt eagerness that was more than scholarly.
"That, too," he observed, "is not in Olaus Wormius."
After perusing it again, he folded the paper carefully and put it away in the same drawer from which he had taken the Necronomicon. That evening was one of the strangest I have ever spent. As we sat for hour after hour discussing renditions from that unhallowed volume, I came to know more and more definitely that my employer was mortally afraid of something, that he dreaded being alone and was keeping me with him on this account rather than for any other reason. Always he seemed to be waiting and listening with a painful, tortured expectation, and I saw that he gave only a mechanical awareness to much that was said. Among the weird appurtenances of the room, in that atmosphere of unmanifested evil, of untold horror, the rational part of my mind began to succumb slowly to a recrudescence of dark ancestral fears. A scorner of such things in my normal moments, I was now ready to believe in the most baleful creations of superstitious fancy. No doubt, by some process of mental contagion, I had caught the hidden terror from which Carnby suffered. By no word or syllable, however, did the man admit the actual feelings that were evident in his demeanour, but he spoke repeatedly of a nervous ailment. More than once during our discussion, he sought to imply that his interest in the supernatural and the satanic was wholly intellectual, that he, like myself, was without personal belief in such things. Yet I knew infallibly that his implications were false, that he was driven and obsessed by a real faith in all that he pretended to view with scientific detachment, and had doubtless been a victim to some imaginary horror entailed by his occult researches. But my intuition afforded me no clue to the actual nature of this horror. There was no repetition of the sounds that had been so disturbing to my employer. We must have sat till after midnight with the writings of the mad Arab open before us. At last Carnby seemed to realize the lateness of the hour.
"I fear I have kept you up too long," he said apologetically. "You must go and get some sleep. I am selfish, and I forget that such hours are not habitual to others, as they are to me."
I made the formal denial of his self-impeachment which courtesy required, said good night, and sought my own chamber with a feeling of intense relief. It seemed to me that I would leave behind me in Carnby's room all the shadowy fear and depression to which I had been subjected. Only one light was burning in the long passage. It was near Carnby's door, and my own door at the further end, close to the stairhead, was in deep shadow. As I groped for the knob, I heard a noise behind me, and turned to see in the gloom a small, indistinct body that sprang from the hall landing to the top stair, disappearing from view. I was horribly startled, for even in that vague, fleeting glimpse, the thing was much too pale for a rat, and its form was not at all suggestive of an animal. I could not have sworn what it was, but the outlines had seemed unmentionably monstrous. I stood, trembling violently in every limb, and heard on the stairs a singular bumping sound like the fall of an object rolling downward from step to step. The sound was repeated at regular intervals, and finally ceased. If the safety of the soul and body had depended upon it, I could not have turned on the stairlight, nor could I have gone to the top steps to ascertain the agency of that unnatural bumping. Anyone else, it might seem, would have done this. Instead, after a moment of virtual petrifaction, I entered my room, locked the door, and went to bed in a turmoil of unresolved doubt and equivocal terror. I felt the light burning. I lay awake for hours, expecting momentarily a recurrence of that abominable sound. But the house was as silent as a morgue, and I heard nothing. At length, in spite of my anticipations to the contrary, I fell asleep, and did not awake until after many sodden, dreamless hours. It was 10 o'clock, as my watch informed me. I wondered whether my employer had left me undisturbed through thoughtfulness, or had not arisen himself. I dressed and went downstairs, to find him waiting at the breakfast table. He was paler and more tremulous than ever, as if he had slept badly. "I hope the rats didn't annoy you too much," he remarked after a preliminary greeting. "Something really must be done about them." "I didn't notice them at all," I replied. Somehow it was utterly impossible for me to mention the queer, ambiguous thing which I had seen and heard on retiring the night before. Doubtless I had been mistaken. Doubtless it had been merely a rat after all, dragging something down the stairs. I tried to forget the hideously repeated noise and the momentary flash of unthinkable outlines in the gloom. My employer eyed me with uncanny sharpness, as if he sought to penetrate my inmost mind. Breakfast was a dismal affair, and the day that followed was no less dreary. Carnby isolated himself till the middle of the afternoon, and I was left to my own devices in the well-supplied but conventional library downstairs. What Carnby was doing alone in his room I could not surmise, but I thought more than once that I heard the faint, monotonous intonations of a solemn voice. Horror-breeding hints and noisome intuitions invaded my brain. More and more the atmosphere of that house enveloped and stifled me with poisonous miasmal mystery, and I felt everywhere the invisible brooding of malignant incubi. It was almost a relief when my employer summoned me to his study. Entering, I noticed that the air was full of a pungent, aromatic smell, and was touched by the vanishing coils of a blue vapor, as if from the burning of oriental gums and spices in the church censers. An Ispahan rug had been moved from its position near the wall to the center of the room, but was not sufficient to cover entirely a curving violet mark that suggested the drawing of a magic circle on the floor. No doubt Carnby had been performing some sort of incantation, and I thought of the awesome formula I had translated at his request. However, he did not offer any explanation of what he had been doing. His manner had changed remarkably, and was more controlled and confident than at any former time. In a fashion almost businesslike, he laid before me a pile of manuscript which he wanted me to type for him. The familiar click of the keys aided me somewhat in dismissing any apprehensions of vague evil, and I could almost smile at the recherche and terrific information comprised in my employer's notes, which dealt mainly with formulae for the acquisition of unlawful power. But still, beneath my reassurance there was a vague, lingering disquietude. Evening came, and after our meal we returned again to the study. There was a tenseness in Carnby's manner now, as if he were eagerly awaiting the result of some hidden test. I went on with my work, but some of his emotion communicated itself to me, and ever and anon I caught myself in an attitude of strained listening. At last, above the click of the keys, I heard the peculiar slithering in the hall. Carnby had heard it too, and his confident look utterly vanished, giving place to the most pitiable fear. The sound drew nearer, and was followed by a dull, dragging noise, and then by more sounds of an unidentifiable slithering and scuttling nature that varied in loudness. The hall was seemingly full of them, as if a whole army of rats were hauling some carrion booty along the floor. And yet no rodent or number of rodents could have made such sounds, or could have moved anything so heavy as the object which came behind the rest. There was something in the character of those noises, something without name or definition, which caused a slowly creeping chill to invade my spine. "Good Lord, what is all that racket?" I cried. "The rats! I tell you it is only the rats." Carnby's voice was a high, hysterical shriek. A moment later, there came an unmistakable knocking on the door near the sill. At the same time, I heard a heavy thudding in the locked cupboard at the further end of the room. Carnby had been standing erect, but now he sank limply into a chair. His features were ashen, and his look was almost maniacal with fright. The nightmare doubt and tension became unbearable, and I ran to the door and flung it open, in spite of a frantic remonstrance from my employer. I had no idea what I should find as I stepped across the sill into the dim-lit hall. When I looked down and saw the thing on which I had almost trodden, my feeling was one of sick amazement and actual nausea. It was a human hand, which had been severed at the wrist, a bony, bluish hand like that of a week-old corpse, with garden mould on the fingers and under the long nails. The damnable thing had moved. It had drawn back to avoid me, and was crawling along the passage somewhat in the manner of a crab. And following it with my gaze, I saw that there were other things beyond it, one of which I recognized as a man's foot and another as a forearm. I dared not look at the rest. All were moving slowly, hideously away in a charnel procession, and I cannot describe the fashion in which they moved, their individual vitality horrifying beyond endurance. It was more than the vitality of life, yet the air was laden with a carrion taint. I averted my eyes and stepped back into Carnby's room, closing the door behind me with a shaking hand. Carnby was at my side with the key, which he turned in the lock with palsy-stricken fingers that had become as feeble as those of an old man. You saw them?" he asked in a dry, quavering whisper. "In God's name, what does it all mean?" I cried. Carnby went back to his chair, tottering a little with weakness. His lineaments were agonized by the gnawing of some inward horror, and he shook visibly like an ague patient. I sat down in a chair beside him, and he began to stammer forth his unbelievable confession, half incoherently, with inconsequential mouthings and many breaks and pauses. "He is stronger than I am, even in death, even with his body dismembered by the surgeon's knife and sword that I used. I thought he could not return after that, after I had buried the portions in a dozen different places, in the cellar, beneath the shrubs, at the foot of the ivy vines. But the Necronomicon is right, and Helman Carnby knew it. He warned me before I killed him. He told me he could return, even in that condition. But I did not believe him. I hated Helman, and he hated me too. He had attained to higher power and knowledge, and was more favored by the Dark Ones than I. That was why I killed him. My own twin brother, and my brother in the service of Satan and of those who were before Satan. We had studied together for many years. We had celebrated the Black Mass together, and we were attended by the same familiars. But Helman Carnby had gone deeper into the occult, into the forbidden,
where I could not follow him. I feared him, and I could not endure his supremacy. It is more than a week, it is 10 days since I did the deed. But Helman, or some part of him, has returned every night. God, his accursed hands crawling on the floor, his feet, his arms, the segments of his legs, climbing the stairs in some unmentionable way to haunt me. Christ! His awful, bloody torso lying in wait. I tell you, his hands have come even by day to tap and fumble at my door, and I have stumbled over his arms in the dark. Oh, God, I shall go mad with the awfulness of it. But he wants me to go mad. He wants to torture me till my brain gives way. That is why he haunts me in this piecemeal fashion. He could end it all at any time with the demoniacal power that is his. He could reknit his sundered limbs and body and slay me as I slew him. How carefully I buried the parts, with what infinite forethought. Oh, God! And how useless it was. I buried the saw and knife, too, at the farther end of the garden, as far away as possible from his evil, itching hands. But I did not bury the head with the other pieces. I kept it in that cupboard at the end of my room. Sometimes I've heard it moving there, as you heard it a little while ago. But he does not need the head. His will is elsewhere, and can work intelligently through all his members. Of course, I locked all the doors and windows at night when I found that he was coming back, but it made no difference. And I have tried to exercise him with the appropriate incantations, with all those that I knew. Today I tried that sovereign formula from the Necronomicon which you translated for me. I got you here to translate it. Also, I could no longer bear to be alone, and I thought that it might help if there was someone else in the house. That formula was my last hope. I thought it would hold him. It is a most ancient and most dreadful incantation, but as you have seen, it is useless. His voice trailed off in a broken mumble, and he sat staring before him with sightless, intolerable eyes in which I saw the beginning flare of madness. I could say nothing. The confession he had made was so ineffably atrocious. The moral shock and the ghastly supernatural horror had almost stupefied me. My sensibilities were stunned, and it was not till I had begun to recover that I felt the irresistible surge of a flood of loathing for the man beside me. I rose to my feet. The house had grown very silent, as if the macabre and charnel army of beleaguerment had now retired to its various graves. Carnby had left the key in the lock, and I went to the door and turned it quickly. "Are you leaving? Don't go," Carnby begged in a voice that was tremulous with alarm, as I stood with my hand on the doorknob. "Yes, I am going," I said coldly. "I'm resigning my position right now, and I intend to pack my belongings and leave your house with as little delay as possible." I opened the door and went out, refusing to listen to the arguments and pleadings and protestations he had begun to babble. For the nonce, I preferred to face whatever might lurk in the gloomy passage, no matter how loathsome and terrifying, rather than endure any longer the society of John Carnby. The hall was empty, but I shuddered with repulsion at the memory of what I had seen as I hastened to my room. I think I should have screamed aloud at the least sound or movement in the shadows. I began to pack my valise with a feeling of the most frantic urgency and compulsion. It seemed to me that I could not escape soon enough from that house of abominable secrets, over which hung an atmosphere of smothering menace. I made mistakes in my haste. I stumbled over chairs, and my brain and fingers grew numb with a paralyzing dread. I had almost finished my task when I heard the sound of slow, measured footsteps coming up the stairs. I knew that it was not Carnby, for he had locked himself immediately in his room when I had left, and I felt sure that nothing could have tempted him to emerge. Anyway, he could hardly have gone downstairs without my hearing him. The footsteps came to the top landing and went past my door along the hall, with that same dead, monotonous repetition
regular as the movement of a machine. Certainly it was not the soft, nervous tread of John Carnby. Who, then, could it be? My blood stood still in my veins. I dared not finish the speculation that arose in my mind. The steps paused, and I knew that they had reached the door of Carnby's room. There followed an interval in which I could scarcely breathe, and then I heard an awful crashing and shattering noise, and above it the soaring scream of a man in the uttermost extremity of fear. I was powerless to move, as if an unseen iron hand had reached forth to restrain me, and I have no idea how long I waited and listened. The scream had fallen away in a swift silence, and I heard nothing now, except a low, peculiar, recurrent sound which my brain refused to identify. It was not my own volition, but a stronger will than mine which drew me forth at last and impelled me down the hall to Carnby's study. I felt the presence of that will as an overpowering, superhuman thing, a demoniac force, a malign mesmerism. The door of the study had been broken in and was hanging by one hinge. It was splintered as by the impact of more than mortal strength. The light was still burning in the room, and the unmentionable sound I had been hearing ceased as I neared the threshold. It was followed by an evil, utter stillness. Again I paused, and could go no further. But, this time, it was something other than the hellish, all-pervading magnetism that petrified my limbs and arrested me before the sill. Peering into the room, in the narrow space that was framed by the doorway and lit by an unseen lamp, I saw one end of the oriental rug and the gruesome outlines of a monstrous, unmoving shadow that fell beyond it on the floor. Huge, elongated, misshapen, the shadow was seemingly cast by the arms and torso of a naked man who stooped forward with a surgeon's saw in his hand. Its monstrosity lay in this. Though the shoulders, chest, abdomen, and arms were all clearly distinguishable, the shadow was headless and appeared to terminate in an abruptly severed neck. It was impossible, considering the relative position, for the head to have been concealed from sight through any manner of foreshortening. I waited, powerless to enter or withdraw. The blood had flowed back upon my heart in an ice-thick tide, and thought was frozen in my brain. An interval of termless horror, and then, from the hidden end of Carnby's room, from the direction of the locked cupboard, there came a fearsome and violent crash, and the sound of splintering wood and whining hinges, followed by the sinister, dismal thud of an unknown object striking the floor. Again there was silence, a silence as of consummated evil brooding above its unnameable triumph. The shadow had not stirred. There was a hideous contemplation in its attitude, and the saw was still held in its poising hand, as if above a completed task. Another interval, and then, without warning, I witnessed the awful and unexplainable disintegration of the shadow, which seemed to break gently and easily into many different shadows ere it faded from view. I hesitate to describe the manner or specify the places in which this singular disruption, this manifold cleavage occurred. Simultaneously, I heard the muffled clatter of a metallic implement on the Persian rug, and a sound that was not that of a single body, but of many bodies falling. Once more there was silence, a silence as of some nocturnal cemetery, when grave diggers and ghouls are done with their macabre toil, and the dead alone remain. Drawn by that baleful mesmerism, like a somnambulist led by an unseen demon, I entered the room. I knew with a loathly prescience the sight that awaited me beyond the sill, the double heap of human segments, some of them fresh and bloody, and others already blue with beginning putrefaction and marked with earth stains that were mingled in abhorrent confusion on the rug. A reddened knife and saw were protruding from the pile, and a little to one side, between the rug and the open cupboard with its shattered door, There reposed a human head that was fronting the other remnants in an upright posture. It was in the same condition of incipient decay as the body to which it had belonged, but I swear that I saw the fading of a malignant exultation from its features as I entered. Even with the marks of corruption upon them, the lineaments bore a manifest likeness of John Carnby, and plainly they could belong only to a twin brother. The frightful inferences that smothered my brain with the black and clammy cloud are not to be written here. The horror which I beheld, and the greatest horror which I surmised, would have put to shame hell's foulest enormities in their frozen pits. There was but one mitigation and one mercy. I was compelled to gaze only for a few instants on that intolerable scene. Then, all at once, I felt that something had withdrawn from the room. The malign spell was broken. The overpowering volition that had held me captive was gone. It had released me now, even as it had released the dismembered corpse of Hellman Carnby. I was free to go, and I fled from the ghastly chamber and ran headlong through an unlit house and into the outer darkness of the night. The Tale of Satampra Zeiros by Clark Ashton Smith. I, Satampra Zeiros of Azuldarum, shall write with my left hand, since I have no longer any other, the tale of everything that befell Teruvum Pallius and myself in the shrine of the god Sathagua, which lies neglected by the worship of man in the jungle-taken suburbs of Comorium, that long-deserted capital of the Hyperborean rulers. I shall write it with the violet juice of the savannah palm, which turns to a blood-red rubric with the passage of years, on a strong vellum that is made from the skin of the mastodon, as a warning to all good thieves and adventurers who may hear some lying legend of the lost treasures of Comorium and be tempted thereby. Now, Teruvum Pallius was my lifelong friend and my trustworthy companion in all such enterprises as require deft fingers and a habit of mind both agile and adroit. I can say without flattering myself or Teruvum Pallius either that we carried to an incomparable success more than one undertaking from which fellow craftsmen of a much wider renown than ourselves might well have recoiled in dismay. To be more explicit, I refer to the theft of the jewels of Queen Canambria, which were kept in a room where 20 venomous reptiles wandered at will, and the breaking of the adamantine box of Acromi, in which were all the medallions of an early dynasty of Hyperborean kings. It is true that these medallions were difficult and perilous to dispose of, and that we sold them at a dire sacrifice to the captain of a barbarian vessel from remote Lemuria, but nevertheless, the breaking of that box was a glorious feat, for it had to be done in absolute silence on account of the proximity of a dozen guards, who were all armed with tridents. We made use of a rare and mordant acid, but I must not linger too long and too garrulously by the way, however great the temptation to ramble on amid heroic memories and the high glamour of valiant or slightful deeds. In our occupation, as in all others, the vicissitudes of fortune are oftentimes to be reckoned with, and the goddess Chance is not always prodigal of her favours. So it was that Teruvum Pallius and I, at the time of which I write, had found ourselves in a condition of pecuniary depletion, which, though temporary, was nevertheless extreme and was quite inconvenient and annoying, coming as it did on the heel of more prosperous days, of more profitable midnights. People had become accursedly chary of their jewels and other valuables, windows and doors were double barred, new and perplexing locks were in use, guards had grown more vigilant or less somnolent. In short, all the natural difficulties of our profession had multiplied themselves. At one time we were reduced to the stealing of more bulky and less precious merchandise than that in which we customarily dealt, and even this had its dangers. Even now it humiliates me to remember the night when we were nearly caught with a sack of red yams, and I mention all this that I may not seem in any wise vainglorious. One evening, in an alley of the more humble quarter of Azuldarum, we stopped to count our available resources and found that we had between us exactly 3 pazurs, enough to buy a large bottle of pomegranate wine or 2 loaves of bread. We debated the problem of expenditure. "The bread," contended Teruvum Pallius, "will nurture our bodies, will lend a new and more expeditious force to our spent limbs, our toil-worn fingers. The pomegranate wine," said I, "will ennoble our thoughts, will inspire and illuminate our minds, and perchance will reveal to us a mode of escape from our difficulties." Teruvum Pallius yielded without undue argument to my superior reasoning, and we sought the doors of an adjacent tavern. The wine was not of the best in regard to flavor, but the quantity and strength were all that could be desired. We sat in the crowded tavern and sipped it at leisure, till all the fire of the bright red liquor had transferred itself to our brains. The darkness and dubiety of our future ways became illumined as by the light of rosy cressets, and the harsh aspect of the world was marvellously softened. Anon there came to me an inspiration. "Teruvum Pallius," I said, "is there any reason why you and I, who are brave men and nowise subject to the fears and superstitions of the multitude, should not avail ourselves of the kingly treasures of Comorium? A day's journey from this tiresome town, a pleasant sojourn in the country, an afternoon or forenoon of archaeological research, and who knows what we should find?" "You speak wisely and valiantly, my dear friend," rejoined Teruvum Pallius. "Indeed, there is no reason why we should not replenish our deflated finances at the expense of a few dead kings or gods." Now, Comorium, as all the world knows, was deserted many 100 years ago because of the prophecy of the White Sibyl of Pelarion, who foretold an undescribed and abominable doom for all mortal beings who should dare to tarry within its environs. Some say that this doom was a pestilence that would have come from the northern waste by the paths of the jungle tribes. Others, that it was a form of madness. At any rate, no one, neither king, nor priest, nor merchant, nor labourer, nor thief, remained in Comorium to abide its arrival, but all departed in a single migration to found at the distance of a day's journey the new capital, Azuldarum. And strange tales are told of horrors and terrors not to be faced or overcome by man, that haunt forevermore the mausoleums and shrines and palaces of Comorium. And still it stands, a lustre of marble, a magnificence of granite, all athrong with spires and cupolas and obelisks that the mighty trees of the jungle have not yet overtowered in a fertile inland valley of Hyperborea. And men say that in its unbroken vaults there lies entire and undespoiled as of yore the rich treasure of olden monarchs, that the high-built tombs retain the gems and electrum that were buried with their mummies, that the fanes have still their golden altar vessels and furnishings, the idols their precious stones in ear and mouth and nostrils and navel. I think we should have set out that very night if we had only the encouragement and inspiration of a second bottle of pomegranate wine. As it was, we decided to start at early dawn. The fact that we had no funds for our journey was of small moment, for unless our former dexterity had altogether failed us, we could levy a modicum of involuntary tribute from the guileless folk of the countryside. In the meanwhile, we repaired to our lodgings, where the landlord met us with a grudging welcome and a most ungracious demand for his money. For the golden promise of the morrow had armed us against all such trivial annoyances, and we waved the fellow aside with a disdain that appeared to astonish, if not to subdue him. We slept late, and the sun had ascended far upon the azure acclivity of the heavens, when we left the gates of Azuldarum and took the northern road that runs toward Comorium. We breakfasted well on some amber melons and a stolen fowl that we cooked in the woods, and then resumed our wayfaring. In spite of a fatigue that increased upon us toward the end of the day, our trip was a pleasurable one, and we found much to divert us in the varying landscapes through which we passed, and in their people. Some of these people, I am sure, must still remember us with regret, for we did not deny ourselves anything procurable that tempted our fancy or our appetites. It was an agreeable country, full of farms and orchards and running waters and green, flowery woods. At last, some while in the course of the afternoon, we came to the ancient road, long disused and well nigh overgrown, which runs from the highway through the elder jungle to Comorium. no one saw us enter this road, and thenceforward we met no one. At a single step we passed from all human ken, and it seemed that the silence of the forest around us had lain unstirred by mortal footfall ever since the departure of the legendary king and his people so many centuries before. The trees were vaster than any we had ever seen. They are interwoven by the endless labyrinthine volumes, the eternal web-like convolutions of creepers, almost as old as they themselves. The flowers were unwholesomely large, their perfumes were overpoweringly sweet or fetid, and their petals bore a lethal pallor or a sanguinary crimson. The fruits along our way were of great size, with purple and orange and russet colours, but somehow we did not dare to eat them. The woods grew thicker and more rampant as we went on, and the road, though paved with granite slabs, was more and more overgrown, for trees had rooted themselves in the interstices, often forcing the wide blocks apart. Though the sun had not yet neared the horizon, the shades that were cast upon us from gigantic boles and branches became ever denser, and we moved in a dark green twilight fraught with oppressive odours of lush growth and of vegetable corruption. There were no birds nor animals such as one would think to find in any wholesome forest, but at rare intervals a stealthy viper with pale and heavy coils glided away from our feet among the rank leaves of the roadside, or some enormous moth with baroque and evil-coloured mottlings flew before us and disappeared in the dimness of the jungle. Abroad already in the half-light, huge purpureal bats with eyes like tiny rubies arose at our approach from the poisonous-looking fruits on which they feasted, and watched us with malign attention as they hovered noiselessly in the air above. And we felt, somehow, that we were being watched by other and invisible presences, and a sort of awe fell upon us, and a vague fear of the monstrous jungle, and we no longer spoke aloud or frequently, but only in rare whispers. Among other things, we had contrived to procure along our way a large leathern bottle full of palm spirit. A few sips of the ardent liquor had already served to lighten more than once the tedium of our journey, and now it was to stand us in good stead. Each of us drank a liberal draught, and presently the jungle became less awesome, and we wondered why we had allowed the silence and the gloom, the watchful bats and the brooding immensity to weigh upon our spirits even for a brief while, and I think that after a second draught we began to sing. When twilight came, and a waxing moon shone high in the heavens after the hidden day-star had gone down, we were so imbued with the fervour of adventure that we decided to push on and reach Comorium that very night. We supped on food that we had levied from the country people, and the leathern bottle passed between us several times. Then, considerably fortified and replete with hardihood and the valour of a lofty enterprise, we resumed our journeying. Indeed, we had not much farther to go. Even as we were debating between ourselves, with an ardour that made us oblivious of our long wayfaring, what costly loot we would first choose from among all the mythical treasures of Comorium, we saw in the moonlight the gleam of marble cupolas above the tree-tops, and then between the boughs and boles the wan pillars of shadowy porticos. A few more steps, and we trod upon paven streets that ran transversely from the high road we were following into the tall, luxuriant woods on either side, where the fronds of mammoth palm ferns overtopped the roofs of ancient houses. We paused, and again the silence of an elder desolation claimed our lips, for the houses were white and still as sepulchres, and the deep shadows that lay around and upon them were chill and sinister and mysterious as the shadow of death. It seemed that the sun could not have shone for ages in this place, that nothing warmer than the spectral beams of the cadaverous moon had touched the marble and granite ever since that universal migration prompted by the prophecy of the White Sibyl of Pelarian. "I wish it were daylight," murmured Teruvum Pallius. His low tones were oddly sibilant, were unnaturally audible in the dead stillness. "Teruvum Pallius," I rejoined, "I trust that you are not growing superstitious. I should be loath to think that you are succumbing to the infantile fancies of the multitude. Howbeit, let us have another drink." We lightened the leathern bottle appreciably by the demand we now made upon its contents, and were marvellously cheered thereby, so much so, indeed, that we forthwith started to explore a left-hand avenue which, though it had been laid out with mathematical directness, vanished at no great distance among the fronded trees. Here, somewhat apart from the other buildings, in a sort of square that the jungle had not yet wholly usurped, we found a small temple of antique architecture which gave the impression of being far older even than the adjoining edifices. It also differed from these in its material, for it was builded of a dark basaltic stone, heavily encrusted with lichens that seemed of a coeval antiquity. It was square in form, and had no domes nor spires, no facade of pillars, and only a few narrow windows high above the ground. Such temples are rare in Hyperborea nowadays, but we knew it for a shrine of Sathagua, one of the elder gods, who receives no longer any worship from men, but before whose ashen altars, people say, the furtive and ferocious beasts of the jungle, the ape, the giant sloth, and the long-toothed tiger, have sometimes been seen to make obeisance, and have been heard to howl or whine their inarticulate prayers. The temple, like the other buildings, was in a state of well-nigh perfect preservation. The only signs of decay were in the carven lintel of the door, which had crumbled and splintered away in several places. The door itself, wrought of a swarthy bronze all over-greened by time, stood slightly ajar. Knowing that there should be a jewelled idol within, not to mention the various altarpieces of valuable metals, we felt the urge of temptation. Surmising that strength might be required to force open the verdigris-covered door, we drank deeply and then applied ourselves to the task. Of course, the hinges were rusted, and only by dint of mighty and muscular heavings did the door at last begin to move. As we renewed our efforts, it swung slowly inward with a hideous grating and grinding that mounted to an almost vocal screech, in which we seemed to hear the tones of some unhuman entity. The black interior of the temple yawned before us, and from it there surged an odor of long-imprisoned mustiness combined with a queer and unfamiliar fetidity. To this, however, we gave little heed in the natural excitement of the moment. With my usual foresight, I had provided myself with a piece of resinous wood earlier in the day, thinking that it might serve as a torch in case of any nocturnal explorations of Comorium. I lit this torch, and we entered the shrine. The place was paven with immense quinquangular flags of the same material from which its walls were built. It was quite bare, except for the image of the god enthroned at the farther end, the two-tiered altar of obscenely figured metal before the image, and a large and curious-looking basin of bronze supported on 3 legs, which occupied the middle of the floor. Giving this basin hardly a glance, we ran forward, and I thrust my torch into the face of the idol. I had never seen an image of Sathagua before, but I recognized him without difficulty from the descriptions I had heard. He was very squat and pot-bellied. His head was more like that of a monstrous toad than a deity, and his whole body was covered with an imitation of short fur, giving somehow a vague suggestion of both the bat and the sloth. His sleepy lids were half lowered over his globular eyes, and the tip of a queer tongue issued from his fat mouth. In truth, he was not a comely or personable sort of god, and I did not wonder at the cessation of his worship, which could only have appealed to very brutal and aboriginal men at any time. Teruvum Pallius and I began to swear simultaneously by the names of more urbane and civilized deities, when we saw that not even the commonest of semi-precious gems were visible anywhere, either upon or within any feature or member of this execrable image. With a niggardliness beyond parallel, even the eyes had been carven from the same dull stone as the rest of the abominable thing, and mouth, nose, ears, and all other orifices were unadorned. We could only wonder at the poverty or avarice of the beings who had wrought this unique bestiality. Now that our minds were no longer enthralled by the hope of immediate riches, we became more keenly aware of our surroundings in general, and in particular we noticed the unfamiliar fetor I have spoken of previously, which had now increased uncomfortably in strength. We found that it issued from the bronze basin, which we proceeded to examine, though without any idea that the examination would be profitable or even pleasant. The basin, I have said, was very large. Indeed, it was no less than 6 feet in diameter by 3 in depth, and its brim was the height of a tall man's shoulder from the floor. The 3 legs that bore it were curved and massive, and terminated in the likeness of feline paws displaying their talons. When we approached and peered over the brim, we saw that the bowl was filled with a sort of viscous and semi-liquescent substance, quite opaque and of a sooty colour. It was from this that the odour came, an odour which, though unsurpassably foul, was nevertheless not an odour of putrefaction, but resembled rather the smell of some vile and unclean creature of the marshes. The odour was almost beyond endurance, and we were about to turn away, when we perceived a slight ebullition of the surface, as if the sooty liquid were agitated from within by some submerged animal or other entity. This ebullition increased rapidly. The centre swelled as if with the action of a powerful yeast, and we watched in utter horror, while an uncouth amorphous head with dull and bulging eyes arose gradually on an ever-lengthening neck, and stared us in the face with primordial malignity. Then 2 arms, if one could call them arms, likewise arose inch by inch, and we saw that the thing was not, as we had thought, a creature immersed in the liquid, but that the liquid itself had put forth this hideous neck and head, and was now forming these damnable arms that groped towards us with tentacle-like appendages in lieu of claws or hands. A fear which we had never experienced even in dreams, of which we had found no hint in our most perilous nocturnal excursions, deprived us of the faculty of speech, but not of movement. We recoiled a few paces from the bowl, and coincidentally with our steps, the horrible neck and arms continued to lengthen. Then the whole mass of the dark fluid began to rise, and far more quickly than the savannah juice runs from my pen, it poured over the rim of the basin like a torrent of black quicksilver, taking as it reached the floor an undulant ophidian form which immediately developed more than a dozen short legs. What unimaginable horror of protoplastic life, what loathly spawn of the primordial slime had come forth to confront us, we did not pause to consider or conjecture. The monstrosity was too awful to permit of even a brief contemplation. Also, its intentions were too plainly hostile, and it gave evidence of anthropophagic inclinations, for it slithered toward us with an unbelievable speed and celerity of motion, opening as it came a toothless mouth of amazing capacity. As it gaped upon us, revealing a tongue that uncoiled like a long serpent, its jaws widened with the same extreme elasticity that accompanied all its other movements. We saw that our departure from the fane of Sathagua had become most imperative, and turning our backs to all the abominations of that unhallowed shrine, we crossed the sill with a single leap and ran headlong in the moonlight through the suburbs of Comorium. We rounded every convenient corner. We doubled upon our tracks behind the palaces of time-forgotten nobles and the warehouses of unrecorded merchants. We chose preferably the places where the incursive jungle trees were highest and thickest, and at last, on a by-road where the outlying houses were no longer visible, we paused and dared to look back. Our lungs were intolerably strained, were ready to burst with this heroic effort, and the various fatigues of the day had told upon us all too grievously. But when we saw at our heels the black monster following us with a serpentine and undulating ease, like a torrent that descends a long declivity, our flagging limbs were miraculously reanimated, and we plunged from the betraying light of the road into the pathless jungle, hoping to evade our pursuer in the labyrinth of boles and vines and gigantic leaves. We stumbled over roots and fallen trees. We tore our raiment and lacerated our skins on the savage brambles. We collided in the gloom with huge trunks and limber saplings that bent before us. We heard the hissing of tree snakes that spat their venom at us from the boughs above, and the grunting or howling of unseen animals when we trod upon them in our precipitate flight. But we no longer dared to stop or look behind. We must have continued our headlong peregrinations for hours. The moon, which had given us little light at best through the heavy leafage, fell lower and lower among the enormous fronded palms and intricate creepers. But its final rays, when it sank, were all that saved us from a noisome marsh with mounds and hassocks of bog-concealing grass, amid whose perilous environs and along whose mephitic rim we were compelled to run without pause or hesitation, or time to choose our footing, with our damnable pursuer dogging every step. Now, when the moon had gone down, our flight became wilder and more hazardous, a veritable delirium of terror, exhaustion, confusion, and desperate, difficult progression among obstacles to which we gave no longer any distinct heed or comprehension, through a night that clung to us and clogged us like an evil load, like the dragging toils of a monstrous web. It would seem that the creature behind us, with its abnormal facilities of motion and self-elongation, could have overtaken us at any time, but apparently it desired to prolong the game. And so, in a semi-eternal protraction of inconclusive horrors, the night wore on. But we never dared to stop or look back. Far off and wan, a glimmering twilight grew among the trees, a foreomening of the hidden morn. Wearier than the dead, and longing for any repose, any security, even that of some indescribable tomb, we ran toward the light and stumbled forth from the jungle upon a paven street among buildings of granite and marble. Dimly, dully, beneath the crushing of our fatigue, we realized that we had wandered in a circle and had come back to the suburbs of Comorium. Before us, no farther away than the toss of a javelin, was the dark temple of Sathagua. Again we ventured to look back, and saw the elastic monster whose legs had now lengthened till it towered above us, and whose maw had widened till it could have swallowed us both at a mouthful. It followed us with an effortless glide, with a surety of motion and intention too horrible, too cynical to be borne. We ran into the temple of Sathagua, whose door was still open just as we had left it, and closing the door behind us with a fearful immediacy, we contrived, in the superhuman strength of our desperation, to shoot one of the rusty bolts. Now, while the chill drearness of the dawn fell down in narrow shafts through the windows high in the wall, we tried with a truly heroic resignation to compose ourselves, and waited for whatever our destiny should bring. And while we waited, the god Sathagua appeared upon us with an even more imbecile squatness and vileness and bestiality than he had shown in the torchlight. I think I have said that the lintel of the door had crumbled and splintered away in several places. In fact, the beginning process of ruin had made 3 apertures, through which the daylight now filtered, and which were large enough to have permitted the passage of small animals or sizable serpents. For some reason, our eyes were drawn to these apertures. We had not gazed long, when the light was suddenly intercepted in all 3 openings, and then a black material began to pour through them, and ran down the door in a triple stream to the flagstones, where it reunited and resumed the form of the thing that had followed us. "Farewell to Reuven Peleus," I cried, with such remaining breath as I could summon. Then I ran and concealed myself behind the image of Sathagua, which was large enough to screen me from view, but unfortunately was too small to serve this purpose for more than one person. Reuven Peleus would have preceded me, with the same laudable idea of self-preservation, but I was the quicker. And seeing that there was not room for both of us to the rearward of Sathagua, he returned my valediction and climbed into the great bronze basin, which alone could now afford a moment's concealment in the bareness of the fane. Peering from behind that execrable god, whose one merit was the width of his abdomen and his haunches, I observed the actions of the monster. No sooner had Reuven Peleus crouched down from view in the 3-legged bowl, when the nameless enormity reared itself up like a sooty pillar and approached the basin. The head had now changed in form and position, till it was no more than a vague imprint of dissolving features on the middle of a body without arms, legs, or neck. The thing loomed above the basin for an instant, gathering all its bulk in an imminent mass on a sort of tapering tail, and then like a lapsing wave it fell into the bowl upon Reuven Peleus. Its whole body seemed to open and form an immense mouth as it sank down from sight. Hardly able to breathe in my horror, I waited, but no sound and no movement came from the basin, not even a groan from Reuven Peleus. Finally, with infinite trepidation and caution, I ventured to emerge from behind Sathagua, and passing the bowl on tiptoe, I managed to reach the door. Now, In order to win my freedom, it would be necessary to draw back the bolt and open the door, and this I greatly feared to do because of the inevitable noise. I felt that it would be highly injudicious to disturb the entity in the bowl while it was digesting Teruvum Pallius, but there seemed to be no other way if I was ever to leave that abominable fane. Even as I shot back the bolt, a single tentacle sprang out with infernal rapidity from the basin, and, elongating itself across the whole room, it encircled my right wrist in a lethal clutch. It was unlike anything I have ever touched. It was indescribably viscid and slimy and cold. It was loathsomely soft like the foul mire of a bog, and mordantly sharp as an edged metal, with an agonizing suction and constriction that made me scream aloud as the thing tightened upon my flesh, cutting into me like a vise of knife blades. In my struggles to free myself, I drew the door open and fell forward on the sill. A moment of awful pain, and then I became aware that I had broken away from my captor. But looking down, I saw that my hand was gone, leaving a strangely withered stump from which little blood issued. Then, gazing behind me into the shrine, I saw the tentacle recoil and shorten, till it passed from view behind the rim of the basin, bearing my lost hand to join whatever now remained of Teruvum Pallius.
The Nameless Offspring by Clark Ashton Smith. Many and multiform are the dim horrors of earth, infesting her ways from the prime. They sleep beneath the unturned stone, they rise with the tree from its roots, they move beneath the sea and in subterranean places. They dwell in the inmost aditer, they emerge betimes from the shut-in sepulchre of haughty bronze, and the low grave that is sealed with clay. There be some that are long known to man, and others as yet unknown that abide the terrible latter days of their revealing. Those which are the most dreadful and the loathliest of all are haply still to be declared. But among those that have revealed themselves aforetime and have made manifest their veritable presence, there is one which may not openly be named for its exceeding foulness. It is that spawn which the hidden dweller in the vaults has begotten upon mortality. From the Necronomicon of Abdul Alhazred. 1. In a sense, it is fortunate that the story I must now relate should be so largely a thing of undetermined shadows, of half-shaped hints and forbidden inferences. Otherwise, it could never be written by human hand or read by human eye. My own slight part in the hideous drama was limited to its last act, and to me its earlier scenes were merely a remote and ghastly legend. Yet, even so, the broken reflex of its unnatural horrors has crowded out in perspective the main events of normal life, has made them seem no more than frail gossamers, woven on the dark, windy verge of some unsealed abyss, some deep, half-open charnel, wherein earth's nethermost corruptions lurk and fester. The legend of which I speak was familiar to me from childhood, as a theme of family whispers and headshakings, for Sir John Tremoth had been a schoolmate of my father. But I had never met Sir John, had never visited Tremoth Hall, till the time of those happenings which formed the final tragedy. My father had taken me from England to Canada when I was a small infant. He had prospered in Manitoba as an apiarist, and after his death the bee ranch had kept me too busy for years to execute a long-cherished dream of visiting my natal land and exploring its rural byways. When, finally, I set sail, the story was pretty dim in my memory, and Tremoth Hall was no conscious part of my itinerary when I began my motorcycle tour of the English counties.
In any case, I should never have been drawn to the neighborhood out of morbid curiosity, such as the frightful tale might possibly have evoked in others. My visit, as it happened, was purely accidental. I had forgotten the exact location of the place, and did not even dream that I was in its vicinity. If I had known, it seems to me that I should have turned aside, in spite of the circumstances that impelled me to seek shelter, rather than intrude upon the almost demoniacal misery of its owner. When I came to Tremoth Hall, I had ridden all day in early autumn through a rolling countryside with leisurely winding thoroughfares and lanes. The day had been fair, with skies of pale azure above noble parks that were tinged with the first amber and crimson of the following year. But toward the middle of the afternoon, a mist had come in from the hidden ocean across low hills, and had closed me about with its moving phantom circle. Somehow, in that deceptive fog, I managed to lose my way, to miss the milepost that would have given me my direction to the town, where I had planned to spend the ensuing night. I went on for a while at random, thinking that I should soon reach another crossroad. The way that I followed was little more than a rough lane, and was singularly deserted. The fog had darkened and drawn closer, obliterating all horizons. But from what I could see of it, the country was one of heath and boulders, with no sign of cultivation. I topped a level ridge and went down a long, monotonous slope as the mist continued to thicken with twilight. I thought that I was riding toward the west, but before me, in the wan dusk, there was no faintest gleaming or flare of color to betoken the drowned sunset. A dank odor that was touched with salt, like the smell of sea marshes, came to meet me. The road turned at a sharp angle, and I seemed to be riding between downs and marshland. The night gathered with an almost unnatural quickness, as if in haste to overtake me, and I began to feel a sort of dim concern and alarm, as if I had gone astray in regions that were more dubious than an English county. The fog and twilight seemed to withhold a silent landscape of chill, deathly, disquieting mystery. Then, to the left of my road and a little before me, I saw a light that somehow suggested a mournful and tear-dimmed eye. It shone among blurred, uncertain masses that were like trees from a ghostland wood. A nearer mass, as I approached it, was resolved into a small lodge building, such as would guard the entrance of some estate. It was dark and apparently unoccupied. Pausing and peering, I saw the outlines of a wrought-iron gate in a hedge of untrimmed yew. It all had a desolate and forbidding air, and I felt in my very marrow the brooding chillness that had come in from the unseen marsh in that dismal, ever-coiling fog. But the light was promise of human nearness on the lonely downs, and I might obtain shelter for the night, or at least find someone who could direct me to a town or inn. Somewhat to my surprise, the gate was unlocked. It swung inward with a rusty grating sound, as if it had not been opened for a long time, and pushing my motorcycle before me, I followed a weed-grown drive toward the light. The rambling mass of a large manor house disclosed itself, among trees and shrubs whose artificial forms, like the hedge of ragged yew, were assuming a wilder grotesquerie than they had received from the hand of the topiary. The fog had turned into a bleak drizzle. Almost groping in the gloom, I found a dark door at some distance from the window that gave forth a solitary light. In response to my thrice-repeated knock, I heard at length the muffled sound of slow, dragging footfalls. The door was opened with a gradualness that seemed to indicate caution or reluctance, and I saw before me an old man, bearing a lighted taper in his hand. His fingers trembled with palsy or decrepitude, and monstrous shadows flickered behind him in a dim hallway, and touched his wrinkled features as with the flitting of ominous bat-like wings. "What do you wish, sir?" he asked. The voice, though quavering and hesitant, was far from churlish, and did not suggest the attitude of suspicion and downright inhospitality which I had begun to apprehend. However, I sensed a sort of irresolution or dubiety, and as the old man listened to my account of the circumstances that had led me to knock at that lonely door, I saw that he was scrutinizing me with a keenness that belied my first impression of extreme senility. "I knew you were a stranger in these parts," he commented when I had finished. "But might I inquire your name, sir?" "I am Henry Chaldane. Are you not the son of Mr. Arthur Chaldane?" Somewhat mystified, I admitted the ascribed paternity. "You resemble your father, sir. Mr. Chaldane and Sir John Tremoth were great friends in the days before your father went to Canada. Will you not come in, sir? This is Tremoth Hall. Sir John has not been in the habit of receiving guests for a long time, but I shall tell him that you are here, and it may be that he will wish to see you." Startled, and not altogether agreeably surprised at the discovery of my whereabouts, I followed the old man to a book-lined study whose furnishings bore evidence of luxury and neglect. Here he lit an oil lamp of antique fashion, with a dusty painted shade, and left me alone with the dustier volumes and furniture. I felt a queer embarrassment, a sense of actual intrusion, as I waited in the wan yellow lamplight. There came back to me the details of the strange, horrific, half-forgotten story I had overheard from my father in childhood years. Lady Agatha Tremoth, Sir John's wife, in the first year of their marriage, had become the victim of cataleptic seizures. The third seizure had apparently terminated in death, for she did not revive after the usual interval, and displayed all the familiar marks of the rigor mortis. Lady Agatha's body was placed in the family vaults, which were of almost fabulous age and extent, and had been excavated in the hill behind the manor house. On the day following the interment, Sir John, troubled by a queer, insistent doubt as to the finality of the medical verdict, had re-entered the vaults in time to hear a wild cry, and had found Lady Agatha sitting up in her coffin. The nailed lid was lying on the stone floor, and it seemed impossible that it could have been removed by the struggles of the frail woman. However, there was no other plausible explanation, though Lady Agatha herself could throw little light on the circumstances of her strange resurrection. Half-dazed and almost delirious, in a state of dire terror that was easily understandable, she told an incoherent tale of her experience. She did not seem to remember struggling to free herself from the coffin, but was troubled mainly by recollections of a pale, hideous, unhuman face which she had seen in the gloom on awakening from her prolonged and death-like sleep. It was the sight of this face, stooping over her as she lay in the open coffin, that had caused her to cry out so wildly. The thing had vanished before Sir John's approach, fleeing swiftly to the inner vaults, and she had formed only a vague idea of its bodily appearance. She thought, however, that it was large and white, and ran like an animal on all fours, though its limbs were semi-human. Of course, her tale was regarded as a sort of dream, or a figment of delirium induced by the awful shock of her experience, which had blotted out all recollection of its true terror. But the memory of the horrible face and figure had seemed to obsess her permanently, and was plainly fraught with associations of mind-unhinging fear. She did not recover from her illness, but lived on in a shattered condition of brain and body, and 9 months later she died after giving birth to her first child. Her death was a merciful thing, for the child, it seemed, was one of those appalling monsters that sometimes appear in human families. The exact nature of its abnormality was not known, though frightful and divergent rumors had purported to emanate from the doctor, nurses, and servants who had seen it. Some of the latter had left Tremoth Hall and had refused to return after a single glimpse of the monstrosity. After Lady Agatha's death, Sir John had withdrawn from society, and little or nothing was divulged in regard to his doings or the fate of the horrible infant. People said, however, that the child was kept in a locked room with iron-barred windows, which no one but Sir John himself ever entered. The tragedy had blighted his whole life, and he had become a recluse, living alone with 1 or 2 faithful servants, and allowing his estate to decline grievously through neglect. Doubtless, I thought, the old man who had admitted me was one of the remaining servitors. I was still reviewing the dreadful legend, still striving to recollect certain particulars that had almost passed from memory, when I heard the sound of footsteps which, from their slowness and feebleness, I took to be those of the returning manservant. However, I was mistaken, for the person who entered was plainly Sir John Tremoth himself. The tall, slightly bent figure, the face that was lined as if by the trickling of some corrosive acid, were marked with a dignity that seemed to triumph over the double ravages of mortal sorrow and illness. Somehow, though I could have calculated his real age, I had expected an old man, but he was scarcely beyond middle life. His cadaverous pallor and feeble tottering walk were those of a man who is stricken with some fatal malady. His manner, as he addressed me, was impeccably courteous and even gracious, but the voice was that of one to whom the ordinary relations and actions of life had long since become meaningless and perfunctory. "Harper tells me that you are the son of my old school friend, Arthur Chaldane," he said. "I bid you welcome to such poor hospitality as I am able to offer. I have not received guests for many years, and I fear you will find the hall pretty dull and dismal, and will think me an indifferent host. Nevertheless, you must remain, at least for the night. Harper has gone to prepare dinner for us." "You are very kind," I replied. "I fear, however, that I am intruding. If—" "Not at all," he countered firmly. "You must be my guest. It is miles to the nearest inn, and the fog is changing into a heavy rain. Indeed, I am glad to have you. You must tell me all about your father and yourself at dinner. In the meanwhile, I'll try to find a room for you, if you'll come with me." He led me to the second floor of the manor house, and down a long hall with beams and panels of ancient oak. We passed several doors which were doubtless those of bedchambers. All were closed, and one of the doors was reinforced with iron bars, heavy and sinister as those of a dungeon cell. Inevitably, I surmised that this was the chamber in which the monstrous child had been confined, and also I wondered if the abnormality still lived, after a lapse of time that must have been nearly 30 years. How abysmal, how abhorrent must have been its departure from the human type to necessitate an immediate removal from the sight of others, and what characteristics of its further development could have rendered necessary the massive bars on an oaken door which, by itself, were strong enough to have resisted the assaults of any common man or beast. Without even glancing at the door, my host went on, carrying a taper that scarcely shook in his feeble fingers. My curious reflections, as I followed him, were interrupted with nerve-shattering suddenness by a loud cry that seemed to issue from the barred room. The sound was a long, ever-mounting ululation, infra-bass at first, like the too-muffled voice of a demon, and rising through abominable degrees to a shrill, ravenous fury, as if the demon had emerged by a series of underground steps to the open air. It was neither human nor bestial. It was wholly preternatural, hellish, macabre, and I shuddered with an insupportable eeriness that still persisted when the demon voice, after reaching its culmination, had returned by reverse degrees to a profound, sepulchral silence. Sir John had given no apparent heed to the awful sound, but had gone on with no more than his usual faltering. He had reached the end of the hall, and was pausing before the second chamber from the one with the sealed door. "I'll let you have this room," he said. "It's just beyond the one that I occupy." He did not turn his face toward me as he spoke, and his voice was unnaturally toneless and restrained. I realized with another shudder that the chamber he had indicated as his own was adjacent to the room from which the frightful ululation had appeared to issue. The chamber to which he now admitted me had manifestly not been used for years. The air was chill, stagnant, unwholesome, with an all-pervading mustiness, and the antique furniture had gathered the inevitable increment of dust and cobwebs. Sir John began to apologize. "I didn't realize the condition of the room," he said. "I'll send Harper after dinner to do a little dusting and clearing, and put fresh linen on the bed." I protested, rather vaguely, that there was no need for him to apologize. The unhuman loneliness and decay of the old manor house, its lustrums and decades of neglect, and the corresponding desolation of its owner, had impressed me more painfully than ever, and I dared not speculate overmuch concerning the ghastly secret of the barred chamber, and the hellish howling that still echoed in my shaken nerves. Already I regretted the singular fatuity that had drawn me to that place of evil and festering shadows. I felt an urgent desire to leave, to continue my journey even in the face of the bleak autumnal rain and wind-blown darkness, but I could think of no excuse that would be sufficiently tangible and valid. Manifestly, there was nothing to do but remain. Our dinner was served in a dismal but stately room by the old man whom Sir John had referred to as Harper. The meal was plain but substantial and well cooked, and the service was impeccable. I had begun to infer that Harper was the only servant, a combination of valet, butler, housekeeper, and chef. In spite of my hunger, and the pains taken by my host to make me feel at ease, the meal was a solemn and almost funereal ceremony. I could not forget my father's story, and still less could I forget the sealed door and the baleful ululation. Whatever it was, the monstrosity still lived, and I felt a complex mingling of admiration, pity, and horror as I looked at the gaunt and gallant face of Sir John Tremoth, and reflected upon the lifelong hell to which he had been condemned, and the apparent fortitude with which he had borne its unthinkable ordeals. A bottle of excellent sherry was brought in. Over this we sat for an hour or more. Sir John spoke at some length concerning my father, of whose death he had not previously heard, and he drew me out in regard to my own affairs with the subtle adroitness of a polished man of the world. He said little about himself, and not even by hint or implication did he refer to the tragic history which I have outlined. Since I am rather abstemious, and did not empty my glass with much frequency, the major part of the heavy wine was consumed by my host. Toward the end, it seemed to bring out in him a curious vein of confidentiality, and he spoke for the first time of the ill health that was all too patent in his appearance. I learned that he was subject to that most painful form of heart disease, angina pectoris, and had recently recovered from an attack of unusual severity. "The next one will finish me," he said, "and it may come at any time, perhaps tonight." He made the announcement very simply, as if he were voicing a commonplace or venturing a prediction about the weather. Then, after a slight pause, he went on, with more emphasis and weightiness of tone. "Maybe you'll think me queer, but I have a fixed prejudice against burial or vault interment. I want my remains to be thoroughly cremated, and have left careful directions to that end. Harper will see to it that they are fulfilled. Fire is the cleanest and purest of the elements, and it cuts short all the damnable processes between death and ultimate disintegration. I can't bear the idea of some mouldy, worm-infested tomb." He continued to discourse on the subject for some time, with a singular elaboration and tenseness of manner that showed it to be a familiar theme of thought, if not an actual obsession. It seemed to possess a morbid fascination for him, and there was a painful light in his hollow, haunted eyes, and a touch of rigidly subdued hysteria in his voice as he spoke. I remembered the interment of Lady Agatha, and her tragic resurrection, and the dim, delirious horror of the vaults that had formed an inexplicable and vaguely disturbing part of her story. It was not hard to understand Sir John's aversion to burial, but I was far from suspecting the full terror and ghastliness on which his repugnance had been founded. Harper had disappeared after bringing the sherry, and I surmised that he had been given orders for the renovation of my room. We had now drained our last glasses, and my host had ended his peroration. The wind, which had animated him briefly, seemed to die out, and he looked more ill and haggard than ever. Pleading my own fatigue, I expressed a wish to retire, and he, with his invariable courtliness, insisted on seeing me to my chamber and making sure of my comfort before seeking his own bed. In the hall above, we met Harper, who was just descending from a flight of stairs that must have led to an attic or third floor. He was carrying a heavy iron pan, in which a few scraps of meat remained, and I caught an odor of pronounced gaminess, almost virtual putrescence, from the pan as he went by. I wondered if he had been feeding the unknown monstrosity, and if perhaps its food was supplied to it through a trap in the ceiling of the barred room. The surmise was reasonable enough, but the odor of the scraps, by a train of remote, half-literary association, had begun to suggest other surmises which, it would seem, were beyond the realm of possibility and reason. Certain evasive, incoherent hints appeared to point themselves suddenly to an atrocious and abhorrent whole. With imperfect success, I assured myself that the thing I had fancied was incredible to science, was a mere creation of superstitious diablerie. No, it could not be, here in England of all places, that corpse-devouring demon of Oriental tales and legends, the ghoul. Contrary to my fears, there was no repetition of the fiendish howling as we passed the secret room, but I thought that I heard a measured crunching, such as a large animal would make in devouring its food. My room, though still drear and dismal enough, had been cleared of its accumulated dust and matted gossamers. After a personal inspection, Sir John left me and retired to his own chamber. I was struck by his deathly pallor and weakness as he said good night to me, and felt guiltily apprehensive that the strain of receiving and entertaining a guest might have aggravated the dire disease from which he suffered. I seemed to detect actual pain and torment beneath his careful armor of urbanity, and wondered if the urbanity had not been maintained at an excessive cost. The fatigue of my day-long journey, together with the heavy wine I had drunk, should have conduced to early slumber, but though I lay with tightly closed lids in the darkness, I could not dismiss those evil shadows, those black and charnel larvae that swarmed upon me from the ancient house. Insufferable and forbidden things besieged me with filthy talons, brushed me with noisome coils, as I tossed through eternal hours and lay staring at the grey square of the storm-darkened window. The dripping of the rain, the sough and moan of the wind, resolved themselves to a dread mutter of half-articulate voices that plotted against my peace and whispered loathfully of nameless secrets in demonian language. At length, after the seeming lapse of nocturnal centuries, the tempest died away, and I no longer heard the equivocal voices. The window lightened a little in the black wall, and the terrors of my night-long insomnia seemed to withdraw partially, but without bringing the surcease of slumber. I became aware of utter silence, and then, in the silence, of a queer, faint, disquieting sound, whose cause and location baffled me for many minutes. The sound was muffled and far off at times. Then it seemed to draw near, as if it were in the next room. I began to identify it as a sort of scratching, such as would be made by the claws of an animal on solid woodwork. Sitting up in bed and listening attentively, I realized with a fresh start of horror that it came from the direction of the barred chamber. It took on a strange resonance, Then it became almost inaudible, and suddenly, for a while, it ceased. In the interim, I heard a groan, like that of a man in great agony or terror. I could not mistake the source of the groan, which had issued from Sir John Tremoth's room, nor was I doubtful any longer as to the causation of the scratching. The groan was not repeated, but the damnable clawing sound began again, and was continued till daybreak. Then, as if the creature that had caused the noise were wholly nocturnal in its habits, the faint, vibrant rasping ceased, and was not resumed. In a state of dull, nightmarish apprehension, drugged with weariness and want of sleep, I had listened to it with intolerably straining ears. With its cessation, in the hueless livid dawn, I slid into a deep slumber, from which the muffled and amorphous spectres of the old hall were unable to detain me any longer. 2. I was awakened by a loud knocking on my door, a knocking in which even my sleep-confused senses could recognize the imperative and urgent. It must have been close upon midday, and feeling guilty at having overslept so egregiously, I ran to the door and opened it. The old manservant Harper was standing without, and his tremulous and grief-broken manner told me before he spoke that something of dire import had occurred. "I regret to tell you, Mr. Chaldane," he quavered, "that Sir John is dead. He did not answer my knock as usual, so I may bold to enter his room. He must have died early this morning." Inexpressibly shocked by his announcement, I recalled the single groan I had heard in the grey beginning of dawn. My host, perhaps, had been dying at that very moment. I recalled, too, the detestable nightmare scratching. Unavoidably, I wondered if the groan had been occasioned by fear as well as by physical pain. Had the strain and suspense of listening to that hideous sound brought on the final paroxysm of Sir John's malady? I could not be sure of the truth, but my brain seethed with awful and ghastly conjectures. With the futile formalities that one employs on such occasions, I tried to condole with the aged servant, and offered him such assistance as I could in making the necessary arrangements for the disposition of his master's remains. Since there was no telephone in the house, I volunteered to find a doctor who would examine the body and sign the death certificate. The old man seemed to feel a singular relief and gratitude. "Thank you, sir," he said fervently. Then, as if in explanation, "I don't want to leave Sir John. I promised him that I'd keep a close watch over his body." He went on to speak of Sir John's desire for cremation. It seemed that the baronet had left explicit directions for the building of a pyre of driftwood on the hill behind the hall, the burning of his remains on this pyre, and the sowing of his ashes on the fields of the estate. These directions he had enjoined and empowered the servant to carry out as soon after death as possible. No one was to be present at the ceremony, except Harper and the hired pallbearers, and Sir John's nearer relatives, none of whom lived in the vicinity, were not to be informed of his demise till all was over. I refused Harper's offer to prepare my breakfast, telling him that I could obtain a meal in the neighbouring village. There was a strange uneasiness in his manner, and I realized, with thoughts and emotions not to be specified in this narrative, that he was anxious to begin his promised vigil beside Sir John's corpse. It would be tedious and unnecessary to detail the funereal afternoon that followed. The heavy sea fog had returned, and I seemed to grope my way through a certain but unreal world as I sought the nearby town. I succeeded in locating a doctor, and also in securing several men to build the pyre and act as pallbearers. I was met everywhere with an odd taciturnity, and no one seemed willing to comment on Sir John's death, or to speak of the dark legendary that was attached to Tremoth Hall. Harper, to my amazement, had proposed that the cremation should take place at once. This, however, proved to be impracticable. When all the formalities and arrangements had been completed, the fog turned into a steady, everlasting downpour which rendered impossible the lighting of the pyre, and we were compelled to defer the ceremony. I had promised Harper that I should remain at the hall till all was done, and so it was that I spent a second night beneath that roof of accursed and abominable secrets. The darkness came on betimes. After a last visit to the village, in which I procured some sandwiches for Harper and myself in lieu of dinner, I returned to the lonely hall. I was met by Harper on the stairs as I ascended to the death chamber. There was an increased agitation in his manner, as if something had happened to frighten him. "I wonder if you'd keep me company tonight, Mr. Chaldane," he said. "It's a gruesome watch that I'm asking you to share, and it may be a dangerous one. But Sir John would thank you, I'm sure. If you have a weapon of any sort, it will be well to bring it with you." It was impossible to refuse his request, and I assented at once. I was unarmed, so Harper insisted on equipping me with an antique revolver, of which he himself carried the mate. "Look here, Harper," I said bluntly, as we followed the hall to Sir John's chamber. "What are you afraid of?" He flinched visibly at the question, and seemed unwilling to answer. Then, after a moment, he appeared to realize that frankness was necessary. "It's the thing in the barred room," he explained. "You must have heard it, sir. We've had the care of it, Sir John and I, these 28 years, and we've always feared that it might break out. It never gave us much trouble, as long as we kept it well fed, but for the last 3 nights it has been scratching at the thick oaken wall of Sir John's chamber, which is something it never did before. Sir John thought it knew that he was going to die, and that it wanted to reach his body, being hungry for other food than we had given it. That's why we must guard him closely tonight, Mr. Chaldane. I pray to God that the wall will hold, but the thing keeps on clawing and clawing like a demon, and I don't like the hollowness of the sound, as if the wall were getting pretty thin." Appalled by this confirmation of my own most repugnant surmise, I could offer no rejoinder, since all comment would have been futile. With Harper's open avowal, the abnormality took on a darker and more encroaching shadow, a more potent and tyrannic menace. Willingly would I have foregone the promised vigil, but this, of course, it was impossible to do. The bestial, diabolic scratching, louder and more frantic than before, assailed my ears as we passed the barred room. All too readily, I understood the nameless fear that had impelled the old man to request my company. The sound was inexpressibly alarming and nerve-sapping, with its grim, macabre insistence, its intimation of ghoulish hunger. It became even plainer, with a hideous, tearing vibrancy, when we entered the room of death. During the whole course of that funereal day, I had refrained from visiting this chamber, since I am lacking in the morbid curiosity which impels many to gaze upon the dead. So it was that I beheld my host for the second and last time. Fully dressed and prepared for the pyre, he lay on the chill white bed, whose heavily figured, arras-like curtains had been drawn back. The room was lit by several tall tapers, arranged on a little table in curious brazen candelabras that were greened with antiquity, but the light seemed to afford only a doubtful, dolorous glimmering in the drear spaciousness and mortuary shadows. Somewhat against my will, I gazed on the dead features, and averted my eyes very hastily. I was prepared for the stony pallor and rigor, but not for the full betrayal of that hideous revulsion, that inhuman terror and horror, which must have corroded the man's heart through infernal years, and which, with almost superhuman control, he had masked from the casual beholder in life. The revelation was too painful, and I could not look at him again. In a sense, it seemed that he was not dead, that he was still listening with agonized attention to the dreadful sounds that might well have served to precipitate the final attack of his malady. There were several chairs, dating, I think, like the bed itself, from the 17th century. Harper and I seated ourselves near the small table, and between the deathbed and the panelled wall of blackish wood, from which the ceaseless clawing sound appeared to issue. In tacit silence, with drawn and cocked revolvers, we began our ghastly vigil. As we sat and waited, I was driven to picture the unnamed monstrosity, and formless or half-formed images of charnel nightmare pursued each other in chaotic succession through my mind. An atrocious curiosity, to which I should normally have been a stranger, prompted me to question Harper, but I was restrained by an even more powerful inhibition. On his part, the old man volunteered no information or comment whatever, but watched the wall with fear-bright eyes that did not seem to waver in his palsy-nodding head. It would be impossible to convey the unnatural tension, the macabre suspense and baleful expectation of the hours that followed. The woodwork must have been of great thickness and hardness, such as would have defied the assaults of any normal creature equipped only with talons or teeth. But in spite of such obvious arguments as these, I thought momentarily to see it crumble inward. The scratching noise went on eternally, and to my febrile fancy it grew sharper and nearer every instant. At recurrent intervals, I seemed to hear a low, eager, dog-like whining, such as a ravenous animal would make when it neared the goal of its burrowing. Neither of us had spoken of what we should do, in case the monster should attain its objective, but there seemed to be an unvoiced agreement. However, with a superstitiousness of which I should not have believed myself capable, I began to wonder if the monster possessed enough of humanity in its composition to be vulnerable to mere revolver bullets. To what extent would it display the traits of its unknown and fabulous paternity? I tried to convince myself that such questions and wonderings were patently absurd, but was drawn to them again and again, as if by the allurement of some forbidden gulf. The night wore on, like the flowing of a dark, sluggish stream, and the tall funeral tapers had burned to within an inch of their verdigris-eaten sockets. It was this circumstance alone that gave me an idea of the passage of time, for I seemed to be drowning in a black eternity, motionless beneath the crawling and seething of blind horrors. I had grown so accustomed to the clawing noise in the woodwork, and the sound had gone on so long, that I deemed its ever-growing sharpness and hollowness a mere hallucination, and so it was that the end of our vigil came without apparent warning. Suddenly, as I stared at the wall and listened with frozen fixity, I heard a harsh, splintering sound, and saw that a narrow strip had broken loose and was hanging from the panel. Then, before I could collect myself or credit the awful witness of my senses, a large, semicircular portion of the wall collapsed in many splinters beneath the impact of some ponderous body. Mercifully, perhaps, I have never been able to recall with any degree of distinctness the hellish thing that issued from the panel. The visual shock, by its own excessive horror, has almost blotted the details from memory. I have, however, the blurred impression of a huge, whitish, hairless, and semi-quadruped body, of canine teeth in a half-human face, and long hyena nails at the end of forelimbs that were both arms and legs. A charnel stench preceded the apparition, like a breath from the den of some carrion-eating animal, and then, with a single nightmare leap, the thing was upon us. I heard the staccato crack of Harper's revolver, sharp and vengeful in the closed room, but there was only a rusty click from my own weapon. Perhaps the cartridge was too old, any rate, it had misfired. Before I could press the trigger again, I was hurled to the floor with terrific violence, striking my head against the heavy base of the little table. A black curtain, spangled with countless fires, appeared to fall upon me and to blot the room from sight. Then all the fires went out, and there was only darkness. Again, slowly, I became conscious of flame and shadow, but the flame was bright and flickering, and seemed to grow ever more brilliant. Then my dull, doubtful senses were sharply revived and clarified by the acrid odor of burning cloth. The features of the room returned to vision, and I found that I was lying huddled against the overthrown table, gazing toward the deathbed. The guttering candles had been hurled to the floor. One of them was eating a slow circle of fire in the carpet beside me, and another, spreading, had ignited the bed curtains, which were flaring swiftly upward to the great canopy. Even as I lay staring, huge ruddy tatters of the burning fabric fell upon the bed in a dozen places, and the body of Sir John Tremoth was ringed about with starting flames. I staggered heavily to my feet, dazed and giddy with the fall that had hurled me into oblivion. The room was empty, except for the old manservant, who lay near the door, moaning indistinctly. The door itself stood open, as if someone or something had gone out during my period of unconsciousness. I turned again to the bed, with some instinctive, half-formed intention of trying to extinguish the blaze. The flames were spreading rapidly, were leaping higher, but they were not swift enough to veil from my sickened eyes the hands and features, if one could any longer call them such, of that which had been Sir John Tremoth. Of the last horror that had overtaken him, I must forbear explicit mention, and I would that I could likewise avoid the remembrance. All too tardily had the monster been frightened away by the fire. There is little more to tell. Looking back once more, as I reeled from the smoke-laden room with Harper in my arms, I saw that the bed and its canopy had become a mass of mounting flames. The unhappy baronet had found in his own death-chamber the funeral pyre for which he had longed. It was nearly dawn when we emerged from the doomed manor house. The rain had ceased, leaving a heaven lined with high and dead grey clouds. The chill air appeared to revive the aged manservant, and he stood feebly beside me, uttering not a word, as we watched an ever-climbing spire of flame that broke from the sombre roof of Tremoth Hall and began to cast a sullen glare on the unkempt hedges. In the combined light of the fireless dawn and the lurid conflagration, we both saw at our feet the semi-human, monstrous footprints, with their mark of long and canine nails that had been trodden freshly and deeply in the rain-wet soil. They came from the direction of the manor house, and ran toward the heath-clad hill that rose behind it. Still without speaking, we followed the steps. Almost without interruption, they led to the entrance of the ancient family vaults, to the heavy iron door in the hillside that had been closed for a full generation by Sir John Tremoth's order. The door itself swung open, and we saw that its rusty chain and lock had been shattered by a strength that was more than the strength of man or beast. Then, peering within, we saw the clay-touched outline of the unreturning footprints that went downward into mausolean darkness on the stairs. We were both weaponless, having left our revolvers behind us in the death-chamber, but we did not hesitate long. Harper possessed a liberal supply of matches, and looking about, I found a heavy billet of water-soaked wood, which might serve in lieu of a cudgel. In grim silence, with tacit determination, and forgetful of any danger, we conducted a thorough search of the well-nigh interminable vaults, striking match after match as we went on in the musty shadows. The traces of ghoulish footsteps grew fainter as we followed them into those black recesses, and we found nothing anywhere but noisome dampness and undisturbed cobwebs and the countless coffins of the dead. The thing that we sought had vanished utterly, as if swallowed up by the subterranean walls. At last we returned to the entrance. There, as we stood blinking in the full daylight with grey and haggard faces, Harper spoke for the first time, saying in his slow, tremulous voice, "Many years ago, soon after Lady Agatha's death, Sir John and I searched the vaults from end to end, but we could find no trace of the thing we suspected. Now, as then, it is useless to seek. There are mysteries which, God helping, will never be fathomed. We know only that the offspring of the vaults has gone back to the vaults. There may it remain." Silently, in my shaken heart, I echoed his last words and his wish. Ubbo-Sathla by Clark Ashton Smith. For Ubbo-Sathla is the source and the end. Before the coming of Xothaqua, or Yog-Sothoth, or Cthulhu from the stars, Ubbo-Sathla dwelt in the steaming fens of the new-made earth, a mass without head or members, spawning the grey, formless efts of the prime and the grisly prototypes of terrene life. And all earthly life, it is told, shall go back at last, through the great circle of time, to Ubbo-Sathla. The Book of Eibon. Paul Tragardis found the milky crystal in a litter of oddments from many lands and eras. He had entered the shop of the curio dealer through an aimless impulse, with no particular object in mind, other than the idle distraction of eyeing and fingering a miscellany of far-gathered things. Looking desultorily about, his attention had been drawn by a dull glimmering on one of the tables, and he had extricated the queer orb-like stone from its shadowy, crowded position between an ugly little Aztec idol, the fossil egg of a Dinornis, and an obscene fetish of black wood from the Niger. The thing was about the size of a small orange, and was slightly flattened at the ends, like a planet at its poles. It puzzled Tragardis, for it was not like an ordinary crystal, being cloudy and changeable, with an intermittent glowing in its heart, as if it were alternately illumined and darkened from within. Holding it to the wintry window, he studied it for a while, without being able to determine the secret of this singular and regular alternation. His puzzlement was soon complicated by a dawning sense of vague and irrecognizable familiarity, as if he had seen the thing before under circumstances that were now wholly forgotten. He appealed to the curio dealer, a dwarfish Hebrew with an air of dusty antiquity, who gave the impression of being lost to commercial considerations in some web of cabalistic reverie. "Can you tell me anything about this?" The dealer gave an indescribable, simultaneous shrug of his shoulders and his eyebrows. "It is very old, Paleogean, one might say. I cannot tell you much, for little is known. A geologist found it in Greenland beneath glacial ice in the Miocene strata. Who knows, it may have belonged to some sorcerer of primeval Thule. Greenland was a warm, fertile region beneath the sun of Miocene times. No doubt it is a magic crystal, and a man might behold strange visions in its heart, if he looked long enough." Tragardis was quite startled, for the dealer's apparently fantastic suggestion had brought to mind his own delvings in a branch of obscure lore, and in particular had recalled the Book of Eibon, that strangest and rarest of occult forgotten volumes, which is said to have come down through a series of manifold translations from a prehistoric original, written in the lost language of Hyperborea. Trigardis, with much difficulty, had obtained the medieval French version, a copy that had been owned by many generations of sorcerers and Satanists, but had never been able to find the Greek manuscript from which his version was derived. The remote, fabulous original was supposed to have been the work of a great Hyperborean wizard, from whom it had taken its name. It was a collection of dark and baleful myths, of liturgies, rituals, and incantations both evil and esoteric. Not without shudders, in the course of studies that the average person would have considered more than singular, Trigardis had collated the French volume with a frightful Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred. He had found many correspondences of the blackest and most appalling significance, together with much forbidden data that was either unknown to the Arab or omitted by him, or by his translators. Was this what he had been trying to recall, Trigardis wondered? The brief, casual reference in the Book of Ibon to a cloudy crystal that had been owned by the wizard Zon Metzamalek in Muthulan? Of course, it was all too fantastic, too hypothetic, too incredible. But Muthulan, that northern portion of ancient Hyperborea, was supposed to have corresponded roughly with modern Greenland, which had formerly been joined as a peninsula to the main continent. Could the stone in his hand, by some fabulous fortuity, be the crystal of Zon Metzamalek? Trigardis smiled at himself with inward irony for even conceiving the absurd notion. Such things did not occur, at least not in present-day London, and, in all likelihood, the Book of Ibon was sheer superstitious fantasy anyway. Nevertheless, there was something about the crystal that continued to tease and inveigle him. He ended by purchasing it at a fairly moderate price. The sum was named by the seller and paid by the buyer without bargaining. With the crystal in his pocket, Paul Trigardis hastened back to his lodgings, instead of resuming his leisurely saunter. He installed the milky globe on his writing table, where it stood firmly enough on one of its oblate ends. Then, still smiling at his own absurdity, he took down the yellow parchment manuscript of the Book of Ibon from its place in a somewhat inclusive collection of recherche literature. He opened the vermiculated leather cover with hasps of tarnished steel and read over to himself, translating from the archaic French as he read the paragraph that referred to Zon Metzamalek. This wizard, who was mighty among sorcerers, had found a cloudy stone, orb-like and somewhat flattened at the ends, in which he could behold many visions of the terrene past, even to the earth's beginning, when Ubbo-Sathla, the unbegotten source, lay vast and swollen and yeasty amid the vapouring slime. But of that which he beheld, Zon Metzamalek left little record, and people say that he vanished presently, in a way that is not known, and after him the cloudy crystal was lost. Paul Trigardis laid the manuscript aside. Again there was something that tantalized and beguiled him, like a lost dream or a memory forfeit to oblivion. Impelled by a feeling which he did not scrutinize or question, he sat down before the table and began to stare intently into the cold, nebulous orb. He felt an expectation which somehow was so familiar, so permeative a part of his consciousness, that he did not even name it to himself. Minute by minute he sat and watched the alternate glimmering and fading of the mysterious light in the heart of the crystal. By imperceptible degrees there stole upon him a sense of dreamlike duality, both in respect to his person and his surroundings. He was still Paul Trigardis, and yet he was someone else. The room was his London apartment, and a chamber in some foreign but well-known place. And in both milieus he peered steadfastly into the same crystal. After an interim, without surprise on the part of Trigardis, the process of re-identification became complete. He knew that he was Zon Metzamalek, a sorcerer of Muthulan, and a student of all lore anterior to his own epoch, wise with dreadful secrets that were not known to Poltergeist, amateur of anthropology and the occult sciences in latter-day London. He sought by means of the milky crystal to attain an even older and more fearful knowledge. He had acquired the stone in duplicable ways from a more than sinister source. It was unique and without fellow in any land or time. In its depths, all former years, all things that have ever been, were supposedly mirrored and would reveal themselves to the patient visionary. And through the crystal, Zon Metzger-Malak had dreamt to recover the wisdom of the gods who died before the earth was born. They had passed to the lightless void, leaving their lore inscribed upon tablets of ultrastellar stone, and the tablets were guarded in the primal mire by the formless, idiotic demiurge, Ubbo-Sathla. Only by means of the crystal could he hope to find and read the tablets. For the first time, he was making trial of the globe's reputed virtues. About him, an ivory-panelled chamber filled with his magic books and paraphernalia was fading slowly from his consciousness. Before him, on a table of some dark Hyperborean wood that had been graven with grotesque ciphers, the crystal appeared to swell and deepen, and in its filmy depth he beheld a swift and broken swirling of dim scenes, fleeting like the bubbles of a mill race. As if he looked upon an actual world, cities, forests, mountains, seas, and meadows flowed beneath him, lightening and darkening, as with the passage of days and nights in some weirdly accelerated stream of time. Zon Metzger-Malak had forgotten Poltergeist, had lost the remembrance of his own entity and his own surroundings in Muthulan. Moment by moment, the flowing vision in the crystal became more definite and distinct, and the orb itself deepened, till he grew giddy, as if he were peering from an insecure height into some never-fathomed abyss. He knew that time was racing backward in the crystal, was unrolling for him the pageant of all past days, but a strange alarm had seized him, and he feared to gaze longer. Like one who has nearly fallen from a precipice, he caught himself with a violent start and drew back from the mystic orb. Again, to his gaze, the enormous whirling world into which he had peered was a small and cloudy crystal on his rune-wrought table in Muthulan. Then, by degrees, it seemed that the great room with sculptured panels of mammoth ivory was narrowing to another and dingier place, and Zon Metzger-Malak, losing his preternatural wisdom and sorcerous power, went back by a weird regression into Poltergeist. And yet not wholly, it seemed, was he able to return. Tregeist, dazed and wondering, found himself before the writing table, on which he had set the oblate sphere. He felt the confusion of one who has dreamt, and has not yet fully awakened from the dream. The room puzzled him vaguely, as if something were wrong with its size and furnishings, and his remembrance of purchasing the crystal from a curio dealer was oddly and discrepantly mingled with an impression that he had acquired it in a very different manner. He felt that something very strange had happened to him when he peered into the crystal, but just what it was he could not seem to recollect. It had left him in the sort of psychic muddlement that follows a debauch of hashish. He assured himself that he was Poltergeist, that he lived on a certain street in London, that the year was 1932, but such commonplace verities had somehow lost their meaning and their validity, and everything about him was shadow-like and insubstantial. The very walls seemed to waver like smoke. The people in the streets were phantoms of phantoms, and he himself was a lost shadow, a wandering echo of something long forgotten. He resolved that he would not repeat his experiment of crystal gazing. The effects were too unpleasant and equivocal. But the very next day, by an unreasoning impulse to which he yielded almost mechanically, without reluctation, he found himself seated before the misty orb. Again, he became the sorcerer Zon Metzger-Malak in Muthulan. Again he dreamt to retrieve the wisdom of the anti-mundane gods. Again he drew back from the deepening crystal with the terror of one who fears to fall. And once more, but doubtfully and dimly, like a failing wraith, he was Paul Trigardis. 3 times did Trigardis repeat the experience on successive days, and each time his own person and the world about him became more tenuous and confused than before. His sensations were those of a dreamer who is on the verge of waking, and London itself was unreal as the lands that slip from the dreamer's ken, receding in filmy mist and cloudy light. Beyond it all, he felt the looming and crowding of vast imageries, alien but half familiar. It was as if the phantasmagoria of time and space were dissolving about him, to reveal some veritable reality, or another dream of space and time. There came, at last, the day when he sat down before the crystal, and did not return as Paul Trigardis. It was the day when Zon Metzer Malak, boldly disregarding certain evil and portentous warnings, resolved to overcome his curious fear of falling bodily into the visionary world that he beheld, a fear that had hitherto prevented him from following the backward stream of time for any distance. He must, he assured himself, conquer this fear, if he were ever to see and read the lost tablets of the gods. He had beheld nothing more than a few fragments of the years of Muthulan immediately posterior to the present, the years of his own lifetime, and there were inestimable cycles between these years and the beginning. Again, to his gaze, the crystal deepened immeasurably, with scenes and happenings that flowed in a retrograde stream. Again the magic ciphers of the dark table faded from his ken, and the sorcerously carven walls of his chamber melted into less than dream. Once more he grew giddy with an awful vertigo, as he bent above the swirling and milling of the terrible gulfs of time in the world-like orb. Fearfully, in spite of his resolution, he would have drawn away, but he had looked and leaned too long. There was a sense of abysmal falling, a suction as of ineluctable winds, of maelstroms that bore him down through fleet, unstable visions of his own past life into antenatal years and dimensions. He seemed to endure the pangs of an inverse dissolution, and then he was no longer Zon Metzer Malak, the wise and learned watcher of the crystal, but an actual part of the weirdly racing stream that ran back to reattain the beginning. He seemed to live unnumbered lives, to die myriad deaths, forgetting each time the death and life that had gone before. He fought as a warrior in half-legendary battles. He was a child playing in the ruins of some olden city of Muthulan. He was the king who had reigned when the city was in its prime, the prophet who had foretold its building and its doom. A woman, he wept for the bygone dead in necropoli long crumbled. An antique wizard, he muttered the rude spells of earlier sorcery. A priest of some pre-human god, he wielded the sacrificial knife in cave temples of pillared basalt. Life by life, era by era, he retraced the long and groping cycles through which Hyperborea had risen from savagery to a high civilization. He became a barbarian of some troglodytic tribe, fleeing from the slow turreted ice of a former glacial age into lands illumined by the ruddy flare of perpetual volcanoes. Then, after incomputable years, he was no longer man, but a man-like beast, roving in forests of giant fern and calamite, or building an uncouth nest in the boughs of mighty cycads. Through eons of anterior sensation, of crude lust and hunger, of aboriginal terror and madness, there was someone, or something, that went ever backward in time. Death became birth, and birth was death. In a slow vision of reversed change, the earth appeared to melt away, and sloughed off the hills and mountains of its latter strata. Always the sun grew larger and hotter above the fuming swamps that teemed with a crasser life, with a more fulsome vegetation. And the thing that had been Paul Trigardis, that had been Zon Metzer Malak, was a part of all the monstrous devolution. It flew with the claw-tipped wings of a pterodactyl. It swam in tepid seas with the vast, winding bulk of an ichthyosaurus. It bellowed uncouthly with the armored throat of some forgotten behemoth to the huge moon that burned through primordial mists. At length, after eons of immemorial brutehood, it became one of the lost serpent men who reared their cities of black gneiss and fought their venomous wars in the world's first continent. It walked arduously in anti-human streets, in strange, crooked vaults. It peered at primeval stars from high Babelian towers. It bowed with hissing litanies to great serpent idols. Through years and ages of the Ophidian era it returned, and was a thing that crawled in the ooze, that had not yet learned to think and dream and build. And the time came when there was no longer a continent, but only a vast, chaotic marsh, a sea of slime, without limit or horizon, without shore or elevation, that seethed with a blind writhing of amorphous vapors. There, in the grey beginning of earth, the formless mass that was Ubbo-Sathla reposed amid the slime and the vapors. Headless, without organs or members, it slothed from its oozy sides in a slow, ceaseless wave, the amoebic forms that were the archetypes of earthly life. Horrible it was, if there had been aught to apprehend the horror, and loathsome, if there had been any to feel loathing. About it, prone or tilted in the mire, there lay the mighty tablets of star-quarried stone that were writ with the inconceivable wisdom of the pre-mundane gods. And there, to the goal of a forgotten search, was drawn the thing that had been, or would sometime be, Poltergeist and Zon-Metzar-Malak. Becoming a shapeless eft of the prime, it crawled sluggishly and obliviously across the fallen tablets of the gods, and fought and ravened blindly with the other spawn of Ubbo-Sathla. Of Zon-Metzar-Malak and his vanishing, there is no mention anywhere, save the brief passage in the Book of Eibon. Concerning Poltergeist, who also disappeared, there was a curt notice in several of the London papers. No one seems to have known anything about him. He is gone as if he had never been, and the crystal, presumably, is gone too. At least, no one has found it. The Seven Geases by Clark Ashton Smith. The Lord Ralabar Vuz, High Magistrate of Comorium and third cousin to King Homquat, had gone forth with 26 of his most valorous retainers, in quest of such game as was afforded by the Black Iglothian mountains. Leaving to lesser sportsmen the great sloths and vampire bats of the intermediate jungle, as well as the small but noxious dinosauria, Ralabar Vuz and his followers had pushed rapidly ahead and had covered the distance between the Hyperborean capital and their objective in a day's march. The glassy scores and grim ramparts of Mount Vor-Mithridrith, highest and most formidable of the Iglothians, had beetled above them, wedging the sun with dark scoriac peaks at mid-afternoon, and walling the blazonries of sunset wholly from view. They had spent the night beneath its lowermost crags, keeping a ceaseless watch, piling dead branches on their fires, and hearing on the grisly heights above them the wild and dog-like ululations of those subhuman savages, the Vormis, for which the mountain was named. Also, they heard the bellowing of an alpine catobelpus pursued by the Vormis, and the mad snarling of a saber-toothed tiger assailed and dragged down, and Ralabar Vuz had deemed that these noises boded well for the morrow's hunting. He and his men rose betimes, and having breakfasted on their provisions of dried bear meat and a dark sour wine that was noted for its invigorative qualities, they began immediately the ascent of the mountain, whose upper precipices were hollow with caves occupied by the Vormis. Ralabar Vuz had hunted these creatures before, and a certain room of his house in Comorium was arrased with their thick and shaggy pelts. They were usually deemed the most dangerous of the Hyperborean fauna, and the mere climbing of Vor-Mithadrith, even without the facing of its inhabitants, would have been a feat attended by more than sufficient peril. But Ralabavuz, having tasted of such sport, could now satisfy himself with nothing tamer. He and his followers were well armed and accoutred. Some of the men bore coils of rope and grappling hooks to be employed in the escalade of the steeper crags. Some carried heavy crossbows, and many were equipped with long-handled and saber-bladed bills which, from experience, had proved the most effective weapons in close-range fighting with the Vormis. The whole party was variously studded with auxiliary knives, throwing darts, two-handed scimitars, maces, bodkins, and saw-toothed axes. The men were all clad in jerkins and hose of dinosaur leather, and were shod with brazen-spiked buskins. Ralabavuz himself wore a light suiting of copper chainmail, which, flexible as cloth, in no wise impeded his movements. In addition, he carried a buckler of mammoth hide with a long bronze spike in its center that could be used as a thrusting sword, and, being a man of huge stature and strength, his shoulders and baldric were hung with a whole arsenal of weaponries. The mountain was of volcanic origin, though its 4 craters were supposedly all extinct. For hours the climbers toiled upward on the fearsome scarps of black lava and obsidian, seeing the sheerer heights above them recede interminably into a cloudless zenith, as if not to be approached by man. Far faster than they, the sun climbed, blazing torridly upon them and heating the rocks till their hands were scorched, as if by the walls of a furnace. But Ralabavuz, eager to flesh his weapons, would permit no halting in the shady chasms, nor under the scant umbrage of rare junipers. That day, however, it seemed that the Vormis were not abroad upon Mount Vor-Mithadrith. No doubt they had feasted too well during the night, when their hunting cries had been heard by the Comorians. Perhaps it would be necessary to invade the warren of caves in the loftier crags, a procedure none too palatable even for a sportsman of such hardihood as Ralabavuz. Few of these caverns could be reached by men without the use of ropes, and the Vormis, who were possessed of quasi-human cunning, would hurl blocks and rubble upon the heads of the assailants. Most of the caves were narrow and darksome, thus putting at a grave disadvantage the hunters who entered them, and the Vormis would fight redoubtably in defense of their young and their females, who dwelt in the inner recesses, and the females were fiercer and more pernicious, if possible, than the males. Such matters as these were debated by Ralabavuz and his henchmen, as the escalade became more arduous and hazardous, and they saw far above them the pitted mouths of the lower dens. Tales were told of brave hunters who had gone into those dens and had not returned, and much was said of the vile feeding habits of the Vormis, and the uses to which their captives were put before death and after it. Also, much was said regarding the genesis of the Vormis, who were popularly believed to be the offspring of women and certain atrocious creatures that had come forth in primal days from a tenebrous cavern world in the bowels of Vor-Mithadrith. Somewhere beneath that 4-coned mountain, the sluggish and baleful god Sathagua, who had come down from Saturn in years immediately following the earth's creation, was fabled to reside, and during the rite of worship at his black altars, the devotees were always careful to orient themselves toward Vor-Mithadrith. Other and more doubtful beings than Sathagua slept below the extinct volcanoes, or ranged and ravened throughout that hidden underworld, but of these beings few men, other than the more adept or abandoned wizards, professed to know anything at all. Ralabavuz, who had a thoroughly modern disdain of the supernatural, avowed his skepticism in no equivocal terms when he heard his henchmen regaling each other with those antique legendaries. He swore with many ribald blasphemies that there were no gods anywhere, above or under Vor-Mithadrith. As for the Vormis themselves, they were indeed a misbegotten species, but it was hardly necessary, in explaining their generation, to go beyond the familiar laws of nature. They were merely the remnant of a low and degraded tribe of aborigines, who, sinking further into brutehood, had sought refuge in those volcanic fastnesses after the coming of the true Hyperboreans. Certain grizzled veterans of the party shook their heads and muttered at these heresies, but because of their respect for the high rank and prowess of Ralabavuz, they did not venture to gainsay him openly. After several hours of heroic climbing, the hunters came within measurable distance of those nether caves. Below them now, in a vast and dizzying prospect, were the wooded hills and fair fertile plains of Hyperborea. They were alone in a world of black, riven rock, with innumerable precipices and chasms above, beneath, and on all sides. Directly overhead, in the face of an almost perpendicular cliff, were three of the cavern mouths, which had the aspect of volcanic fumaroles. Much of the cliff was glazed with obsidian, and there were few ledges or hand grips. It seemed that even the Vormis, agile as apes, could scarcely climb that wall, and Ralabavuz, after studying it with a strategic eye, decided that the only feasible approach to the dens was from above. A diagonal crack, running from a shelf just below them to the summit, no doubt afforded ingress and egress to their occupants. First, however, it was necessary to gain the precipice above, a difficult and precarious feat in itself. At one side of the long talus on which the hunters were standing, there was a chimney that wound upward in the wall, ceasing 30 feet from the top and leaving a sheer, smooth surface. Working along the chimney to its upper end, a good alpinist could hurl his rope and grappling hook to the summit edge. The advisability of bettering their present vantage was now emphasized by a shower of stones and offal from the caverns. They noted certain human relics, well gnawed and decayed, amid the offal. Ralabavuz, animated by wrath against these miscreants, as well as by the fervour of the huntsman, led his 26 followers in the escalade. He soon reached the chimney's termination, where a slanting ledge offered bare foothold at one side. After the third cast, his rope held, and he went up hand over hand to the precipice. He found himself on a broad and comparatively level-topped buttress of the lowest cone of Vormithidruth, which still rose for 2,000 feet above him like a steep pyramid. Before him on the buttress, the black lava stone was gnarled into numberless low ridges and strange masses, like the pedestals of gigantic columns. Dry, scanty grasses and withered alpine flowers grew here and there in shallow basins of darkish soil, and a few cedars, leaven-struck or stunted, had taken root in the fissured rock. Amid the black ridges and seemingly close at hand, a thread of pale smoke ascended, serpentining oddly in the still air of noon and reaching an unbelievable height ere it vanished. Ralabavuz inferred that the buttress was inhabited by some person nearer to civilized humanity than the Vormis, who were quite ignorant of the use of fire. Surprised by this discovery, he did not wait for his men to join him, but started off at once to investigate the source of the curling smoke thread. He had deemed it merely a few steps away, behind the first of those grotesque furrows of lava. But evidently he had been deceived in this, for he climbed ridge after ridge and rounded many broad and curious dolmens and great dolomites which rose inexplicably before him, where, an instant previous, he had thought they were only ordinary boulders. And still the pale, sinuous wisp went skyward at the same seeming interval. Ralabavuz, high magistrate and redoubtable hunter, was both puzzled and irritated by this behavior of the smoke. Likewise, the aspect of the rocks around him was disconcertingly and unpleasantly deceitful. He was wasting too much time in an exploration idle and quite foreign to the real business of the day, but it was not his nature to abandon any enterprise, no matter how trivial, without reaching the set goal. Hallooing loudly to his men, who must have climbed the cliff by now, he went on toward the elusive smoke. It seemed to him once or twice that he heard the answering shouts of his followers, very faint and indistinct, as if across some mile-wide chasm. Again he called lustily, but this time there was no audible reply. Going a little farther, he began to detect among the rocks beside him a peculiar conversational droning and muttering, in which 4 or 5 different voices appeared to take part. Seemingly they were much nearer at hand than the smoke, which had now receded like a mirage. One of the voices was clearly that of a Hyperborean, but the others possessed a timbre and accent which Ralabavuz, in spite of his varied ethnic knowledge, could not associate with any branch or subdivision of mankind. They affected his ears in a most unpleasant fashion, suggesting by turns the hum of great insects, the murmurs of fire and water, and the rasping of metal. Ralabavuz emitted a hearty and somewhat ireful bellow to announce his coming to whatever persons were convened amid the rocks. His weapons and accoutrements clattering loudly, he scrambled over a sharp lava ridge toward the voices. Topping the ridge, he looked down on a scene that was both mysterious and unexpected. Below him, in a circular hollow, there stood a rude hut of boulders and stone fragments roofed with cedar boughs. In front of this hovel, on a large flat block of obsidian, a fire burned with flames alternately blue, green, and white, and from it rose the pale thin spiral of smoke whose situation had eluded him so strangely. An old man, withered and disreputable-looking, in a robe that appeared no less antique and unsavory than himself, was standing near to the fire. He was not engaged in any visible culinary operations, and, in view of the torrid sun, it hardly seemed that he required the warmth given by the queer-colored blaze. Aside from this individual, Ralabavuz looked in vain for the participants of the muttered conversation he had just overheard. He thought there was an evanescent fluttering of dim, grotesque shadows around the obsidian block, but the shadows faded and vanished in an instant, and, since there were no objects or beings that could have cast them, Ralabavuz deemed that he had been victimized by another of those highly disagreeable optic illusions, in which that part of the mountain Vormithidrith seemed to abound. The old man eyed the hunter with a fiery gaze, and began to curse him in fluent but somewhat archaic diction as he descended into the hollow. At the same time, a lizard-tailed and sooty-feathered bird, which seemed to belong to some night-flying species of Archaeopteryx, began to snap its toothed beak and flap its digited wings on the objectionably shapen stealer that served it for a perch. This stealer, standing on the lee side of the fire and very close to it, had not been perceived by Ralabavuz at first glance.
"May the order of demons bemy you from heel to crown," cried the venomous ancient. "Oh, lumbering, bawling idiot, you have ruined a most promising and important avocation. How you came here I cannot imagine. I have surrounded this place with 12 circles of illusion, whose effect is multiplied by their myriad intersections, and the chance that any intruder would ever find his way to my abode was mathematically small and insignificant. Ill was that chance which brought you here, for they that you have frightened away will not return until the high stars repeat a certain rare and quickly passing conjunction, and much wisdom is lost to me in the interim."
"How now, varlet?" said Ralabavuz, astonished and angered by this greeting, of which he understood little save that his presence was unwelcome to the old man. "Who are you that speaks so churlishly to a magistrate of Comorium and a cousin of King Hamquat? I advise you to curb such insolence, for, if so I wish, it lies in my power to serve you even as I serve the Vormis. Though, methinks," he added, "your pelt is far too filthy and verminous to merit room amid my trophies of the chase."
"Know that I am the sorcerer Esdagor,"
proclaimed the ancient, his voice echoing among the rocks with dreadful sonority.
"By choice I have lived remote from cities and men, nor have the Vormis of the mountain troubled me in my magical seclusion. I care not if you are the magistrate of all swinedom, or a cousin to the king of dogs. In retribution for the charm you have shattered, the business you have undone by this oafish trespass, I shall put upon you a most dire and calamitous and bitter gesh."
"You speak in terms of outmoded superstition," said Ralabavuz, who was impressed against his will by the weighty oratorical style in which Esdagor had delivered these periods. The old man seemed not to hear him.
"Hearken then to your gesh, O Ralabavuz," he fulminated. "For this is the gesh, that you must cast aside all your weapons and go unarmed into the dens of the Vormis, and fighting barehanded against the Vormis and against their females and their young, you must win to that secret cave in the bowels of Vormithidrith, beyond the dens, wherein abides from eldermost eons the god Sathagua. You shall know Sathagua by his great girth and his bat-like furriness, and the look of a sleepy black toad which he has eternally. He will rise not from his place, even in the ravening of hunger, but will wait in divine slothfulness for the sacrifice. And, going close to Lord Sathagor, you must say to him, 'I am the blood offering sent by the sorcerer Esdagor.' Then, if it be his pleasure, Sathagor will avail himself of the offering. In order that you may not go astray, the bird Raftontis, who is my familiar, will guide you in your wanderings on the mountainside and through the caverns."
He indicated with a peculiar gesture the night-flying Archaeopteryx on the foully symbolic stealer, and added, as if in afterthought, "Raftontis will remain with you till the accomplishment of the Gesh and the end of your journey below Vormithidrith. He knows the secrets of the underworld and the lairing places of the old ones. If our Lord Sathagor should disdain the blood offering, or, in his generosity, should send you on to his brethren, Raftontis will be fully competent to lead the way whithersoever is ordained by the god." Ralabar Vuz found himself unable to answer this more than outrageous peroration in the style which it manifestly deserved. In fact, he could say nothing at all, for it seemed that a sort of lockjaw had afflicted him. Moreover, to his exceeding terror and bewilderment, this vocal paralysis was accompanied by certain involuntary movements of a most alarming type. With a sense of nightmare compulsion, together with the horror of one who feels that he is going mad, he began to divest himself of the various weapons which he carried. His bladed buckler, his mace, broadsword, hunting knife, axe, and needle-tipped anlace jingled on the ground before the obsidian block.
"I shall permit you to retain your helmet and body armor," said Esdagor at this juncture. "Otherwise, I fear that you will not reach Sathagor in the state of corporeal intactness proper for a sacrifice. The teeth and nails of the Vormis are sharp, even as their appetites."
Muttering certain half-inaudible and doubtful-sounding words, the wizard turned from Ralabar Vuz and began to quench the tricolored fire with a mixture of dust and blood from a shallow brass basin. Deigning to vouchsafe no farewell or sign of dismissal, he kept his back toward the hunter, but waved his left hand obliquely to the bird Raftontis. This creature, stretching his murky wings and clacking his saw-like beak, abandoned his perch and hung poised in air with one amber-colored eye malignly fixed on Ralabar Vuz. Then, floating slowly, his long snakish neck reverted and his eye maintaining its vigilance, the bird flew among the lava ridges toward the pyramidal cone of Vormithidrith, and Ralabar Vuz followed, driven by a compulsion that he could neither understand nor resist. Evidently the demon fowl knew all the turnings of that maze of delusion with which Esdagor had environed his abode, for the hunter was led with comparatively little indirection across the enchanted buttress. He heard the far-off shouting of his men as he went, but his own voice was faint and thin as that of a flittermouse when he sought to reply. Soon he found himself at the bottom of a great scarp of the upper mountain, pitted with cavern mouths. It was a part of Vormithidrith that he had never visited before. Raftontis rose toward the lowest cave and hovered at its entrance, while Ralabar Vuz climbed precariously behind him amid a heavy barrage of bones and glass-edged flints and other oddments of less mentionable nature holed by the Vormis. These low, brutal savages, fringing the dark mouths of the dens with their repulsive faces and members, greeted the hunter's progress with ferocious howlings and an inexhaustible supply of garbage. However, they did not molest Raftontis, and it seemed that they were anxious to avoid hitting him with their missiles, though the presence of this hovering, wide-winged fowl interfered noticeably with their aim, as Ralabar Vuz began to near the nethermost den. Owing to this partial protection, the hunter was able to reach the cavern without serious injury. The entrance was rather straight, and Raftontis flew upon the Vormis with open beak and flapping wings, compelling them to withdraw into the interior, while Ralabar Vuz made firm his position on the threshold ledge. Some, however, threw themselves on their faces to allow the passage of Raftontis, and, rising when the bird had gone by, they assailed the Comorian as he followed his guide into the fetid gloom. They stood only half erect, and their shaggy heads were about his thighs and hips, snarling and snapping like dogs, and they clawed him with hook-shaped nails that caught and held in the links of his armor. Weaponless, he fought them in obedience to his gesh, striking down their hideous faces with his mailed fist in a veritable madness that was not akin to the ardor of a huntsman. He felt their nails and teeth break on the close-woven links as he hurled them loose, but others took their place when he won onward a little into the murky cavern, and their females struck at his legs like darting serpents, and their young beslavered his ankles with mouths wherein the fangs were as yet ungrown. Before him, for his guidance, he heard the clanking of the wings of Raftontis, and the harsh cries, half hiss and half caw, that were emitted by this bird at intervals. The darkness stifled him with 1,000 stenches, and his feet slipped in blood and filth at every step. But anon he knew that the vermis had ceased to assail him. The cave sloped downward, and he breathed an air that was edged with sharp, acrid mineral odors. Groping for a while through sightless night, and descending a steep incline, he came to a sort of underground hall, in which neither day nor darkness prevailed. Here the archings of rock were visible by an obscure glow, such as hidden moons might yield. Thence, through declivitous grottos and along perilously skirted gulfs, he was conducted ever downward by Raftontis, into the world beneath the mountain, Vormithadrith. Everywhere was that dim, unnatural light whose source he could not ascertain. Wings that were too broad for those of the bat flew vaguely overhead, and at whiles, in the shadowy caverns, he beheld great, fearsome bulks having a likeness to those behemoths and giant reptiles which burdened the earth in earlier times. But because of the dimness he could not tell if these were living shapes or forms that the stone had taken. Strong was the compulsion of his gesh on Ralabavuz, and a numbness had seized his mind, and he felt only a dulled fear and a dazed wonder. It seemed that his will and his thoughts were no longer his own, but were become those of some alien person. He was going down to some obscure but predestined end, by a route that was darksome but foreknown. At last the bird Raftontis paused and hovered significantly in a cave distinguished from the others by a most evil potpourri of smells. Ralabavuz deemed at first that the cave was empty. Going forward to join Raftontis, he stumbled over certain attenuated remnants on the floor, which appeared to be the skin-clad skeletons of men and various animals. Then, following the coal-bright gaze of the demon bird, he discerned in a dark recess the formless bulking of a couchant mass. And the mass stirred a little at his approach, and put forth with infinite slothfulness a huge and toad-shaped head. And the head opened its eyes very slightly, as if half awakened from slumber, so that they were visible as two slits of oozing phosphor in the black, browless face. Ralabavuz perceived an odor of fresh blood amid the many fetters that rose to besiege his nostrils. A horror came upon him therewith, for, looking down, he beheld lying before the shadowy monster the lean husk of a thing that was neither man, beast, nor Vurmai. He stood hesitant, fearing to go closer, yet powerless to retreat. But, admonished by an angry hissing from the Archaeopteryx, together with a slashing stroke of its beak between his shoulder blades, he went forward till he could see the fine dark fur on the dormant body and sleepily erected head. With new horror and a sense of hideous doom, he heard his own voice speaking without volition. "O Lord Sathagua, I am the blood offering sent by the sorcerer Esdagor." There was a sluggish inclination of the toad-like head, and the eyes opened a little wider, and light flowed from them in viscous tricklings on the creased underlids. Then Ralabavuz seemed to hear a deep, rumbling sound, but he knew not whether it reverberated in the dusky air or in his own mind, and the sound shaped itself, albeit uncouthly, into syllables and words.
"Thanks are due to Esdagor for this offering, but since I have fed lately on a well-blooded sacrifice, my hunger is appeased for the present, and I require not the offering. However, it may be that others of the old ones are athirst or famished, and since you came here with a gesh upon you, it is not fitting that you should go hence without another. So I place you under this gesh to betake yourself downward through the caverns till you reach, after long descent, that bottomless gulf over which the spider-god Atluk-Natcha weaves his eternal webs. And there, calling to Atluk-Natcha, you must say, I am the gift sent by Sathagua.
So, with Raftontis leading him, Ralabar-Vuz departed from the presence of Sathagua by another route than that which had brought him there. The way steepened more and more, and it ran through chambers that were too vast for the searching of sight, and along precipices that fell sheer for an unknown distance to the black, sluggish foam and somnolent murmur of underworld seas. At last, on the verge of a chasm whose farther shore was lost in darkness, the night-flying bird hung motionless with level wings and down-dropping tail. Ralabar-Vuz went close to the verge and saw that great webs were attached to it at intervals, seeming to span the gulf with their multiple crossings and reticulations of grey, rope-thick strands. Apart from these, the chasm was bridgeless. Far out on one of the webs he discerned a darksome form, big as a crouching man, but with long spider-like members. Then, like a dreamer who hears some nightmare sound, he heard his own voice crying loudly, O Atluk-Natcha, I am the gift sent by Sathagua. The dark form ran toward him with incredible swiftness. When it came near, he saw that there was a kind of face on the squat, ebon body, low down amid the several jointed legs. The face peered up with a weird expression of doubt and inquiry, and terror crawled through the veins of the bold huntsman as he met the small crafty eyes that were circled about with hair. Thin, shrill, piercing as a sting, there spoke to him the voice of the spider-god, Atluk-Natcha.
I am duly grateful for the gift, but since there is no one else to bridge this chasm, and since eternity is required for the task, I cannot spend my time in extracting you from those curious shards of metal. However, it may be that the anti-human sorcerer, Hounds, who abides beyond the gulf in his palace of primal enchantments, can somehow find a use for you. The bridge I have just now completed runs to the threshold of his abode, and your weight will serve to test the strength of my weaving. Go then, with this gesh upon you, to cross the bridge and present yourself before Hounds, saying, Atluk-Natcha has sent me.
With these words, the spider-god withdrew his bulk from the web and ran quickly from sight along the chasm edge, doubtless to begin the construction of a new bridge at some remoter point. Though the third gesh was heavy and compulsive upon him, Ralabar-Vuz followed Raftontis none too willingly over the night-bound depths. The weaving of Atluk-Natcha was strong beneath his feet, giving and swaying only a little, but between the strands, in unfathomable space below, he seemed to descry the dim flitting of dragons with claw-tipped wings, and, like a seething of the darkness, fearful hulks without name appeared to heave and sink from moment to moment. However, he and his guide came presently to the gulf's opposite shore, where the web of Atluk-Natcha was joined to the lowest step of a mighty stairway. The stairs were guarded by a coiled snake whose mottlings were broad as bucklers and whose middle volumes exceeded in girth the body of a stout warrior. The horny tail of this serpent rattled like a sistrum, and he thrust forth an evil head with fangs that were long as billhooks. But, seeing Raftontis, he drew his coils aside and permitted Ralabar-Vuz to ascend the steps. Thus, in fulfillment of the third gesh, the hunter entered the 1,000-columned palace of Hounds. Strange and silent were those holes hewn from the grey, fundamental rock of earth. In them were faceless forms of smoke and mist that went uneasily to and fro, and statues representing monsters with myriad heads. In the vaults above, as if hung aloof in night, lamps burned with inverse flames that were like the combustion of ice and stone. A chill spirit of evil, ancient beyond all conception of man, was abroad in those halls, and horror and fear crept throughout them like invisible serpents unknotted from sleep. Threading the mazy chambers with the surety of one accustomed to all their windings, Raftontis conducted Ralabavus to a high room whose walls described a circle broken only by the one portal through which he entered. The room was empty of furnishment, save for a 5-pillared seat rising so far aloft without stairs or other means of approach that it seemed only a winged being could ever attain thereto. But on the seat was a figure shrouded with thick, sable darkness, and having over its head and features a caul of grisly shadow. The bird Raftontis hovered ominously before the columned chair, and Ralabavus, in astonishment, heard a voice saying, "O Houndour, Atloc Natura sent me." And not till the voice had ceased speaking did he know it for his own. For a long time the silence seemed infrangible. There was no stirring of the high-seated figure, but Ralabavus, peering trepidantly at the walls about him, beheld their former smoothness embossed with 1,000 faces, twisted and awry like those of mad devils. The faces were thrust forward on necks that lengthened, and behind the necks malshapen shoulders and bodies emerged, inch by inch from the stone, craning toward the huntsman. And beneath his feet, the very floor was now cobbled with other faces, turning and tossing restlessly, and opening ever wider their demoniacal mouths and eyes. At last the shrouded figure spoke, and though the words were of no mortal tongue, it seemed to the listener that he comprehended them darkly. "My thanks are due to Atloc Natura for this sending. If I appear to hesitate, it is only because I am doubtful regarding what disposition I can make of you. My familiars who crowd the walls and floors of this chamber would devour you all too readily, but you would serve only as a morsel amid so many. On the whole, I believe that the best thing I can do is to send you on to my allies, the Serpent people. They are scientists of no ordinary attainment, and perhaps you might provide some special ingredient required in their chemistries. Consider, then, that a gesh has been put upon you, and take yourself off to the caverns in which the Serpent people reside." Obeying this injunction, Ralabavus went down through the darkest strata of that primeval underworld, beneath the palace of Houndour. The guidance of Raftontis never failed him, and he came anon to the spacious caverns in which the serpent men were busying themselves with a multitude of tasks. They walked lithely and sinuously erect on pre-mammalian members, their pied and hairless bodies bending with great suppleness. There was a loud and constant hissing of formulae as they went to and fro. Some were smelting the black nether ores, some were blowing molten obsidian into forms of flask and urn, some were measuring chemicals, others were decanting strange liquids and curious colloids. In their intense preoccupation, none of them seemed to notice the arrival of Ralabavus and his guide. After the hunter had repeated many times a message given him by Houndour, one of the walking reptiles at last perceived his presence. This being eyed him with cold but highly disconcerting curiosity, and then emitted a sonorous hiss that was audible above all the noises of labor and converse. The other serpent men ceased their toil immediately and began to crowd around Ralabavus. From the tone of their sibilations, it seemed that there was much argument among them. Certain of their number sidled close to the Comorian, touching his face and hands with their chill, scaly digits and prying beneath his armor. He felt that they were anatomizing him with methodical minuteness. At the same time, he perceived that they paid no attention to Raftontis, who had perched himself on a large alembic. After a while, some of the chemists went away and returned quickly, bearing among them 2 great jars of glass filled with a clear liquid. In one of the jars there floated upright a well-developed and mature male Vurmai. In the other, a large and equally perfect specimen of Hyperborean manhood, not without a sort of general likeness to Ralabar Vuz himself. The bearers of these specimens deposited their burdens beside the hunter, and then each of them delivered what was doubtless a learned dissertation on comparative biology. This series of lectures, unlike many such, was quite brief. At the end, the reptilian chemists returned to their various labors, and the jars were removed. One of the scientists then addressed himself to Ralabar Vuz with a fair, though somewhat sibilant approximation of human speech.
"It was thoughtful of Hounds to send you here. However, as you have seen, we are already supplied with an exemplar of your species, and in the past we have thoroughly dissected others and have learned all that there is to learn regarding this very uncouth and aberrant life form. Also, since our chemistry is devoted almost wholly to the production of powerful toxic agents, we can find no use in our tests and manufactures for the extremely ordinary matters of which your body is composed. They are without pharmaceutic value. Moreover, we have long abandoned the eating of impure natural foods, and now confine ourselves to synthetic types of aliment. There is, as you must realize, no place for you in our economy. However, it may be that the archetypes can somehow dispose of you. At least, you will be a novelty to them, since no example of contemporary human evolution has so far descended to their stratum. Therefore, we shall put you under that highly urgent and imperative kind of hypnosis, which, in the parlance of warlockry, is known as a gesh. And, obeying the hypnosis, you will go down to the cavern of the archetypes."
The region to which the magistrate of Comorium was now conducted lay at some distance below the Ophidian laboratories. The air of the gulfs and grottos along his way began to increase markedly in warmth, and was moist and steamy as that of some equatorial fen. A primordial luminosity, such as might have dawned before the creation of any sun, seemed to surround and pervade everything. All about him, in this thick and semi-aqueous light, the hunter discerned the rocks and fauna and vegetable forms of a crassly primitive world. These shapes were dim, uncertain, wavering, and were all composed of loosely organized elements. Even in this bizarre and more than doubtful terrain of the underearth, Raftontis seemed wholly at home, and he flew on amid the sketchy plants and cloudy-looking boulders as if at no loss whatever in orienting himself. But Ralabar Vuz, in spite of the spell that stimulated and compelled him onward, had begun to feel a fatigue by no means unnatural in view of his prolonged and heroic itinerary. Also, he was much troubled by the elasticity of the ground, which sank beneath him at every step like an oversodded marsh and seemed insubstantial to a quite alarming degree. To his further disconcertion, he soon found that he had attracted the attention of a huge, foggy monster with the rough outlines of a tyrannosaurus. This creature chased him amid the archetypal ferns and club mosses, and overtaking him after 5 or 6 bounds, it proceeded to ingest him with the celerity of any latter-day saurian of the same species. Luckily, the ingestment was not permanent, for the Tyrannosaurus's body plasm, though fairly opaque, was more astral than material, and Ralabar Vuz, protesting stoutly against his confinement in its maw, felt the dark walls give way before him and tumbled out on the ground. After its third attempt to devour him, the monster must have decided that he was inedible. It turned and went away with immense leapings in search of comestibles on its own plane of matter. Ralabar-Vuz continued his progress through the cavern of the archetypes, a progress often delayed by the elementary designs of crude, misty-stomached allosaurs, pterodactyls, pterodons, stegosaurs, and other carnivora of the prime. At last, following his experience with a most persistent megalosaur, he beheld before him two entities of vaguely human outline. They were gigantic, with bodies almost globular in form, and they seemed to float rather than walk. Their features, though shadowy to the point of inchoateness, appeared to express aversion and hostility. They drew near to the Comorian, and he became aware that one of them was addressing him. The language used was wholly a matter of primitive vowel sounds, but a meaning was forcibly, though indistinctly, conveyed. We, the originals of mankind, are dismayed by the sight of a copy so coarse and egregiously perverted from the true model. We disown you with sorrow and indignation. Your presence here is an unwarrantable intrusion, and it is obvious that you are not to be assimilated, even by our most assurient dinosaurs. Therefore, we put you under a gesh. Depart without delay from the cavern of the archetypes, and seek out the slimy gulf in which Aboth, father and mother of all cosmic uncleanness, eternally carries on its repugnant fission. We consider that you are fit only for Aboth, which will perhaps mistake you for one of its own progeny, and devour you in accordance with that custom which it follows. The weary hunter was led by the untirable Raftontis to a deep cavern on the same level as that of the archetypes. Possibly it was a kind of annex to the latter. At any rate, the ground was much firmer there, even though the air was murkier, and Ralabar-Vuz might have recovered a little of his customary aplomb if it had not been for the ungodly and disgusting creatures which he soon began to meet. There were things which he could liken only to monstrous one-legged toads, and immense myriad-tailed worms and miscreated lizards. They came flopping or crawling through the gloom in a ceaseless procession, and there was no end to the loathsome morphologic variations which they displayed. Unlike the archetypes, they were formed of all too solid matter, and Ralabar-Vuz was both fatigued and nauseated by the constant necessity of kicking them away from his shins. He was somewhat relieved to find, however, that these wretched abortions became steadily smaller as he continued his advance. The dusk about him thickened with hot, evil steam that left an oozy deposit on his armor and bare face and hands. With every breath he inhaled an odor noisome beyond imagining. He stumbled and slipped on the crawling foulnesses underfoot. Then, in that reeky twilight, he saw the pausing of Raftontis, and below the demoniac bird he descried a sort of pool, with a margin of mud that was marred with obscene offal, and in the pool a greyish, horrid mass that nearly choked it from rim to rim. Here, it seemed, was the ultimate source of all miscreation and abomination, for the grey mass quabbed and quivered and swelled perpetually, and from it, in manifold fission, were spawned the anatomies that crept away on every side through the grotto. There were things like bodiless legs or arms that flailed in the slime, or heads that rolled, or floundering bellies with fishes' fins, and all manner of things malformed and monstrous that grew in size as they departed from the neighbourhood of Aboth. And those that swam not swiftly ashore when they fell into the pool from Aboth were devoured by mouths that gaped in the parent bulk. Ralabar-Vuz was beyond thought, beyond horror in his weariness, else he would have known intolerable shame, seeing that he had come to the bourne ordained for him by the archetypes as most fit and proper. A deadness near to death was upon his faculties, and he heard, as if remote and high above him, a voice that proclaimed to Aboth the reason of his coming, and he did not know that the voice was his own. There was no sound in answer, but out of the lumpy mass there grew a member that stretched and lengthened toward Ralabar-Vuz, where he stood waiting on the pool's margin. The member divided to a flat, webby hand, soft and slimy, which touched the hunter and went over his person slowly, from foot to head. Having done this, it seemed that the thing had served its use, for it dropped quickly away from Aboth and wriggled into the gloom like a serpent, together with the other progeny. Still waiting, Ralabar-Vuz felt in his brain a sensation as of speech heard without words or sound, and the import, rendered in human language, was somewhat as follows.
I, who am Aboth, the coeval of the oldest gods, consider that the archetypes have shown a questionable taste in recommending you to me. After careful inspection, I fail to recognize you as one of my relatives or progeny, though I must admit that I was nearly deceived at first by certain biologic similarities. You are quite alien to my experience, and I do not care to endanger my digestion with untried articles of diet. Who you are or whence you have come I cannot surmise, nor can I thank the archetypes for troubling the profound and placid fertility of my existence with a problem so vexatious as the one that you offer. Get hence, I adjure you. There is a bleak and drear and dreadful limbo, known as the outer world, of which I have heard dimly, and I think that it might prove a suitable objective for your journeying. I settle an urgent guess upon you. Go seek this outer world with all possible expedition.
Apparently, Raftontis realized that it was beyond the physical powers of his charge to fulfill the seventh gesh without an interim of repose. He led the hunter to one of the numerous exits of the grotto inhabited by Aboth, an exit giving on regions altogether unknown, opposite to the cavern of the archetypes. There, with significant gestures of his wings and beak, the bird indicated a sort of narrow alcove in the rock. The recess was dry, and by no means uncomfortable as a sleeping place. Ralabar-Vuz was glad to lay himself down, and a black tide of slumber rolled upon him with the closing of his eyelids. Raftontis remained on guard before the alcove, discouraging with strokes of his bill the wandering progeny of Aboth that tried to assail the sleeper. Since there was neither night nor day in that subterrene world, the term of oblivion enjoyed by Ralabar-Vuz was hardly to be measured by the usual method of time-telling. He was aroused by the noise of vigorously flapping wings, and saw beside him the foul Raftontis, holding in his beak an unsavory object, whose anatomy was that of a fish rather than anything else. Where or how he had caught this creature during his constant vigil was a more than dubious matter. But Ralabar-Vuz had fasted too long to be squeamish. He accepted and devoured the proffered breakfast without ceremony. After that, in conformity with the gesh laid upon him by Aboth, he resumed his journey back to the outer earth. The route chosen by Raftontis was presumably a shortcut. Anyhow, it was remote from the cloudy cave of the archetypes, and the laboratories in which the serpent men pursued their arduous toils and toxicological researches. Also, the enchanted palace of Hounds was omitted from the itinerary. But, after long, tedious climbing through a region of desolate crags and over a sort of underground plateau, the traveller came once more to the verge of that far-stretching, bottomless chasm, which was bridged only by the webs of the spider-god Atluk-Natcha. For some time past, he had hurried his pace because of certain of the progeny of Aboth who had followed him from the start and had grown steadily bigger after the fashion of their kind, till they were now large as young tigers or bears. However, when he approached the nearest bridge, he saw that a ponderous and sloth-like entity preceding him had already begun to cross it. The posteriors of this being were studded with unamiable eyes, and Ralabavuz was unsure for a little regarding its exact orientation. Not wishing to tread too closely upon the reverted talons of its heels, he waited till the monster had disappeared in the darkness. By that time the spawn of Aboth were hard upon him. Braftontis, with sharp admonitory cawings, floated before him above the giant web, and he was impelled to a rash haste by the imminently slavering snouts of the dark abnormalities behind. Owing to such precipitancy, he failed to notice that the web had been weakened, and some of its strands torn or stretched by the weight of the sloth-like monster. Coming in view of the chasm's opposite verge, he thought only of reaching it, and redoubled his pace. But at this point, the web gave way beneath him. He caught wildly at the broken, dangling strands, but could not arrest his fall. With several pieces of Atluk Natcher's weaving clutched in his fingers, he was precipitated into that gulf which no one had ever voluntarily tried to plumb. This, unfortunately, was a contingency that had not been provided against by the terms of the seventh Gesh. The Treader of the Dust by Clark Ashton Smith. The Elden wizards knew him, and named him Quachil Utas. Seldom is he revealed, for he dwelleth beyond the outermost circle, in the dark limbo of unsphered time and space. Dreadful is the word that calleth him, though the word be unspoken save in thought. For Quachil Utas is the ultimate corruption, and the instant of his coming is like the passage of many ages, and neither flesh nor stone may abide his treading, but all things crumble beneath it, atom from atom. And for this, some have called him the Treader of the Dust. The Testaments of Carnamagus. It was after interminable debate and argument with himself, after many attempts to exorcise the dim, bodiless legion of his fears, that John Sebastian returned to the house he had left so hurriedly. He had been absent only for 3 days, but even this was an interruption without precedent in the life of reclusion and study to which he had given himself completely, following his inheritance of the old mansion, together with a generous income. At no time would he have defined fully the reason of his flight. Nevertheless, flight had seemed imperative. There was some horrible urgency that had driven him forth, but now, since he had determined to go back, the urgency was resolved into a matter of nerves overwrought by too close and prolonged application to his books. He had fancied certain things, but the fancies were patently absurd and baseless. Even if the phenomena that had perturbed him were not all imaginary, there must be some natural solution that had not occurred to his overheated mind at the time. The sudden yellowing of a newly purchased notebook, the crumbling of the sheets at their edges, were no doubt due to a latent imperfection of the paper, and the queer fading of his entries, which almost overnight had become faint as age-old writing, was clearly the result of cheap, faulty chemicals in the ink. The aspect of sheer, brittle, worm-hollowed antiquity, which had manifested itself in certain articles of furniture, certain portions of the mansion, was no more than the sudden revealing of a covert disintegration that had gone on unnoticed by him in his sedulous application to dark but absorbing researches. And it was this same application, with its unbroken years of toil and confinement, which had brought about his premature aging, so that, looking into the mirror on the morn of his flight, he had been startled and shocked as if by the apparition of a withered mummy. As to the manservant, Timmers, well, Timmers had been old ever since he could remember. It was only the exaggeration of sick nerves that had lately found in Timmers a decrepitude so extreme that it might fall, without the intermediacy of death at any moment, into the corruption of the grave. Indeed, he could explain all that had troubled him without reference to the wild, remote lore, the forgotten demonologies and systems of magic into which he had delved. Those pages in the Testaments of Carnamagus, over which he had pondered with weird dismay, were relevant only to the horrors evoked by mad sorcerers in bygone eons. Sebastian, firm in such convictions, came back at sunset to his house. He did not tremble or falter as he crossed the pine-darkened grounds and ran quickly up the front steps. He fancied, but could not be sure, that there were fresh signs of dilapidation in the steps, and the house itself, as he approached it, had seemed to lean a little aslant, as if from some ruinous settling of the foundations. But this, he told himself, was an illusion wrought by the gathering twilight. No lamps had been lit, but Sebastian was not unduly surprised by this, for he knew that Timmers, left to his own devices, was prone to dodder about in the gloom like a senescent owl, long after the proper time of lamp-lighting. Sebastian, on the other hand, had always been averse to darkness or even deep shadow, and of late the aversion had increased upon him. Invariably, he turned on all the bulbs in the house as soon as the daylight began to fail. Now, muttering his irritation at Timmers's remissness, he pushed open the door and reached hurriedly for the hall switch. Because, perhaps, of a nervous agitation which he would not own to himself, he fumbled for several moments without finding the knob. The hall was strangely dark, and a glimmering from the ashen sunset, sifted between tall pines into the doorway behind him, was seemingly powerless to penetrate beyond its threshold. He could see nothing. It was as if the night of dead ages had laired in that hallway, and his nostrils, while he stood groping, were assailed by a dry pungency as of ancient dust, an odour as of corpses and coffins long indistinguishable in powdery decay. At last he found the switch, but the illumination that responded was somehow dim and insufficient, and he seemed to detect a shadowy flickering, as if the circuit were at fault. However, it reassured him to see that the house, to all appearance, was very much as he had left it. Perhaps unconsciously, he had feared to find the oaken panels crumbling away in riddled rottenness, the carpet falling into moth-eaten tatters, had apprehended the breaking through of rotted boards beneath his tread. Where, he wondered now, was Timmers? The aged factotum, in spite of his growing senility, had always been quick to appear, and even if he had not heard his master enter, the switching on of the lights would have signalized Sebastian's return to him. But, though Sebastian listened with painful intentness, there was no creaking of the familiar tottery footsteps. Silence hung everywhere like a funereal, unstirred arras. No doubt, Sebastian thought, there was some commonplace explanation. Timmers had gone to the nearby village, perhaps to restock the larder, or in hope of receiving a letter from his master, and Sebastian had missed him on the way home from the station. Or perhaps the old man had fallen ill, and was now lying helpless in his room. Filled with this latter thought, he went straight to Timmers's bedchamber, which was on the ground floor at the back of the mansion. It was empty, and the bed was neatly made, and had obviously not been occupied since the night before. With a suspiration of relief that seemed to lift a horrid incubus from his bosom, he decided that his first conjecture had been correct. Now, pending the return of Timmers, he nerved himself to another act of inspection, and went forthwith into his study. He would not admit to himself precisely what it was that he had feared to see, but at first glance the room was unchanged, and all things were as they had been at the time of his flurried departure. The confused and high-piled litter of manuscripts, volumes, notebooks on his writing-table had seemingly lain untouched by anything but his own hand, and his bookshelves, with their bizarre and terrifical array of authorities on diabolism, necromancy, goety, on all the ridiculed or outlawed sciences, were undisturbed and intact. On the old lectern or reading stand which he used for his heavier tomes, the Testaments of Carnamagus, in its covers of shagreen with hasps of human bone, lay open at the very page which had frightened him so unreasonably with its eldritch intimations. Then, as he stepped forward between the reading stand and the table, he perceived for the first time the inexplicable dustiness of everything. Dust lay everywhere, a fine grey dust like a powder of dead atoms. It had covered his manuscripts with a deep film. It had settled thickly upon the chairs, the lampshades, the volumes, and the rich poppy-like reds and yellows of the oriental rugs were bedimmed by its accumulation. It was as if many desolate years had passed through the chamber since his own departure, and had shaken from their shroud-like garments the dust of all ruined things. The mystery of it chilled Sebastian, for he knew that the room had been clean swept only 3 days previous, and Timmers would have dusted the place each morning with meticulous care during his absence. Now the dust rose up in a light, swirling cloud about him. It filled his nostrils with the same dry odor as of fantastically ancient dissolution that had met him in the hall. At the same moment, he grew aware of a cold, gusty draught that had somehow entered the room. He thought that one of the windows must have been left open, but a glance assured him that they were shut, with tightly drawn blinds, and the door was closed behind him. The draught was light as the sighing of a phantom, but wherever it passed, the fine, weightless powder soared aloft, filling the air and settling again with utmost slowness. Sebastian felt a weird alarm, as if a wind had blown him from chartless dimensions, or through some hidden rift of ruin, and simultaneously he was seized by a paroxysm of prolonged and violent coughing. He could not locate the source of the draught, but as he moved restlessly about, his eye was caught by a low, long mound of the grey dust, which had heretofore been hidden from view by the table. It lay beside the chair in which he usually sat while writing. Near the heap was the feather duster used by Timmers in his daily round of house-cleaning. It seemed to Sebastian that the rigour of a great, lethal coldness had invaded all his being. He could not stir for several minutes, but stood peering down at the inexplicable mound. In the centre of that mound he saw a vague depression, which might have been the mark of a very small footprint, half erased by the gusts of air that had evidently taken much of the dust and scattered it about the chamber. At last, the power of motion returned to Sebastian. Without conscious recognition of the impulse that prompted him, he bent forward to pick up the feather duster. But even as his fingers touched it, the handle and the feathers crumbled into fine powder, which, settling in a low pile, preserved vaguely the outlines of the original object. A weakness came upon Sebastian, as if the burden of utter age and mortality had gathered crushingly on his shoulders between one instant and the next. There was a whirling of vertiginous shadows before his eyes in the lamplight, and he felt that he should swoon unless he sat down immediately. He put out his hand to reach the chair beside him, and the chair, at his touch, fell instantly into light, downward sifting clouds of dust. Afterward, how long afterward he could not tell, he found himself sitting in the high chair before the lectern on which the Testaments of Carnamagus lay open. Dimly he was surprised that the seat had not crumbled beneath him. Upon him, as once before, there was the urgency of swift, sudden flight from that accursed house, but it seemed that he had grown too old, too weary and feeble, and that nothing mattered greatly, not even the grisly doom which he apprehended. Now, as he sat there in a state half terror, half stupor, his eyes were drawn to the wizard volume before him, the writings of that evil sage and seer, Carnamagus, which had been recovered 1,000 years agone from some Greco-Bactrian tomb, and transcribed by an apostate monk in the original Greek, in the blood of an incubus-begotten monster. In that volume were the chronicles of great sorcerers of old, and the histories of demons earthly and ultra-cosmic, and the veritable spells by which the demons could be called up and controlled and dismissed. Sebastian, a profound student of such lore, had long believed that the book was a mere medieval legend, and he had been startled as well as gratified when he found this copy on the shelves of a dealer in old manuscripts and incunabula. It was said that only 2 copies had ever existed, and that the other had been destroyed by the Spanish Inquisition early in the 13th century. The light flickered as if ominous wings had flown across it, and Sebastian's eyes blurred with a gathering rheum as he read again that sinister fatal passage which had served to provoke shadowy fears. Though Quetzal'Utas cometh but rarely, it hath been well attested that his advent is not always in response to the spoken rune and the drawn pentacle. Few wizards, indeed, would call upon a spirit so baleful, but let it be understood that he who readeth to himself in the silence of his chamber the formula given hereunder must incur a grave risk if in his heart there abide openly or hidden the least desire of death and annihilation. For it may be that Quetzal'Utas will come to him, bringing that doom which toucheth the body to eternal dust, and maketh the soul as a vapour, forevermore dissolved. And the advent of Quetzal'Utas is foreknowable by certain tokens, for in the person of the evocator, and even perchance in those about him, will appear the signs of sudden age, and his house, and those belongings which he hath touched, will assume the marks of untimely decay and antiquity. Sebastian did not know that he was mumbling the sentences half aloud as he read them, that he was also mumbling the terrible incantation that followed. His thoughts crawled as if through a chill and freezing medium. With a dull, ghastly certainty, he knew that Timmers had not gone to the village. He should have warned Timmers before leaving. He should have closed and locked the testaments of Carnamagus, for Timmers, in his way, was something of a scholar, and was not without curiosity concerning the occult studies of his master. Timmers was well able to read the Greek of Carnamagus, even that dire and soul-blasting formula to which Quetzal'Utas, demon of ultimate corruption, would respond from the outer void. Too well Sebastian divined the origin of the grey dust, the reason of those mysterious crumblings. Again he felt the impulse of flight, but his body was a dry, dead incubus that refused to obey his volition. Anyway, he reflected, it was too late now, for the signs of doom had gathered about him and upon him. Yet surely there had never been in his heart the least longing for death and destruction. He had wished only to pursue his delvings into the blacker mysteries that environ the mortal estate, and he had always been cautious, had never cared to meddle with magic circles and evocations of perilous presences. He had known that there were spirits of evil, spirits of wrath, perdition, annihilation, but never of his own will should he have summoned any of them from their night-bound abysms. His lethargy and weakness seemed to increase. It was as if whole lustrums, whole decades of senescence had fallen upon him in the drawing of a breath. The thread of his thoughts was broken at intervals, and he recovered it with difficulty. His memories, even his fears, seemed to totter on the edge of some final forgetfulness. With dulled ears he heard a sound, as of timbers breaking and falling somewhere in the house. With dimmed eyes like those of an ancient, he saw the lights waver and go out beneath the swooping of a bat-black darkness. It was as if the night of some crumbling catacomb had closed upon him. He felt at whiles the chill faint breathing of the draught that had troubled him before with its mystery, and again the dust rose up in his nostrils. Then he realized that the room was not wholly dark, for he could discern the dim outlines of the lectern before him. Surely no ray was admitted by the drawn window blinds, yet somehow there was light. His eyes, lifting with enormous effort, saw for the first time that a rough, irregular gap had appeared in the room's outer wall, high up in the north corner. Through it, a single star shone into the chamber, cold and remote, as the eye of a demon glaring across intercosmic gulfs. Out of that star, or from the spaces beyond it, a beam of livid radiance, wan and deathly, was hurled like a spear upon Sebastian. Broad as a plank, unwavering, immovable, it seemed to transfix his very body and to form a bridge between himself and the worlds of unimagined darkness. He was as one petrified by the gaze of the Gorgon. Then, through the aperture of ruin, there came something that glided stiffly and rapidly into the room toward him, along the beam. The wall seemed to crumble. The rift widened as it entered. It was a figure no larger than a young child, but sere and shriveled as some millennial mummy. Its hairless head, its unfeatured face, borne on a neck of skeleton thinness, were lined with 1,000 reticulated wrinkles. The body was like that of some monstrous, withered abortion that had never drawn breath. The pipy arms, ending in bony claws, were outthrust as if ankylosed in the posture of an eternal, dreadful groping. The legs, with feet like those of a pygmy death, were drawn tightly together, as though confined by the swathings of the tomb, nor was there any movement of striding or pacing. Upright and rigid, the horror floated swiftly down the wan, deathly grey beam towards Sebastian. Now it was close upon him, its head level with his brow and its feet opposite his bosom. For a fleeting moment he knew that the horror had touched him with its outflung hands, with its starkly floating feet. It seemed to merge within him, to become one with his being. He felt that his veins were choked with dust, that his brain was crumbling cell by cell. Then he was no longer John Sebastian, but a universe of dead stars and worlds that fell eddying into darkness before the tremendous blowing of some ultra-stellar wind. The thing that immemorial wizards had named Quatchalut was gone, and night and starlight had returned to that ruinous chamber. But nowhere was there any shadow of John Sebastian, only a low mound of dust on the floor beside the lectern, bearing a vague depression like the imprint of a small foot, or of 2 feet that were pressed closely together. A later member of the Lovecraft circle, Henry KUTTNER, who was well known for collaborations with his wife, C.L. Moore, contributed several tales to the Mythos, beginning in the late 1930s. Here, we present a selection of those contributions, in which we'll see the introduction of various entities to the Mythos, including Iode and the Hydra. The Secret of Kralitz by Henry KUTTNER. I awoke from profound sleep to find 2 black-swathed forms standing silently beside me, their faces pale blurs in the gloom. As I blinked to clear my sleep-dimmed eyes, one of them beckoned impatiently, and suddenly I realized the purpose of this midnight summons. For years I had been expecting it, ever since my father, the Baron Kralitz, had revealed to me the secret and the curse that hung over our ancient house. And so, without a word, I rose and followed my guides as they led me along the gloomy corridors of the castle that had been my home since birth. As I proceeded, there rose up in my mind the stern face of my father, and in my ears rang his solemn words as he told me of the legendary curse of the House of Kralitz, the unknown secret that was imparted to the eldest son of each generation at a certain time. When, I'd asked my father, as he lay on his deathbed, fighting back the approach of dissolution. When you're able to understand, he had told me, watching my face intently from beneath his tufted white brows. Some are told the secret sooner than others. Since the first Baron Kralitz, the secret has been handed down. He clutched at his breast and paused. It was fully 5 minutes before he had gathered his strength to speak again in his rolling, powerful voice. No gasping, deathbed confessions for the Baron Kralitz. He said at last, "You have seen the ruins of the old monastery near the village, Franz. The first Baron burnt it and put the monks to the sword. The abbot interfered too often with the Baron's whims. A girl sought shelter, and the abbot refused to give her up at the Baron's demand. His patience was at an end. You know the tales they still tell about him. He slew the abbot, burned the monastery, and took the girl. Before he died, the abbot cursed his slayer and cursed his sons for unborn generations. And it is the nature of this curse that is the secret of our house. I may not tell you what the curse is. Do not seek to discover it before it is revealed to you. Wait patiently, and in due time you will be taken by the warders of the secret down the stairway to the underground cavern, and then you will learn the secret of Kralitz." As the last word passed my father's lips, he died, his stern face still set in its harsh lines. Deep in my memories, I had not noticed our path, but now the dark forms of my guides paused beside a gap in the stone flagging, where a stairway which I had never seen during my wanderings about the castle led into subterranean depths. Down this stairway I was conducted, and presently I came to realize that there was light of a sort, a dim, phosphorescent radiance that came from no recognizable source, and seemed to be less actual light than the accustoming of my eyes to the near darkness. I went down for a long time. The stairway turned and twisted in the rock, and the bobbing forms ahead were my only relief from the monotony of the interminable descent. And at last, deep underground, the long stairway ended, and I gazed over the shoulders of my guides at the great door that barred my path. It was roughly chiseled from the solid stone, and upon it were curious and strangely disquieting carvings, symbols which I did not recognize. It swung open, and I passed through and paused, staring about me through a grey sea of mist. I stood upon a gentle slope that fell away into the fog-hidden distance, from which came a pandemonium of muffled bellowing and high-pitched, shrill squeakings vaguely akin to obscene laughter. Dark, half-glimpsed shapes swam into sight through the haze and disappeared again, and great vague shadows swept overhead on silent wings. Almost beside me was a long rectangular table of stone, and at this table 200 of men were seated, watching me from eyes that gleamed dully out of deep sockets. My 2 guides silently took their places among them, and suddenly the thick fog began to lift. It was swept raggedly away on the breath of a chill wind. The far dim reaches of the cavern were revealed as the mist swiftly dissipated, and I stood silent in the grip of a mighty fear, and, strangely, an equally potent, unaccountable thrill of delight. A part of my mind seemed to ask, "What horror is this?" And another part whispered, "You know this place." But I could never have seen it before. If I had realized what lay far beneath the castle, I could never have slept at night for the fear that would have obsessed me. For, standing silent with conflicting tides of horror and ecstasy racing through me, I saw the
weird inhabitants of the underground world. Demons, monsters, unnameable things, nightmare colossi strode bellowing through the murk, and amorphous grey things like giant slugs walked upright on stumpy legs. Creatures of shapeless soft pulp, beings with flame-shot eyes scattered over their misshapen bodies like fabled Argus, writhed and twisted there in the evil glow. Winged things that were not bats swooped and fluttered in the tenebrous air, whispering sibilantly, whispering in human voices. Far away at the bottom of the slope I could see the chill gleam of water, a hidden, sunless sea, shapes mercifully almost hidden by distance, and the semi-darkness sported and cried, troubling the surface of the lake, the size of which I could only conjecture, and a flapping thing whose leathery wings stretched like a tent above my head swooped and hovered for a moment, staring with flaming eyes, and then darted off and was lost in the gloom. And all the while, as I shuddered with fear and loathing, within me was this evil glee, this voice which whispered, "You know this place. You belong here. Is it not good to be home?" I glanced behind me. The great door had swung silently shut, and escape was impossible. And then pride came to my aid. I was a Kralitz, and a Kralitz would not acknowledge fear in the face of the devil himself. I stepped forward and confronted the warders, who were still seated, regarding me intently from eyes in which a smouldering fire seemed to burn. Fighting down an insane dread that I might find before me an array of fleshless skeletons, I stepped to the head of the table, where there was a sort of crude throne, and peered closely at the silent figure on my right. It was no bare skull at which I gazed, but a bearded, deadly pale face. The curved, voluptuous lips were crimson, looking almost rouged, and the dull eye stared through me bleakly. Inhuman agony had etched itself in deep lines on the white face, and gnawing anguish smouldered in the sunken eyes. I cannot hope to convey the utter strangeness, the atmosphere of unearthliness that surrounded him, almost as palpable as the fetid tomb stench that welled from his dark garments. He waved a black swathed arm to the vacant seat at the head of the table, and I sat down. This nightmare sense of unreality. I seemed to be in a dream, with a hidden part of my mind slowly waking from sleep into evil life to take command of my faculties. The table was set with old-fashioned goblets and trenchers such as had not been used for hundreds of years. There was meat on the trenchers, and red liquor in the jewelled goblets. A heady, overpowering fragrance swam up into my nostrils, mixed with the grave smell of my companions and the musty odour of a dank and sunless place. Every white face was turned to me, faces that seemed oddly familiar, although I did not know why. Each face was alike in its blood-red, sensual lips, and its expression of gnawing agony, and burning black eyes like the abysmal pits of Tartarus stared at me until I felt the short hairs stir on my neck. But I was a Kralitz. I stood up and said boldly in archaic German that somehow came familiarly from my lips, "I am Franz, 21st Baron Kralitz. What do you want with me?" A murmur of approval went around the long table. There was a stir. From the foot of the board, a huge bearded man arose, a man with a frightful scar that made the left side of his face a horror of healed white tissue. Again, the odd thrill of familiarity ran through me. I had seen that face before, and vaguely I remembered looking at it through dim twilight. The man spoke in the old guttural German. "We greet you, Franz Baron Kralitz. We greet you and pledge you, Franz, and we pledge the House of Kralitz."
With that he caught up the goblet before him and held it high. All along the long table the black-swathed ones arose, and each held high his jewelled cup and pledged me. They drank deeply, savouring the liquor, and I made the bow custom demanded. I said, in words that sprang almost unbidden from my mouth, I greet you, who are the warders of the Secret of Kralitz, and I pledge you in return. All about me, to the farthermost reaches of the dim cavern, a hush fell, and the bellows and howlings, and the insane tittering of the flying things were no longer heard. My companions leaned expectantly toward me. Standing alone at the head of the board, I raised my goblet and drank. The liquor was heady, exhilarating, with a faintly brackish flavour. And abruptly I knew why the pain-racked, ruined face of my companion had seemed familiar. I had seen it often among the portraits of my ancestors, the frowning, disfigured visage of the founder of the House of Kralitz that glared down from the gloom of the great hall. In that fierce white light of revelation I knew my companions for what they were. I recognized them, one by one, remembering their canvas counterparts. But there was a change. Like an impalpable veil, the stamp of ineradicable evil lay on the tortured faces of my hosts, strangely altering their features, so that I could not always be sure I recognized them. One pale, sardonic face reminded me of my father, but I could not be sure, so monstrously altered was its expression. I was dining with my ancestors, the House of Kralitz. My cup was still held high, and I drained it, for somehow the grim revelation was not entirely unexpected. A strange glow thrilled through my veins, and I laughed aloud for the evil delight that was in me. The others laughed too, a deep-throated merriment like the barking of wolves, tortured laughter from men stretched on the rack, mad laughter in hell. And all through the hazy cavern came the clamour of the devil's brood. Great figures that towered many spans high rocked with thundering glee, and the flying things tittered slyly overhead. And out over the vast expanse swept the wave of frightful mirth, until the half-seen things in the black waters sent out bellows that tore at my eardrums, and the unseen roof far overhead sent back roaring echoes of the clamour. And I laughed with them, laughed insanely, until I dropped exhausted into my seat, and watched the scarred man at the other end of the table as he spoke. You are worthy to be of our company, and worthy to eat at the same board. We have pledged each other, and you are one of us. We shall eat together. And we fell to, tearing like hungry beasts at the succulent white meat in the jewelled trenches. Strange monsters served us, and at a chill touch on my arm I turned to find a dreadful crimson thing, like a skinned child, refilling my goblet. Strange and utterly blasphemous was our feast. We shouted and laughed and fed there in the hazy light, while all around us thundered the evil horde. There was hell beneath Castle Kralitz, and it held high carnival this night. Presently we sang a fierce drinking song, swinging the deep cups back and forth in rhythm with our shouted chant. It was an archaic song, but the obsolete words were no handicap, for I mouthed them as though they had been learned at my mother's knee, and at the thought of my mother a trembling and a weakness ran through me abruptly, but I banished it with a draught of the heady liquor. Long we shouted and sang and caroused there in the great cavern, and after a time we arose together and trooped to where a narrow, high-arched bridge spanned the tenebrous waters of the lake. But I may not speak of what was at the other end of the bridge, nor of the unnameable things that I saw, and did. I learned of the fungoid, inhuman beings that dwell on far cold Yuggoth, of the cyclopean shapes that attend unsleeping Cthulhu in his submarine city, of the strange pleasures that the followers of leprous, subterranean Yog-Sothoth may possess, and I learned, too, of the unbelievable manner in which Iod, the Source, is worshipped beyond the outer galaxies. I plumbed the blackest pits of hell, and came back, laughing. I was one with the rest of those dark waters, and I joined them in the Saturnalia of horror, until the scarred man spoke to us again. "Our time grows short," he said, his scarred and bearded white face like a gargoyle's in the half-light. "We must depart soon, but you are a true Kralitz, friends, and we shall meet again, and feast again, and make merry for longer than you think. One last pledge." I gave it to him. "To the house of Kralitz, may it never fall!" And with an exultant shout, we drained the pungent dregs of the liquor. Then a strange lassitude fell upon me. With the others, I turned my back on the cavern and the shapes that pranced and bellowed and crawled there, and I went up through the carved stone portal. We filed up the stairs, up and up, endlessly, until at last we emerged through the gaping hole in the stone flags, and proceeded, a dark, silent company, back through those interminable corridors. The surroundings began to grow strangely familiar, and suddenly I recognized them. We were in the great burial vaults below the castle, where the barons Kralitz were ceremoniously entombed. Each baron had been placed in his stone casket in his separate chamber, and each chamber lay, like beads on a necklace, adjacent to the next, so that we proceeded from the farthermost tombs of the early barons Kralitz toward the unoccupied vaults. By immemorial custom, each tomb lay bare, an empty mausoleum, until the time had come for its use, when the great stone coffin, with the memorial inscription carved upon it, would be carried to its place. It was fitting indeed for the secret of Kralitz to be hidden here. Abruptly I realized that I was alone, save for the bearded man with the disfiguring scar. The others had vanished, and, deep in my thoughts, I had not missed them. My companion stretched out his black swathed arm and halted my progress, and I turned to him questioningly. He said in his sonorous voice, "I must leave you now. I must go back to my own place." And he pointed to the way whence we had come. I nodded, for I had already recognized my companions for what they were. I knew that each Baron Kralitz had been laid in his tomb, only to arise as a monstrous thing, neither dead nor alive, to descend into the cavern below and take part in the evil Saturnalia. I realized, too, that with the approach of dawn they had returned to their stone coffins, to lie in a death-like trance until the setting sun should bring brief liberation. My own occult studies had enabled me to recognize these dreadful manifestations. I bowed to my companion, and would have proceeded on my way to the upper parts of the castle, but he barred my path. He shook his head slowly, his scar hideous in the phosphorescent gloom. I said, "May I not go yet?" He stared at me with tortured, smouldering eyes that had looked into hell itself, and he pointed to what lay beside me, and in a flash of nightmare realization, I knew the secret of the curse of Kralitz. There came to me the knowledge that made my brain a frightful thing in which shapes of darkness would ever swirl and scream. The dreadful comprehension of when each Baron Kralitz was initiated into the Brotherhood of Blood. I knew that no coffin had ever been placed unoccupied in the tombs, and I read upon the stone sarcophagus at my feet the inscription that made my doom known to me. My own name, Franz, 21st Baron Kralitz. The Salem Horror by Henry KUTTNER. When Carson first noticed the sounds in his cellar, he ascribed them to the rats. Later, he began to hear the tales which were whispered by the superstitious Polish mill workers in Derby Street regarding the first occupant of the ancient house, Abigail Prynne. There was none living today who could remember the diabolical old hag, but the morbid legends which thrive in the witch district of Salem like rank weeds on a neglected grave gave disturbing particulars of her activities, and were unpleasantly explicit regarding the detestable sacrifices she was known to have made to a worm-eaten, crescent-horned image of dubious origin. The oldsters still muttered of Abby Prynne and her monstrous boasts that she was high priestess of a fearfully potent god which dwelt deep in the hills. Indeed, it was the old witch's reckless boasting which had led to her abrupt and mysterious death in 1692, about the time of the famous hangings on Gallows Hill. No one liked to talk about it, but occasionally a toothless crone would mumble fearfully that the flames could not burn her, for her whole body had taken on the peculiar anesthesia of her witch mark. Abby Prynne and her anomalous statue had long since vanished, but it was still difficult to find tenants for her decrepit, gabled house with its overhanging second story and curious diamond-paned casement windows. The house's evil notoriety had spread throughout Salem. Nothing had actually happened there of recent years which might give rise to the inexplicable tales, but those who rented the house had a habit of moving out hastily, generally with vague and unsatisfactory explanations connected with the rats. And it was a rat which led Carson to the witch room. The squealing and muffled pattering within the rotting walls had disturbed Carson more than once during the nights of his first week in the house, which he had rented to obtain the solitude that would enable him to complete a novel, for which his publishers had been asking, another light romance to add to Carson's long string of popular successes. But it was not until some time later that he began to entertain certain wildly fantastic surmises regarding the intelligence of the rat that scurried from under his feet in the dark hallway one evening. The house had been wired for electricity, but the bulb in the hall was small and gave a dim light. The rat was a misshapen black shadow, as it darted a few feet away and paused, apparently watching him. At another time, Carson might have dismissed the animal with a threatening gesture and returned to his work. But the traffic on Derby Street had been unusually noisy, and he had found it difficult to concentrate upon his novel. His nerves, for no apparent reason, were taut, and somehow it seemed that the rat, watching just beyond his reach, was eyeing him with sardonic amusement. Smiling at the conceit, he took a few steps toward the rat, and it rushed away to the cellar door, which he saw, with surprise, was ajar. He must have neglected to close it the last time he had been in the cellar, although he generally took care to keep the door shut, for the ancient house was draughty. The rat waited in the doorway. Unreasonably annoyed, Carson hurried forward, sending the rat scurrying down the stairway. He switched on the cellar light and observed the rat in a corner. It watched him keenly out of glittering little eyes. As he descended the stairs, he could not help feeling that he was acting like a fool. But his work had been tiring, and subconsciously he welcomed any interruption. He moved across the cellar to the rat, seeing with astonishment that the creature remained unmoving, staring at him. A strange feeling of uneasiness began to grow within him. The rat was acting abnormally, he felt, and the unwinking gaze of its cold shoe-button eyes was somehow disturbing. Then he laughed to himself, for the rat had suddenly whisked aside and disappeared into a little hole in the cellar wall. Idly he scratched across with his toe in the dirt before the burrow, deciding that he would set a trap there in the morning. The rat's snout and ragged whiskers protruded cautiously. It moved forward and then hesitated, drew back. Then the animal began to act in a singular and unaccountable manner, almost as though it were dancing, Carson thought. It moved tentatively forward, retreated again. It would give a little dart forward and be brought up short, then leap back hastily, as though, the simile flashed into Carson's mind, a snake were coiled before the burrow, alert to prevent the rat's escape. But there was nothing there save the little cross Carson had scratched in the dust. No doubt it was Carson himself who blocked the rat's escape, for he was standing within a few feet of the burrow. He moved forward, and the animal hurriedly retreated out of sight. His interest piqued, Carson found a stick and poked it exploringly into the hole. As he did so, his eye, close to the wall, detected something strange about the stone slab just above the rat burrow. A quick glance around its edge confirmed his suspicion. The slab was apparently movable. Carson examined it closely, noticed a depression on its edge which would afford a handhold. His fingers fitted easily into the groove, and he pulled tentatively. The stone moved a trifle and stopped. He pulled harder, and with a sprinkling of dry earth, the slab swung away from the wall, as though on hinges. A black rectangle, shoulder-high, gaped in the wall. From its depths, a musty, unpleasant stench of dead air welled out, and involuntarily Carson retreated a step. Suddenly, he remembered the monstrous tales of Abby Prynne and the hideous secret she was supposed to have kept hidden in her house. Had he stumbled upon some hidden retreat of the long-dead witch? Before entering the dark gap, he took the precaution of obtaining a flashlight from upstairs. Then he cautiously bent his head and stepped into the narrow, evil-smelling passage, sending the flashlight's beam probing out before him. He was in a narrow tunnel, scarcely higher than his head, and walled and paved with stone slabs. It ran straight ahead for perhaps 15 feet, and then broadened out into a roomy chamber. As Carson stepped into the underground room, no doubt a hidden retreat of Abby Prynne's, a hiding place, he thought, which nevertheless could not save her on the day the fright-crazed mob had come raging along Derby Street, he caught his breath in a gasp of amazement. The room was fantastic, astonishing. It was the floor which held Carson's gaze. The dull grey of the circular wall gave place here to a mosaic of varicolored stone, in which blues and greens and purples predominated. Indeed, there were none of the warmer colours. There must have been thousands of bits of coloured stone making up that pattern, for none was larger than a walnut, and the mosaic seemed to follow some definite pattern, unfamiliar to Carson. There were curves of purple and violet, mingled with angled lines of green and blue, intertwining in fantastic arabesques. There were circles, triangles, a pentagram, and other, less familiar figures. Most of the lines and figures radiated from a definite point, the centre of the chamber, where there was a circular disk of dead black stone, perhaps 2 feet in diameter. It was very silent. The sounds of the cars that occasionally went past overhead in Derby Street could not be heard. In a shallow alcove in the wall, Carson caught a glimpse of markings on the walls, and he moved slowly in that direction, the beam of his light travelling up and down the walls of the niche. The marks, whatever they were, had been daubed upon the stone long ago, for what was left of the cryptic symbols was indecipherable. Carson saw several partly effaced hieroglyphics, which reminded him of Arabic, but he could not be sure. On the floor of the alcove was a corroded metal disc about 8 feet in diameter, and Carson received the distinct impression that it was movable, but there seemed no way to lift it. He became conscious that he was standing in the exact center of the chamber, in the circle of black stone where the odd design centered. Again he noticed the utter silence. On an impulse, he clicked off the ray of his flashlight. Instantly, he was in dead blackness. At that moment, a curious idea entered his mind. He pictured himself at the bottom of a pit, and from above, a flood was descending, pouring down the shaft to engulf him. So strong was this impression that he actually fancied he could hear a muffled thundering, the roar of the cataract. Then, oddly shaken, he clicked on the light, glanced around swiftly. The drumming, of course, was the pounding of his blood, made audible in the complete silence, a familiar phenomenon. But if the place was so still? The thought leaped into his mind as though suddenly thrust into his consciousness. This would be an ideal place to work. He could have the place wired for electricity, have a table and chair brought down, use an electric fan if necessary, although the musty odor he had first noticed seemed to have disappeared completely. He moved to the tunnel mouth and as he stepped from the room he felt an inexplicable relaxation of his muscles, although he had not realized that they had been contracted. He ascribed it to nervousness, and went upstairs to brew black coffee, and write to his landlord in Boston about his discovery. The visitor stared curiously about the hallway after Carson had opened the door, nodding to himself as though with satisfaction. He was a lean, tall figure of a man with thick steel-grey eyebrows overhanging keen grey eyes. His face, although strongly marked and gaunt, was unwrinkled. "About the witch room, I suppose?" Carson said ungraciously. His landlord had talked, and for the last week he had been unwillingly entertaining antiquaries and occultists anxious to glimpse the secret chamber in which Abby Prynne had mumbled her spells. Carson's annoyance had grown, and he had considered moving to a quieter place, but his inherent stubbornness had made him stay on, determined to finish his novel in spite of interruptions. Now, eyeing his guest coldly, he said, "I'm sorry, but it's not on exhibition anymore." The other looked startled, but almost immediately a gleam of comprehension came into his eyes. He extracted a card and offered it to Carson. "Michael Lee, occultist, eh?" Carson repeated. He drew a deep breath. The occultists he had found were the worst, with their dark hints of nameless things and their profound interest in the mosaic pattern on the floor of the witch room. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, but I'm really quite busy. You'll excuse me." Ungraciously, he turned back to the door. "Just a moment," Lee said swiftly. Before Carson could protest, he had caught the writer by the shoulders and was peering closely into his eyes. Startled, Carson drew back, but not before he had seen an extraordinary expression of mingled apprehension and satisfaction appear on Lee's gaunt face. It was as though the occultist had seen something unpleasant, but not unexpected. "What's the idea?" Carson asked harshly. "I'm not accustomed—" "I'm very sorry," Lee said. His voice was deep, pleasant. "I must apologize. I thought, well, again I apologize. I'm rather excited, I'm afraid. You see, I've come from San Francisco to see this witch room of yours. Would you really mind letting me see it? I should be glad to pay any sum." Carson made a deprecatory gesture. "No," he said, feeling a perverse liking for this man growing within him. His well-modulated, pleasant voice, his powerful face, his magnetic personality. "No, I merely want a little peace. You have no idea how I've been bothered," he went on, vaguely surprised to find himself speaking apologetically. "It's a frightful nuisance. I almost wish I'd never found the room." Lee leaned forward anxiously. "May I see it? It means a great deal to me. I'm vitally interested in these things. I promise not to take up more than 10 minutes of your time." Carson hesitated, then assented. As he led his guest into the cellar, he found himself telling the circumstances of his discovery of the witch room. Lee listened intently, occasionally interrupting with questions. "The rat? Did you see what became of it?" he asked. Carson looked bemused. "Why, no, I suppose it hid in its burrow. Why?" "One never knows," Lee said cryptically as they came into the witch room. Carson switched on the light. He had had an electrical extension installed, and there were a few chairs and a table, but otherwise the chamber was unchanged. Carson watched the occultist's face and, with surprise, saw it become grim, almost angry. Lee strode to the center of the room, staring at the chair that stood on the black circle of stone. "You work here?" he asked slowly. "Yes, it's quiet. I found I couldn't work upstairs, too noisy, but this is ideal. Somehow I find it very easy to write here. My mind feels—" he hesitated. "Free. That is, disassociated with other things. It's quite an unusual feeling." Lee nodded as though Carson's words had confirmed some idea in his own mind. He turned toward the alcove and the metal disc in the floor. Carson followed him. The occultist moved close to the wall, tracing out the faded symbols with a long forefinger. He muttered something under his breath, words that sounded like gibberish to Carson. "Nyarktha, Kjarnak." He swung about, his face grim and pale. "I've seen enough," he said softly. "Shall we go?" Surprised, Carson nodded and led the way back into the cellar. Upstairs, Lee hesitated, as though finding it difficult to broach his subject. At length he asked, "Mr. Carson, would you mind telling me if you've had any peculiar dreams lately?" Carson stared at him, mirth dancing in his eyes. "Dreams?" he repeated. "Oh, I see. Well, Mr. Lee, I may as well tell you that you can't frighten me. Your compatriots, the other occultists I've entertained, have already tried it." Lee raised his thick eyebrows. "Yes? Did they ask you whether you dreamed?" "Several did, yes." "And you told them?" "No." Then as Lee leaned back in his chair, a puzzled expression on his face, Carson went on slowly. "Although, really, I'm not quite sure." "You mean?" "I think I have a vague impression that I have dreamed lately, but I can't be sure. I can't remember anything of the dream, you see. And, very probably your brother occultist put the idea into my mind." "Perhaps," Lee said noncommittally, getting up. He hesitated. "Mr. Carson, I'm going to ask you a rather presumptuous question. Is it necessary for you to live in this house?" Carson sighed resignedly. "When I was first asked that question, I explained that I wanted a quiet place to work on a novel, and that any quiet place would do, but it isn't easy to find 'em. Now that I have this witch room and I'm turning out my work so easily, I see no reason why I should move and perhaps upset my program. I'll vacate this house when I finish my novel, and then you occultists can come in and turn it into a museum or do whatever you want with it. I don't care. But until the novel is finished, I intend to stay here." Lee rubbed his chin. "Indeed, I can understand your point of view, but is there no other place in the house where you can work?" He watched Carson's face for a moment, and then went on swiftly. "I don't expect you to believe me. You're a materialist, most people are. But there are a few of us who know that above and beyond what men call science, there is a greater science that is built on laws and principles which to the average man would be almost incomprehensible. If you have read Machen, you will remember that he speaks of the gulf between the world of consciousness and the world of matter. It is possible to bridge that gulf. The witch room is such a bridge. Do you know what a whispering gallery is?" "Eh?" Carson said, staring. "But there's no—" "An analogy. Merely an analogy. A man may whisper a word in a gallery or a cave, and if you're standing in a certain spot 100 feet away, you will hear that whisper, although someone 10 feet away will not. It's a simple trick of acoustics, bringing the sound to a focal point, and this principle can be applied to other things besides sound, to any wave impulse, even to thought." Carson tried to interrupt, but Lee kept on. "That black stone in the center of your witch room is one of those focal points. The design on the floor, when you sit on the black circle there, you're abnormally sensitive to certain vibrations, certain thought commands, dangerously sensitive. Why do you suppose your mind is so clear when you're working there? A deception, a false feeling of lucidity. For you're merely an instrument, a microphone tuned to pick up certain malign vibrations, the nature of which you could not comprehend." Carson's face was a study in amazement and incredulity. "But you don't mean you actually believe—" Lee drew back, the intensity fading from his eyes, leaving them grim and cold. "Very well. But I have studied the history of your Abigail Prynne. She, too, understood the super-science of which I speak. She used it for evil purposes, the black art, as it is called. I have read that she cursed Salem in the old days, and a witch's curse can be a frightful thing. Will you—" He got up, gnawing at his lip. "Will you at least allow me to call on you tomorrow?" Almost involuntarily, Carson nodded. "But I'm afraid you'll be wasting your time. I don't believe— I have no—" He stumbled, at a loss for words. "I merely wish to assure myself that you— Oh, another thing. If you dream tonight, will you try to remember the dream? If you attempt to recapture it immediately after waking, it is often possible to recall it. All right, if I dream." That night, Carson dreamed. He awoke just before dawn with his heart racing furiously and a curious feeling of uneasiness. Within the walls and from below he could hear the furtive scurryings of the rats. He got out of bed hastily, shivering in the cold greyness of early morning. A wan moon still shone faintly in a paling sky. Then he remembered Lee's words. He had dreamed. There was no question of that. But the content of his dream, that was another matter. He absolutely could not recall it to his mind, much as he tried, although there was a very vague impression of running frantically in darkness. He dressed quickly, and because the stillness of early morning in the old house got on his nerves, went out to buy a newspaper. It was too early for shops to be open, however, and in search of a newsboy he set off westward, turning at the first corner. And as he walked, a curious and inexplicable feeling began to take possession of him, a feeling of familiarity. He had walked here before, and there was a dim and disturbing familiarity about the shapes of the houses, the outline of the roofs. But, and this was the fantastic part of it, to his knowledge he had never been on this street before. He had spent little time walking about this region of Salem, for he was indolent by nature, yet there was this extraordinary feeling of remembrance, and it grew more vivid as he went on. He reached a corner, turned unthinkingly to the left. The odd sensation increased. He walked on slowly, pondering. No doubt he had travelled by this way before, and very probably he had done so in a brown study, so that he had not been conscious of his route. Undoubtedly that was the explanation. Yet, as Carson turned into Charter Street, he felt a nameless unease waking within him. Salem was rousing. With daylight, impassive Polish workers began to hurry past him toward the mills. An occasional automobile went by. Before him a crowd was gathered on the sidewalk. He hastened his steps, conscious of a feeling of impending calamity. With an extraordinary sense of shock, he saw that he was passing the Charter Street burying ground, the ancient, evilly famous burying point. Hastily, he pushed his way into the crowd. Comments in a muffled undertone came to Carson's ears, and a bulky blue-clad back loomed up before him. He peered over the policeman's shoulder and caught his breath in a horrified gasp. A man leaned against the iron railing that fenced the old graveyard. He wore a cheap, gaudy suit, and he gripped the rusty bars in a clutch that made the muscles stand out in ridges on the hairy backs of his hands. He was dead, and on his face, staring up at the sky at a crazy angle, was frozen an expression of abysmal and utterly shocking horror. His eyes, all whites, were bulging hideously. His mouth was a twisted, mirthless grin. A man at Carson's side turned a white face toward him. "Looks as if he was scared to death," he said somewhat hoarsely. "I'd hate to have seen what he saw. Look at that face." Mechanically, Carson backed away, feeling an icy breath of nameless things chill him. He rubbed his hand across his eyes, but still that contorted, dead face swam in his vision. He began to retrace his steps, shaken and trembling a little. Involuntarily his glance moved aside, rested on the tombs and monuments that dotted the old graveyard. No one had been buried there for over a century, and the lichen-stained tombstones and their winged skulls, fat-cheeked cherubs and funeral urns, seemed to breathe out an indefinable miasma of antiquity. What had frightened the man to death? Carson drew a deep breath. True, the corpse had been a frightful spectacle, but he must not allow it to upset his nerves. He could not. His novel would suffer. Besides, he argued grimly to himself, the affair was obvious enough in its explanation. The dead man was apparently a Pole, one of the group of immigrants who dwell about Salem Harbor. Passing by the graveyard at night, a spot about which eldritch legends had clung for nearly 3 centuries, his drink-befuddled eyes must have given reality to the hazy phantoms of a superstitious mind. These Poles were notoriously unstable emotionally, prone to mob hysteria and wild imaginings. The great immigrant panic of 1853, in which 3 witch houses had been burned to the ground, had grown from an old woman's confused and hysterical statement that she had seen a mysterious white-clad foreigner take off his face. What else could be expected of such people, Carson thought. Nevertheless, he remained in a nervous state and did not return home until nearly noon. When on his arrival he found Lee, the occultist, waiting, he was glad to see the man and invited him in with cordiality. Lee was very serious. "Did you hear about your friend, Abigail Prynne?" he asked without preamble, and Carson stared, pausing in the act of siphoning charged water into a glass. After a long moment, he pressed the lever, sent the liquid sizzling and foaming into the whiskey. He handed Lee the drink and took one himself, neat, before answering the question. "I don't know what you're talking about. What's she been up to?" he asked, with an air of forced levity. "I've been checking up the records," Lee said, "and I find Abigail Prynne was buried on December 14th, 1690, in the Charter Street burying ground, with a stake through her heart." "What's the matter?" "Nothing," Carson said tonelessly. "Well?" "Well, her grave's been open and robbed, that's all. The stake was found uprooted nearby, and there were footprints all around the grave. Shoe prints. Did you dream last night, Carson?" Lee snapped out the question, his grey eyes hard. "I don't know," Carson said confusedly, rubbing his forehead. "I can't remember. I was at the Charter Street graveyard this morning." "Oh, then you must have heard something about the man who—" "I saw him," Carson interrupted, shuddering. It upset me. He downed the whiskey at a gulp. Lee watched him. "Well," he said presently, "are you still determined to stay in this house?" Carson put down the glass and stood up. "Why not?" he snapped. "Is there any reason why I shouldn't, eh?" "After what happened last night." "After what happened? A grave was robbed. A superstitious Pole saw the robbers and died of fright. Well?" "You're trying to convince yourself," Lee said calmly. "In your heart you must know, the truth. You've become a tool in the hands of tremendous, terrible forces, Carson. For 3 centuries, Abby Prynne has lain in her grave, undead, waiting for someone to fall into her trap, the witch room. Perhaps she foresaw the future when she built it, foresaw that someday someone would blunder into that hellish chamber and be caught by the trap of the mosaic pattern. It caught you, Carson, and enabled that undead horror to bridge the gulf between consciousness and matter, to get on rapport with you. Hypnotism is child's play to a being with Abigail Prynne's frightful powers. She could very easily force you to go to her grave and uproot the stake that held her captive, and then erase the memory of that act from your mind so that you could not remember it even as a dream." Carson was on his feet, his eyes burning with a strange light. "In God's name, man, do you know what you're saying?" Lee laughed harshly. "God's name. The devil's name, rather. The devil that menaces Salem at this moment. For Salem is in danger, terrible danger. The men and women and children of the town Abby Prynne cursed when they bound her to the stake and found they couldn't burn her. I've been going through certain secret archives this morning, and I've come to ask you for the last time to leave this house." "Are you through?" Carson asked coldly. "Very well. I shall stay here. You're either insane or drunk, but you can't impress me with your poppycock." "Would you leave if I offered you $1,000? Lee asked. "Or more than 10,000? I have a considerable sum at my command." "No, damn it!" Carson snapped in a sudden blaze of anger. "All I want is to be left alone to finish my novel. I can't work anywhere else. I don't want to. I won't." "I expected this," Lee said, his voice suddenly quiet, and with a strange note of sympathy. "Man, you can't get away. You're caught in the trap, and it's too late for you to extricate yourself so long as Abby Prynne's brain controls you through the witch room. And the worst part of it is that she can only manifest herself with your aid. She drains your life forces, Carson. Feeds on you like a vampire." "You're mad," Carson said dully. "I'm afraid. That iron disc in the witch room, I'm afraid of that and what's under it. Abby Prynne serves strange gods, Carson. And I read something on the wall of that alcove that gave me a hint. Have you ever heard of Nyarlathotep?" Carson shook his head impatiently. Lee fumbled in a pocket, drew out a scrap of paper. "I copied this from a book in the Kester Library," he said. "A book called the Necronomicon, written by a man who delved so deeply into forbidden secrets that men called him mad. Read this." Carson's brows drew together as he read the excerpt. "Men know him as the Dweller in Darkness, that brother of the Old Ones called Nyarlathotep, the thing that should not be. He can be summoned to Earth's surface through certain secret caverns and fissures, and sorcerers have seen him in Syria and below the Black Tower of Leng, From the Thang Grotto of Tartary, he has come ravening to bring terror and destruction among the pavilions of the Great Khan. Only by the looped cross, by the Vark Virage incantation, and by the Tikkun elixir may he be driven back to the nighted caverns of hidden foulness, where he dwelleth. Lee met Carson's puzzled gaze calmly. Do you understand now? Incantations and elixirs, Carson said, handing back the paper. Fiddlesticks! Far from it. That incantation and that elixir have been known to occultists and adepts for thousands of years. I've had occasion to use them myself in the past on certain occasions. And if I'm right about this thing... He turned to the door, his lips compressed in a bloodless line. Such manifestations have been defeated before, but the difficulty lies in obtaining the elixir. It's very hard to get. But I hope I'll be back. Can you stay out of the witch room until then? I'll promise nothing, Carson said. He had a dull headache, which had been steadily growing until it obtruded upon his consciousness, and he felt vaguely nauseated. Goodbye. He saw Lee to the door and waited on the steps, with an odd reluctance to return to the house. As he watched the tall occultist hurry down the street, a woman came out of the adjoining house. She caught sight of him, and her huge breasts heaved. She burst into a shrill, angry tirade. Carson turned, staring at her with astonished eyes. His head throbbed painfully. The woman was approaching, shaking a fat fist threateningly. "Why you scare my Sarah?" she cried, her swarthy face flushed. "Why you scare her with your fool tricks, eh?" Carson moistened his lips. "I'm sorry," he said slowly. "Very sorry. I didn't frighten your Sarah. I haven't been home all day. What frightened her?" "The brown thing. It ran in your house, Sarah say." The woman paused, and her jaw dropped. Her eyes widened. She made a peculiar sign with her right hand, pointing her index and little fingers at Carson, while her thumb was crossed over the other fingers. "The old witch!" She retreated hastily, muttering in Polish in a frightened voice. Carson turned, went back into the house. He poured some whiskey into a tumbler, considered, and then set it aside untasted. He began to pace the floor, occasionally rubbing his forehead with fingers that felt dry and hot. Vague, confused thoughts raced through his mind. His head was throbbing and feverish. At length he went down to the witch room. He remained there, although he did not work, for his headache was not so oppressive in the dead quiet of the underground chamber. After a time, he slept. How long he slumbered he did not know. He dreamed of Salem, and of a dimly glimpsed, gelatinous black thing that hurtled with frightful speed through the streets, a thing like an incredibly huge, jet-black amoeba that pursued and engulfed men and women who shrieked and fled vainly. He dreamed of a skull face peering into his own, a withered and shrunken countenance in which only the eyes seemed alive, and they shone with a hellish and evil light. He awoke at last, sat up with a start. He was very cold. It was utterly silent. In the light of the electric bulb, the green and purple mosaic seemed to writhe and contract toward him, an illusion which disappeared as his sleep-fogged vision cleared. He glanced at his wristwatch. It was 2 o'clock. He had slept through the afternoon and the better part of the night. He felt oddly weak, and a lassitude held him motionless in his chair. The strength seemed to have been drained from him. The piercing cold seemed to strike through to his brain, but his headache was gone. His mind was very clear, expectant, as though waiting for something to happen. A movement nearby caught his eye. A slab of stone in the wall was moving. He heard a gentle grating sound, and slowly a black cavity widened from a narrow rectangle to a square. There was something crouching there in the shadow. Stark, blind horror struck through Carson as the thing moved and crept forward into the light. It looked like a mummy. For an intolerable age-long second the thought pounded frightfully at Carson's brain. It looked like a mummy. It was a skeleton-thin, parchment-brown corpse, and it looked like a skeleton with the hide of some great lizard stretched over its bones. It stirred, it crept forward, and its long nails scratched audibly against the stone. It crawled out into the witch room, its passionless face pitilessly revealed in the white light, and its eyes were gleaming with charnel life. He could see the serrated ridge of its brown, shrunken back. Carson sat motionless. Abysmal horror had robbed him of the power to move. He seemed to be caught in the fetters of dream paralysis, in which the brain, an aloof spectator, is unable or unwilling to transmit the nerve impulses to the muscles. He told himself frantically that he was dreaming, that he would presently awaken. The withered horror arose. It stood upright, skeleton thin, and moved to the alcove where the iron disc lay embedded in the floor. Standing with its back to Carson, it paused, and a dry and sere whisper rustled out in the dead stillness. At the sound, Carson would have screamed, but he could not. Still the dreadful whisper went on, in a language Carson knew was not of earth, and as though in response an almost imperceptible quiver shook the iron disc. It quivered and began to rise very slowly, and as if in triumph, the shriveled horror lifted its pipe-stem arms. The disc was nearly a foot thick, but presently, as it continued to rise above the level of the floor, an insidious odor began to penetrate the room. It was vaguely reptilian, musky, and nauseating. The disc lifted inexorably, and a little finger of blackness crept out from beneath its edge. Abruptly, Carson remembered his dream of a gelatinous black creature that hurtled through the Salem streets. He tried vainly to break the fetters of paralysis that held him motionless. The chamber was darkening, and a black vertigo was creeping up to engulf him. The room seemed to rock. Still the iron disc lifted. Still the withered horror stood with its skeleton arms raised in blasphemous benediction. Still the blackness oozed out in slow, amoeboid movement. There came a sound breaking through the seal whisper of the mummy, the quick patter of racing footsteps. Out of the corner of his eye, Carson saw a man come racing into the witch room. It was the occultist Lee, and his eyes were blazing in a face of deathly pallor. He flung himself past Carson to the alcove, where the black horror was surging into view. The withered thing turned with dreadful slowness. Lee carried some implement in his left hand, Carson saw, a crux ansata of gold and ivory. His right hand was clenched at his side. His voice rolled out, sonorous and commanding. There were little beads of perspiration on his white face. Yana kadishtu nilguri, stelbus na kanan yagtha kyarnak phlegathor. The fantastic, unearthly syllables thundered out, echoing from the walls of the vault. Lee advanced slowly, the crux ansata held high, and from beneath the iron disc, black horror came surging. The disc was lifted, flung aside, and a great wave of iridescent blackness, neither liquid nor solid, a frightful gelatinous mass, came pouring straight for Lee. Without pausing in his advance, he made a quick gesture with his right hand, and a little glass tube hurtled at the black thing, was engulfed. The formless horror paused. It hesitated, with a dreadful air of indecision, and then swiftly drew back. A choking stench of burning corruption began to pervade the air, and Carson saw great pieces of the black thing flake off, shriveling as though destroyed with corroding acid. It fled back in a liquescent rush, hideous black flesh dropping as it retreated. A pseudopod of blackness elongated itself from the central mass, and like a great tentacle clutched the corpse-like being, dragged it back to the pit and over the brink. Another tentacle seized the iron disc, pulled it effortlessly across the floor, and as the horror sank from sight, the disc fell into place with a thunderous crash. The room swung in wide circles about Carson, and a frightful nausea clutched him. He made a tremendous effort to get to his feet, and then the light faded swiftly and was gone. Darkness took him. Carson's novel was never finished. He burned it, but continued to write, although none of his later work was ever published. His publishers shook their heads and wondered why such a brilliant writer of popular fiction had suddenly become infatuated with the weird and ghastly. "It's powerful stuff," one man told Carson as he handed back his novel, Black God of Madness. "It's remarkable in its way, but it's morbid and horrible. Nobody would read it. Carson, why don't you write the type of novel you used to do? The kind that made you famous." It was then that Carson broke his vow never to speak of the witch room, and he poured out the entire story, hoping for understanding and belief. But as he finished, his heart sank as he saw the other's face, sympathetic but skeptical. "You dreamed it, didn't you?" the man asked, and Carson laughed bitterly. "Yes, I dreamed it. It must have made a terribly vivid impression on your mind. Some dreams do, but you'll forget about it in time," he predicted, and Carson nodded. And because he knew that he would only be arousing doubts of his sanity, he did not mention the thing that was burned indelibly on his brain, the horror he had seen in the witch room after wakening from his faint. Before he and Lee had hurried, white-faced and trembling, from the chamber, Carson had cast a quick glance behind him. The shriveled and corroded patches that he had seen slough off from that being of insane blasphemy had unaccountably disappeared, although they had left black stains upon the stones. Abby Prynne, perhaps, had returned to the hell she had served, and her inhuman god had withdrawn to hidden abysses beyond man's comprehension, rooted by powerful forces of elder magic, which the occultist had commanded. But the witch had left a memento behind her, a hideous thing which Carson, in that last backward glance, had seen protruding from the edge of the iron disk, as though raised in an ironic salute, a withered, claw-like hand. The Invaders, by Henry KUTTNER. It may turn out, after all, that the weavers of fantasy are the veritable realists. Macon. "Oh, it's you," said Hayward. "You got my wire?" The light from the doorway of the cottage outlined his tall, lean figure, making his shadow a long black blotch on the narrow bar of radiance that shone across the sand to where green-black rollers were surging. A seabird gave a shrill, eerie cry from the darkness, and I saw Hayward's silhouette give a curious little jerk. "Come in," he said quickly, stepping back. Mason and I followed him into the cottage. Michael Hayward was a writer, a unique one. Very few writers could create the strange atmosphere of eldritch horror that Hayward put into his fantastic tales of mystery. He had imitators, all great writers have, but none attain the stark and dreadful illusion of reality with which he invested his oftentimes shocking fantasies. He went far beyond the bounds of human experience and familiar superstition, delving into uncanny fields of unearthliness. Blackwood's vampiric elementals, M.R. James's loathsome liches, even the black horror of de Maupassant's Horror and Bierce's Damned Thing paled by comparison. It wasn't the abnormal beings Hayward wrote about, so much as the masterly impression of reality he managed to create in the reader's mind. The ghastly idea that he wasn't writing fiction, but was simply transcribing on paper the stark, hellish truth. It was no wonder that the jaded public avidly welcomed each new story he wrote. Bill Mason had telephoned me that afternoon at the Journal where I worked, and had read me an urgent telegram from Hayward asking, in fact, begging us, to come at once to his isolated cottage on the beach north of Santa Barbara. Now, beholding him, I wondered at the urgency. He didn't seem ill, although his thin face was more gaunt than usual, and his eyes unnaturally bright. There was a nervous tension in his manner, and I got the odd impression that he was intently listening, alert for some sound from outside the cottage. As he took our coats and motioned us to chairs, Mason gave me a worried glance. Something was wrong. Mason sensed it. I sensed it. Hayward filled his pipe and lit it, the smoke wreathing about his stiff black hair. There were bluish shadows in his temples. "What's up, old man?" I hazarded. We couldn't make head nor tail of your wire. He flushed. I guess I was a little flurried when I wrote it. You see, Jean, what's the use? Something is wrong, very wrong. At first I thought it might be my nerves, but it isn't. From outside the cottage came the shrill cry of a gull, and Hayward turned his face to the window. His eyes were staring, and I saw him repress a shudder. Then he seemed to pull himself together. He faced us, his lips compressed. Tell me, Jean, and you, Bill, did you notice anything odd on your way up? Why, no, I said. Nothing, are you sure? It might have seemed unimportant. Any sounds, I mean. There were the seagulls, Mason said, frowning. You remember I mentioned them to you, Jean. Hayward caught him up sharply. Seagulls? Yes, I said. That is, birds of some kind. They didn't sound quite like seagulls. We couldn't see them, but they kept following the car, calling to each other. We could hear them, but aside from the birds... I hesitated, astonished at the look on Hayward's face, an expression almost of despair. He said, No, that's it, Jean. But they weren't birds. There's something you won't believe, he whispered, and there was fright in his eyes. Not till you see them, and then it'll be too late. Mike, I said, you've been overworking. No, he interrupted. I'm not losing my grip. Those weird stories of mine, they haven't driven me mad, if that's what you're thinking. I'm as sane as you are. The truth is, he said very slowly, choosing his words with care, I'm being attacked. I groaned inwardly. Delusions of persecution, a symptom of insanity. Was Hayward's mind really crumbling? Why, I wondered, were his eyes so unnaturally bright and his thin face so flushed? And why did he keep shooting quick, furtive glances at the window? I turned to the window. I started to say something, and stopped. I was looking at a vine. That is, it resembled a thick, fleshy vine more than anything else, but I had never seen any plant quite similar to the rope-like thing that lay along the window ledge. I opened the window to get a better look at it. It was as thick as my forearm, and very pale, yellowish ivory. It possessed a curious, glossy texture that made it seem semi-transparent, and it ended in a raw-looking stump that was overgrown with stiff, hair-like cilia. The tip somehow made me think of the extremity of an elephant's trunk, although there was no real similarity. The other end dangled from the window ledge and disappeared in the darkness toward the front of the house, and, somehow, I didn't like the look of the thing. What is it? Mason asked behind me. I picked up the whatever it was. Then I got a severe shock, for it began to slip through my hand. It was being pulled away from me, and as I stared, the end slipped through my fingers and whipped into the darkness. I craned out the window. There's somebody outside, I flung over my shoulder. I saw... I felt a hand seize me, shove me aside. Shut that window, Hayward gasped. He slammed it down, locked it, and I heard a gasping, inarticulate cry from Mason. He was standing in the open doorway, glaring out. His face was changing, becoming transfigured with amazement and loathing. From outside the portal came a shrill, mewing cry, and a blast of great winds. Sand swirled in through the doorway. I saw Mason stagger back, his arm flung up before his eyes. Hayward leaped for the door, slammed it. I helped the now shuddering Mason to a chair. It was terrible to see this usually imperturbable man in the grip of what could only be called panic. He dropped into the seat, glaring up at me with distended eyes. I gave him my flask. His fingers were white as they gripped it. He took a hasty gulp. His breathing was rapid and uneven. Hayward came up beside me, stood looking down at Mason, pity in his face. "What the devil's the matter?" I cried. But Mason ignored me, had eyes only for Hayward. God in heaven, he whispered. Have I gone mad, Hayward? Hayward shook his head slowly. I've seen them too. Bill, I said sharply, what's out there? What did you see? He only shook his head violently, trying to repress the violent paroxysms of trembling that were shaking him. I swung about, went to the door, opened it. I don't know what I expected to see. Some animal, perhaps, a mountain lion, or even a huge snake of some kind. But there was nothing there, just the empty white beach. It was true there was a disc-shaped area of disturbed sand nearby, but I could make nothing of that. I heard Haywood shouting at me to close the door. I shut it. "There's nothing there," I said. "It must have gone," Mason managed to get out. "Give me another drink, will you?" I handed him my flask. Haywood was fumbling in his desk. "Look here," he said after a moment, coming back with a scrap of yellow paper. He thrust it at Mason, and Bill gasped out something incoherent. "That's it," he said, getting his voice under control. That's the thing I saw." I peered over his shoulder, scrutinizing the paper. It bore a sketch, in pencil, of something that looked as if it had emerged from a naturalist's nightmare. At first glance, I got the impression of a globe, oddly flattened at the top and bottom, and covered with what I thought at first was a sparse growth of very long and thick hairs. Then I saw that they were appendages, slender tentacles. On the rugose upper surface of the thing was a great faceted eye, and below this a puckered orifice that corresponded perhaps to a mouth. Sketched hastily by Haywood, who was not an artist, it was nevertheless powerfully evocative of the hideous. "That's the thing," Mason said. "Put it away. It was all shining, though, and it made that sound." "Where did it go?" Haywood asked. I don't know. It didn't roll away or go into the ocean, I'm sure of that. All I heard was that blast of wind, and sand blew in my eyes. Then, well, it was gone." I shivered. "It's cold," Haywood said, watching me. "It always gets cold when they come." Silently, he began to kindle a fire in the stone fireplace. "But such things can't exist," Mason cried out in sudden protest. Then in tones of despair, "But I saw it, I saw it." "Get hold of yourself, Bill," I snapped. "I don't give a damn what you think, Gene," he cried. "I saw something out there that... Why, I've always laughed at such things, legends, dreams, but, God, when one sees it... Oh, I'm not trying to fool you, Gene. You'll probably see the thing yourself before long," he finished with a curious note of horror in his voice. I knew he wasn't lying. Still, "Are you sure it wasn't a mirage?" I asked. "The spray, perhaps, an optical illusion." Haywood broke in. "No, Gene." He faced us, grim lines bracketing his mouth. "It's no illusion. It's the stark, hideous truth. Even now I sometimes try to make myself believe I'm dreaming some fantastic, incredible nightmare from which I'll eventually awaken, but no, I couldn't stand it any longer alone. The things have been here for 2 days now. There are several of them, 5 or 6, perhaps more. That's why I sent you the wire." "5 or 6 of what?" I demanded, but Mason interrupted me quickly. "Can't we get out? My car is down the road a bit." "Don't you think I've tried?" Haywood cried. "I'm afraid to. I've my car, too. As a matter of fact, I did start for Santa Barbara last night. I thought I might get away under cover of dark. But the noises, those sounds they make, got louder and louder, and I had the feeling somehow that they were getting ready to drop on me. I flagged a man and paid him to send you the wire." "But what are they?" Mason burst out. "Have you no idea? Such things don't just appear. Some hybrid form of life from the sea, perhaps. Some unknown form of life." Haywood nodded. "Exactly. An unknown form of life, but one totally alien, foreign to mankind. Not from the sea, Bill, not from the sea. From another dimension, another plane of existence." This was too much for me. "Oh, come, Haywood," I said. "You can't really mean... Why, it's against all logic." "You didn't see it," Mason said, glaring at me. "If you'd seen that frightful, obscene thing as I did..." "Look here," cut in Haywood abruptly. I shouldn't have brought you into this. Seeing what it's done to Bill has made me realize... You're still free to go, you know. Perhaps it would be better." I shook my head. I wasn't going to run from a cry in the night, an odd-looking vine, an optical illusion. Besides, I knew what an effort it had cost Hayward to get out those words of renunciation. But before I could speak, a strange, shrill cry came from outside the house. Hayward glanced quickly at the window. He had pulled the shade down. His face was grave. "I've changed my mind," he said. "You mustn't leave the house tonight. Tomorrow, perhaps." He turned to his desk, picked up a small pillbox. Mutely, he extended his hand, on which he had dropped a few round, blackish pellets. I picked one up, sniffed at it curiously. It had a pungent, unfamiliar odor. I felt an odd tickling sensation in my nostrils, and suddenly, for no apparent reason, thought of a childhood incident long buried in the past. Nothing important, merely a clandestine visit to an apple orchard with 2 youthful chums. We had filled 2 gunny sacks. Why should I remember this now? I had entirely forgotten that boyhood adventure. At least I hadn't thought of it in years. Hayward took the pellet from me rather hastily, watching my face. "That was the beginning," he said, after a pause. "It's a drug." "Yes," he went on at our startled expressions. "I've been taking it. Oh, it's not hashish or opium. I wish it were. It's far worse. I got the formula from Ludwig Prinz de Vermis Mysteris." "What?" I was startled. "Where did you—" Hayward coughed. "As a matter of fact, Jean, I had to resort to a little bribery. The book's kept in a vault in the Huntington Library, you know, but I managed to get photostatic copies of the pages I needed." "What's it all about, this book?" Mason asked impatiently. "Mysteries of the Worm," I told him. "I've seen it mentioned in dispatches at the paper. It's one of the tabooed references. We've got orders to delete it from any story in which it appears." "Such things are kept hushed up," Hayward said. "Scarcely anyone in California knows that such a book exists in the Huntington Library. Books like that aren't for general knowledge. You see, the man who wrote it was supposed to be an old Flemish sorcerer who had learned forbidden lore and evil magic, and who wrote the book while he was in prison awaiting trial for witchcraft. The volume's been suppressed by the authorities in every country in which it's been issued. In it, I found the formula for this drug." He rattled the pellets in his hand. I may as well tell you, it's the source of my weird stories. It has a powerfully stimulating effect on the imagination." "What are its effects?" I asked. "It's a time drug," Hayward said, and watched us. We stared back at him. "I don't mean that the drug will enable the user to move in time. No, not physically, at any rate. But by taking this drug, I have been able to remember certain things that I have never experienced in this life. The drug enables one to recall his ancestral memories," he went on swiftly, earnestly. "What's so strange about that? I'm able to remember past lives, previous reincarnations. You've heard of transmigration of souls. Over 1/2 the population of the world believes in it. It's the doctrine that the soul leaves the body at death to enter another, like the hermit crab, moving from one shell to another." "Impossible," I said, but I was remembering my strange flash of memory while I was examining one of the pellets. "And why?" Hayward demanded. "Surely the soul, the living essence, has a memory, and if that hidden, submerged memory can be dragged from the subconscious into the conscious, the old mystics had strange powers and stranger knowledge, Jean. Don't forget that I've taken the drug." "What was it like?" Mason wanted to know. "It was, well, like a flood of memory being poured into my mind, like a moving picture being unfolded. I can't make it clearer than that. It brought me to Italy the first time. It was during the Borgia reign. I can remember it vividly, plots and counterplots, and finally a flight to France, where I, or rather this ancestor of mine, died in a tavern brawl. It was very vivid, very real. I've kept taking the drug ever since, although it isn't habit-forming. After I wake up from my dream state, it lasts from 2 to 4 hours generally. My mind feels clear, free, unleashed. That's when I do my writing. You have no idea how far back those ancestral memories go. Generations, ages, inconceivable eons. Back to Genghis Khan, back to Egypt and Babylon, and further than that, back to the fabulous sunken lands of Mu and Atlantis. It was in those first, primal memories, in a land which exists today only as a memory and a myth, that I first encountered those things, the horror you saw tonight. They existed on Earth then, uncounted millenniums ago. And I... Again, the skirling, shrill cry shrieked out. This time it sounded as if it came from directly above the cottage. I felt a sudden pang of cold, as though the temperature had taken an abrupt drop. There was a heavy, ominous hush in which the crashing of the surf sounded like the thunder of great drums. Sweat was standing out in beads on Haywood's forehead. "I've called them to earth," he muttered dully, his shoulders drooping. The mysteries of the worm gave a list of precautions to be taken before using the drug, the narcotic pentagon, the Kabbalistic signs of protection, things you wouldn't understand. The book gave terrible warnings of what might happen if those precautions weren't taken. It specifically mentioned those things, the dwellers in the hidden world, it called them. But I neglected finally to safeguard myself. I didn't foresee. I thought I might get a stronger effect from the drug if I didn't take the directed precautions, improve my stories. I unbarred the gateway and called them to earth again. He stared into space, his eyes blank and unseeing. I have committed terrible sin by my neglect. Mason was suddenly on his feet, his whole body shaking. "I can't stay here. It'll drive us all mad. It's only an hour's drive to Santa Barbara. I can't stand this waiting with that thing outside gloating over us." Was Mason, too, losing his nerve, his mind, in the face of this unseen menace, whatever it was? Seabirds, a mirage of spray, men perhaps were responsible for Mason's fear. I tried to tell myself that. But deep in my heart, I knew that no ordinary fear could have driven my two companions to the verge of craven hysteria. And I knew that I felt a strange reluctance to go out into that brooding, silent darkness on the beach. "No," Haywood said. "We can't. That'd be walking right into the thing. We'll be all right in here." But there was no assurance in his voice. "I can't stay here doing nothing," Mason shouted. "I tell you, we'll all go crazy. Whatever that thing is, I've got my gun, and I'll stake bullets against it any time. I'm not staying here." He was beside himself. A short time ago, the thought of venturing outside the cottage had seemed horrible to him. Now he welcomed it as an escape from nerve-wracking inaction. He pulled a vicious, flat automatic from his pocket, strode to the door. Haywood was on his feet, stark horror in his eyes. "For the love of God, don't open that door," he shouted. But Mason flung open the door, ignoring him. A gust of icy wind blew in upon us. Outside, fog was creeping in, sending greasy tendrils coiling like tentacles toward the doorway. "Shut the door!" Haywood screamed as he lunged across the room. I made a hasty move forward as Mason sprang out into the darkness. I collided with Haywood, went reeling. I heard the gritty crunch of Mason's footsteps on the sand, and something else, a shrill, mewing cry. Somehow fierce, exultant, and it was answered from the distance by other cries, as though dozens of seabirds were wheeling high above us, unseen in the fog. I heard another strange little sound. I couldn't classify it. It sounded vaguely like a shout that had been clipped off abruptly. There was a rushing howl of winds, and I saw Haywood clinging to the door, staring out as though stupefied. In a moment I saw why. Mason had vanished, utterly and completely, as though he had been borne off by a bird of prey. There was the empty beach, the low dunes to the left, but not a sign of Bill Mason. I was dazed. He couldn't have sprinted from sight during the brief time my eyes had been turned away, nor could he have hidden beneath the house, for it was boarded down to the sand. Haywood turned a white, lined face to me. "They've got him," he whispered. "He wouldn't listen to me. Their first victim. God knows what will happen now." Nevertheless, We searched. It was vain. Bill Mason had vanished. We went as far as his car, but he wasn't there. If the keys of the car had been in the dashboard, I might have urged Hayward to get into the car with me, to race from that haunted beach. I was growing afraid, but I dared not admit my fear, even to myself. We went back to the cottage, slowly. "It's only a few hours till dawn," I said, after we had sat and stared at each other for a while. "Mason, we can find him then." "We'll never find him," Hayward said dully. "He's in some hellish world we can't even imagine. He may even be in another dimension." I shook my head stubbornly. I wouldn't believe. There must be some logical explanation, and I dared not lower my defenses of skepticism and disbelief. After a time, we heard a shrill mewing from outside. It came again, and then several sharp cries at once. I lit a cigarette with trembling fingers, got up and paced the room nervously. "That damned drug," I heard Hayward muttering. "It's opened the gateway. I have committed sin." I paused, my attention caught by a word, a sentence, on a sheet of paper in Hayward's typewriter. I ripped it from the platen. "Material for a story," Hayward said bitterly, glancing up at the sound. "I wrote that 2 nights ago, when I first got the memory of the things. I've told you how those damnable pills work. I got the memory in the afternoon, and sat down to hammer out a story from it that night. I was interrupted. I didn't answer. I was reading, fascinated, that half-page of type. And as I read, an eerie spell of horror seemed to settle down over me, like a chill shroud of dank fog. For in that eldritch legend Hayward had written, there were certain disturbing hints of things that made my mind shudder away from their frightfulness, even while I recognized them. The manuscript read, "I dwelt in an archaic world, a world that had been long forgotten when Atlantis and Samaria flourished, a world so incredibly ancient that none of its records have ever come down through the ages. The first human race dwelt in primal Mu, worshipping strange, forgotten gods. Mountain-tall Cthulhu of the watery abyss, the serpent Yig, Ired, the shining hunter, Vorvados of the grey gulf of Yarnak. And in those days there came to earth certain beings from another dimension of space, inhuman, monstrous creatures, which desired to wipe out all life from the planet. These beings planned to leave their own dying world to colonize Earth, building their titanic cities on this younger, more fruitful planet. With their coming, a tremendous conflict sprang into being, in which the gods friendly to mankind were arrayed against the hostile invaders. Foremost in that cyclopean battle, mightiest of Earth's gods, was the Flaming One, Vorvados of Bel Yarnak, and I, high priest of his cult, kindled. There the manuscript ended. Hayward had been watching me. That was my dream, Jean, when I last took the time drug. It wasn't quite as clear as most of them. There are always blind spots, odd gaps where my memory somehow doesn't work. But the drug showed me what had happened in that prehistorical lifetime of mine, so many incarnations ago. We won, or rather, our gods won. The invaders, those things. He broke off as a mewing cry sounded very near and then resumed in an unsteady voice. They were driven back into their own world, their own dimension, and the gateway was closed, so they could not return. It's remained closed through all these eons. It would still be closed, he went on bitterly, if I hadn't opened it with my experiments or had taken the precautions the mysteries of the worm gave. Now they've got Mason, and that's all they need. I know that somehow. A sacrifice to open the gate between this world and their own frightful dimension, so that their hordes can come pouring upon Earth. That's how they got in before, by a human sacrifice. Listen! I held up my hand urgently. The mewing cries had died, but there was another sound, a faint, high-pitched moaning coming from outside the cottage. Hayward didn't move. "It may be Mason," I jerked out as I went to the door. Momentarily I hesitated, and then swung it open, stepped out on the sand. The moaning grew louder. Hayward slowly came up by my side. His eyes were sharper than mine, for as he peered into the fog banks he gave a startled exclamation. "Good God!" He flung out his arm, pointing. "Look at that!" Then I too saw it, and I stood there glaring at the thing, unable to move. There, on that Pacific beach, with the yellow light from the open door pouring out into the fog, something was dragging itself painfully over the sand toward us. Something distorted, misshapen, uttering little whimpering cries as it pulled itself along. It came into the beam of light, and we saw it distinctly. Beside me, Hayward was swaying back and forth, making hoarse sounds as though he were trying to scream and couldn't. I stumbled back, flinging up my arm to shield my horrified eyes, croaking, "Keep away! For God's sake, stay back! You're not Bill Mason! Damn you, stay back!" But the thing kept on crawling toward us. The black, sightless hollows where its eyes had been were grim shadows in the dim light. It had been flayed alive, and its hands left red marks on the sand as it crept. A patch of bare white skull shone like a frightful tonsure on the crimsoned head. Nor was that all, but I cannot bring myself to describe the dreadful and loathsomely abnormal changes that had taken place in the body of the thing that had been Bill Mason. And even as it crawled, it was changing. A dreadful metamorphosis was overtaking it. It seemed to be losing its outline, to sprawl down until it wriggled rather than crawled along the sand. Then I knew. In the space of seconds, it was reversing the entire evolutionary upsurge of the human species. It squirmed there like a snake, losing its resemblance to anything human, as I watched, sick and shuddering. It melted and shrank and shriveled until there was nothing left but a loathsome foul ichor that was spreading in a black puddle of odious black slime. I heard myself gasping hysterical, unintelligible prayers, and suddenly a piercing shock of cold went through me. High in the fog, I heard a mewing, shrill call. Hayward clutched at my arm, his eyes blazing. "It's come," he whispered. "It's the sacrifice. They're breaking through." I swung about, leaped for the open door of the cottage. The icy, unnatural chill was numbing my body, slowing my movements. "Come on," I shouted at Hayward. "You fool, don't stay out there. There has been one sacrifice already. Must there be others?" He flung himself into the house, and I slammed and locked the door. Shrill, unearthly cries were coming from all directions now, as though the things were calling and answering one another. I thought I sensed a new note in the cries, a note of expectation, of triumph. The window shade rolled up with a rattle and a snap, and the fog began to move past the pane, coiling and twisting fantastically. At a sudden gust, the window shook in its casing. Hayward said under his breath, "Atmospheric disturbances. Oh my God, poor Mason. Watch the door, Jean." His voice was strangled. For a moment, I saw nothing. Then the door bulged inward, as though frightful pressure had been applied from without. A panel cracked with a rending sound, and I caught my breath. Then it was gone. The metal doorknob had a white rime of frost on it. This isn't real," I said madly, although I was shuddering in the icy cold. "Real enough. They're breaking through." Then Hayward said something so strange that it brought me around sharply, staring at him. Gazing vacantly at me, like a man in a hypnagogic state, he muttered in a queer guttural voice, "The fires burn on Nergu-Kunyan, and the watchers scan the night skies for the enemies. Naigan, Tharanak, Gree." "Hayward!" I seized his shoulders, shook him. Life came back into his eyes. "Blind spot," he muttered. "I remembered something. Now it's gone." He flinched as a new outburst of the mewing cries came from above the house. But a strange and incredible surmise had burst upon my brain. There was a way out, a key of deliverance from evil. Hayward had it, and did not know it. "Think," I said breathlessly. "Think hard. What was it, that memory? Does that matter now? This—" He saw the expression on my face. Its meaning flashed across to him, and he answered, not quickly, not slowly, but dreamily. I seemed to be on a mountain peak, standing before the altar of Vorvados, with a great fire flaming up into the darkness. Around me there were priests in white robes, watchers. "Hayward!" I cried. "Vorvados! Look here!" I snatched up the half-page of manuscript, read from it hastily. "The gods friendly to man were arrayed against the invaders." "I see what you mean," Hayward cried. "We triumphed, then. But now—" "Hayward!" I persisted desperately. "Your flash of memory just now. You were standing on a mountain while the watchers scanned the night skies for the enemies, you said. The enemies must have been those creatures. Suppose the watchers saw them." Suddenly the house shook under an impact that was not the work of the screaming wind. God, would my efforts bear fruit too late? I heard an outburst of the shrill cries, and the door creaked and splintered. It was dreadfully cold. We were flung against the wall, and I staggered, almost losing my balance. Again the house rocked under another battering-ram impact. My teeth were chattering, and I could hardly speak. A black dizziness was creeping up to overwhelm me, and my hands and feet had lost all feeling. Out of a whirling sea of darkness, I saw Hayward's white face. "It's a chance," I gasped, fighting back the blackness. "Wouldn't there have been some way of summoning the gods, the friendly gods, if the watchers saw the enemies? You were high priest in that former life. You'd know how to summon—" The door crashed, broke. I heard wood being torn ruthlessly apart, but I dared not turn. "Yes," Hayward cried. "I remember. There was a word." I saw his frightened gaze shift past me to the horror that I knew was ripping at the broken door. I fumbled for his shoulders, managed to turn him away. "You must think, man!" Abruptly, a light flared in his eyes. He was reacting at last. He flung up his arms and began a weird, sonorous chant. Strangely archaic-sounding words flowed from his tongue fluently, easily. But now I had no eyes for him. I was glaring at the horror that was squeezing itself through the splintered gap it had torn in the wall. It was the thing Hayward had sketched, revealed in all its loathsome reality. My dizziness, my half-fainting state, saved me from seeing the thing too clearly. As it was, a scream of utter horror ripped from my throat as I saw, through a spinning whirlpool of darkness, a squamous glowing ball covered with squirming, snake-like tentacles, translucent ivory flesh, leprous and hideous, a great faceted eye that held the cold stare of the Midgard serpent. I seemed to be dropping, spinning, falling helplessly down toward a welter of writhing, glossy tentacles, and dimly I could hear Hayward still chanting, "Ya Rin Tharanak, Vorvados of Bel-Yarnak, the troubler of the sands, thou who waiteth in the outer dark, kindler of the flame, Naga Shag-Ya." He pronounced a word of power which my stunned ears could scarcely hear. Yet hear it I did, and I felt that beyond the borders of human consciousness and understanding, that word was flashing and thundering through the intergalactic spaces to the farthest abyss. And in primeval night and chaos, something heard and rose up and obeyed the summons. For, with the suddenness of a thunderclap, blackness fell on the room, hiding from my sight the monstrous glowing thing that was plunging toward us. I heard a dreadful skirling cry, and then there was utter silence, in which I could not even hear the recurrent crashing of the surf. The abysmal cold sent sharp flashes of pain through me. Then out of the darkness there rose up before us a face, I saw it through a haze of silvery mist that clung about it like a veil. It was utterly inhuman, for the half-seen features were arranged in a pattern different to mankind, seeming to follow the strange pattern of some unfamiliar and alien geometry. Yet it did not frighten. It calmed. Through the silver mist I made out strange hollows, fantastic curves and planes. Only the eyes were clear, unmistakable, black as the empty waste between the stars, cold in their unearthly wisdom. There were tiny dancing flames flickering in those eyes, and there were little flames, too, playing over the strange, inhuman countenance. And although not a shadow of emotion passed over those brooding, passionless eyes, I felt a wave of reassurance. Suddenly, all fear left me. Beside me, unseen in the darkness, I heard Heywood whisper, "Forvados, the kindler of the flame." Swiftly the darkness receded. The face faded to a shadowy dimness. I was looking not at the familiar walls of the cottage, but at another world. I had gone down with Heywood into the profundities of the past. I seemed to be standing in a vast amphitheatre of jet, and around me, towering to a sky sprinkled with an infinite multitude of cold stars, I could see a colossal and shocking city of scalene black towers and fortresses, of great masses of stone and metal, arching bridges and cyclopean ramparts. And with racking horror, I saw teeming loathsomely in that nightmare city the spawn of that alien dimension. Hundreds, thousands, surging multitudes of them, hanging motionless in the dark, clear air, resting quiescent on the tiers of the amphitheatre, surging across the great cleared spaces. I caught glimpses of glittering eyes, cold and unwinking, pulpy, glowing masses of semi-transparent flesh, monstrous reptilian appendages that swam before my eyes as the things moved loathsomely. I felt contaminated, defiled. I think I shrieked, and my hands flew up to shut out that intolerable vision of Lost Abaddon, the dimension of the Invaders. And abruptly, that other-world vision snapped out and vanished. I saw the godlike, alien face fleetingly, felt the cool glance of those strange, omniscient eyes. Then it was gone, and the room seemed to rock and sway in the grip of cosmic forces. As I staggered and almost fell, I saw again around me the walls of the cottage. The unbearable chill was no longer in the air. There was no sound but the pounding of the surf. The wind still sent the fog twisting past the window, but the brooding, oppressive feeling of age-old evil had utterly vanished. I sent an apprehensive glance at the shattered door, but there was no trace of the horror that had burst into the cottage. Heywood was leaning limply against the wall, breathing in great gasps. We looked at each other dumbly. Then, moved by a common impulse, we went, half staggering, to the splintered gap where the door had been, out onto the sand. The fog was fading, vanishing, torn into tatters by a cool, fresh wind. A starlit patch of night sky glittered above the cottage. "Driven back," Heywood whispered, "as they were once before, back to their own dimension, and the gateway locked. But not before a life was taken by them, the life of our friend. May heaven forgive me for that." Suddenly he turned, went stumbling back into the cottage, great dry sobs racking him. And my cheeks, too, were wet. He came out. I stood at his side as he threw the time pellets into the sea. Never again would he go back to the past. He would live henceforth in the present and a little in the future, as was more fitting, decenter, for human beings to do. Bells of Horror by Henry KUTTNER. Then star nor sun shall waken, nor any change of light, nor sound of water shaken, nor any sound or sight, nor wintry leaves nor vernal, nor days nor things diurnal, only the sleep eternal in an eternal night. Swinburne. A great deal of curiosity has been aroused by the strange affair of the lost bells of Mission San Xavier. Many have wondered why, when the bells were discovered after remaining hidden for over 150 years, they were almost immediately smashed and the fragments buried secretly. In view of the legends of the remarkable tone and quality of the bells, a number of musicians have written angry letters asking why at least they were not rung before their destruction and a permanent record made of their music. As a matter of fact, the bells were rung, and the cataclysmic thing that happened at that time was the direct reason for their destruction. And when those evil bells were shrieking out their mad summons in the unprecedented blackness that shrouded San Xavier, it was only the quick action of one man that saved the world. Yes, I do not hesitate to say it, from chaos and doom. As secretary of the California Historical Society, I was in a position to witness the entire affair almost from its inception. I was not present, of course, when the bells were unearthed, but Arthur Todd, the president of the society, telephoned me at my home in Los Angeles soon after that ill-fated discovery. He was almost too excited to speak coherently. "We found them," he kept shouting. "The bells, Ross. Found them last night back in the Pianist Range. It's the most remarkable discovery since the Rosetta Stone." "What are you talking about?" I asked, groping in a fog of drowsiness. The call had brought me from my warm bed. "The San Xavier bells, of course," he explained jubilantly. "I've seen them myself, just where Junipero Serra buried them in 1775. A hiker found a cave in the Pianist and explored it, and there was a rotting wooden cross at the end with carving on it. I brought—" "What did the carving say?" I broke in. Oh, just a minute. I have it here. 'Let no man hang the evil bells of the Matsains which lie buried here, lest the terror of the night rise again in Nueva California.' The Matsains, you know, were supposed to have had a hand in casting the bells." "I know," I said into the transmitter. "Their shamans were supposed to have put a magic spell on them." I'm wondering about that," Todd said. "There have been some very unusual things happening up here. I've only got 2 of the bells out of the cave. There's another, you know, but the Mexicans won't go in the cave anymore. They say, well, they're afraid of something. But I'll get that bell if I have to dig it up myself." "Want me to come up there?" "If you will," Todd said eagerly. "I'm phoning from a cabin in Coyote Canyon. I left Denton, my assistant, in charge. Suppose I send a boy down to San Xavier to guide you to the cave?" "All right," I assented. "Send him to the Xavier Hotel. I'll be there in a few hours." San Xavier is perhaps 100 miles from Los Angeles. I raced along the coast, and within 2 hours I had reached the little mission town hemmed in by the Pianist Range, drowsing sleepily on the edge of the Pacific. I found my guide at the hotel, but he was oddly reluctant to return to Todd's camp. "I can tell you how to go, senor. You will not get lost." The boy's dark face was unnaturally pale beneath its heavy tan, and there was a lurking disquiet in his brown eyes. "I don't want to go back." I jingled some coins. "It's not as bad as all that, is it?" I asked. "Afraid of the dark?" He flinched. "See, the dark, it's very dark in that cave, senor." The upshot was that I had to go alone, trusting to his directions and my own ability in the open. Dawn was breaking as I started up the canyon trail, but it was a strangely dark dawn. The sky was not overcast, but it held a curious gloom. I have seen such oppressively dark days during dust storms, but the air seemed clear enough, and it was very cold, although even from my height I could see no fog on the Pacific. I kept on climbing. Presently I found myself threading the gloomy, chill recesses of Coyote Canyon. I shivered with cold. The sky was a dull, leaden color, and I found myself breathing heavily. In good physical condition, the climate tired me unduly. Yet I was not physically tired. It was rather an aching, oppressive lethargy of mind. My eyes were watering, and I found myself shutting them occasionally to relieve the strain. I wished the sun would come over the top of the mountain. Then I saw something extraordinary and horrible. It was a toad, grey, fat, ugly. It was squatting beside a rock at the side of the trail, rubbing itself against the rough stone. One eye was turned toward me, or rather, the place where the eye should have been. There was no eye. There was only a slimy little hollow. The toad moved its ungainly body back and forth, sawing its head against the rock. It kept uttering harsh little croaks of pain, and in a moment it had withdrawn from the stone and was dragging itself across the trail at my feet. I stood looking at the stone, nauseated. The grey surface of the rock was bedaubed with whitish streaks of fetor, and the shredded bits of the toad's eye. Apparently the toad had deliberately ground out its protruding eyes against the rock. It crept out of sight beneath a bush, leaving a track of slime in the dust of the trail. I involuntarily shut my eyes and rubbed them, and suddenly jerked down my hands, startled at the roughness with which my fists had been digging into my eye sockets. Lancing pain shot through my temples. Remembering the itching, burning sensation in my eyes, I shuddered a little. Had the same sort of torture caused the toad deliberately to blind itself? My God! I ran on up the trail. Presently I passed a cabin, probably the one from which Todd had telephoned, for I saw wires running from the roof to a tall pine. I knocked at the door. No answer. I continued my ascent. Suddenly, there came an agonized scream, knife-edged and shrill, and the rapid thudding of footsteps. I stopped, listening. Someone was running down the trail toward me, and behind him I could hear others racing, shouting as they ran. Around a bend in the trail, a man came plunging. He was a Mexican, and his black stubbled face was set in lines of terror and agony. His mouth was open in a square of agony, and insane screams burst horribly from his throat. But it wasn't that sent me staggering back out of his path, cold sweat bursting out on my body. His eyes had been gouged out, and twin trickles of blood dripped down his face from black, gaping hollows. As it happened, there was no need for me to halt the blinded man's frantic rush. At the curve of the trail he smashed into a tree with frightful force, and momentarily stood upright against the trunk. Then, very slowly he sagged down and collapsed in a limp huddle. There was a great splotch of blood on the rough bark. I went over to him quickly. 4 men came running toward me. I recognized Arthur Todd and Denton, his assistant. The other 2 were obviously laborers. Todd jerked to a halt. "Ross! Good God, is he dead?" Swiftly, he bent over to examine the unconscious man. Denton and I stared at each other. Denton was a tall, strongly built man with a shock of black hair and a broad mouth that was generally expanded in a grin. Now his face bore a look of horrified disbelief. "God, Ross, he did it right before our eyes," Denton said through pale lips. "He just let out a scream, threw up his hands, and tore his eyes out of their sockets." He shut his own eyes at the memory. Todd got up slowly. Unlike Denton, he was small, wiry, nervously energetic, with a lean brown face and amazingly alert eyes. "Dead," he said. What's happened?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "What's wrong, Todd? Was the man insane?" And all the while I had a picture of that fat toad tearing out its eyes against a rock. Todd shook his head, his brows drawn together in a frown. I don't know. Ross, do your eyes feel odd?" A shiver ran through me. "Damned odd, burning and itching. I've been rubbing them continually on the way up." "So have the men," Denton told me. "So have we. See?" He pointed to his eyes, and I saw that they were red-rimmed and inflamed. The 2 laborers, Mexicans, came over to us. One of them said something in Spanish. Todd barked a sharp order, and they fell back, hesitating. Then, without further parley, they took to their heels down the trail. Denton started forward with an angry shout, but Todd caught his arm. "No use," he said quickly. "We'll have to get the bells out ourselves." "You found the last one?" I asked as he turned back up the trail. "We found them, all 3, Todd said somberly. Denton and I dug up the last one ourselves, and we found this, too." He drew a dirt-encrusted, greenish metal tube from his pocket and gave it to me. Within the cylinder was a sheet of parchment in a remarkably good state of preservation. I puzzled over the archaic Spanish script. "Let me," Todd said, taking it carefully. He translated expertly. "On the 21st of June, by the favor of God, the attack by the pagan Matsanes having been repulsed, the 3 bells cast a month ago were buried in this secret cave, and the entrance sealed. But a landslide obviously opened it up again recently," Todd broke off to explain. "Inasmuch as evil witchcraft was practiced by the Indians, when we suspended and rang the bells, the evil demon whom the Matsanes call Zushikan was called from his dwelling beneath the mountains, and brought the black night and the cold death among us. The large cross was overthrown, and many of the people were possessed of the evil demon, so that the few of us who retained our senses were hard put to it to overcome their fiend-inspired attack and remove the bells. Afterward, we gave thanks to God for our preservation, and gave aid to those who were injured in the fray. The souls of those who perished were commended to God, and we prayed that the San Antonio would soon arrive to relieve us from this cruel solitude. I charge whomever may find these bells, should it not please God to allow me to fulfill this duty, to send them to Rome in the name of our master the king. May God guard him." Todd paused and carefully returned the parchment to its case. "Junipero Serra signed it," he said quietly. "Lord, what a find!" I exulted. "But surely you don't think there's anything—" "Who said I did?" Todd snapped in a voice that betrayed his nervous tension. "There's some logical explanation. Superstition and auto-suggestion are a bad combination. Where's Sarto?" Denton asked with a note of apprehension in his voice. We were standing at the edge of a little clearing, bare and rocky. "Sarto?" I asked. "He has the cabin down the trail," Todd said. "He must have passed it. I left him here with the bells when Jose had his seizure." "Hadn't we better get Jose's body to town?" I asked. Todd frowned. "Don't think me brutal," he said. "But these bells, I can't leave them here. The man's dead, we can't help him, and it'll take all 3 of us to get the bells to town. It's too bad the poor chap didn't have Denton's sense of direction," he finished with a grim smile. "He wouldn't have run into the tree then." He was right. I believe that Denton could have traversed the entire trail blindfolded after having once ascended it. He had a remarkable memory and sense of direction, like those Indians who could unerringly find their way to their wigwams across hundreds of miles of wilderness. Later, this trait of Denton's was to be of vital importance, but no premonition of this came to us at the time. We had climbed the rocky mountain slope above the clearing and had come out in a little glade among the pines. Nearby was a gaping hollow in the ground, around it evidence of a recent landslide. "Where the devil?" Todd said, staring around. "How—" "He's gone," Denton said in amazement, "and the bells with him." Then we heard it, a faint, hollow musical note, the sound of a bell hitting wood. It came from above us, and glancing up the slope we saw an odd sight. A man, gaunt, bearded, with a blazing thatch of red hair, was tugging at a rope he had stretched over the branch of a pine. At the other end of the rope, slowly they rose, silhouetted against the sky, the lost bells of San Xavier. Gracefully curved, they glowed bronze even beneath their stains and verdigris, and they were silent, for they had no clappers. Once or twice they swung against the trunk of the pine and sent out a hollow, mournful note. How the man could lift that great weight was inexplicable. I could see the muscles cord and knot on his bare arms as he strained. His eyes were bulging, and his teeth clenched in a grinning mouth. "Sarto!" Denton cried, starting to clamber up the slope. "What are you doing?" Startled, the man jerked his head around and stared at us. The rope slipped through his fingers, and we saw the bells plunge down. With a frightful effort, he clutched the rope and halted their descent momentarily, but the strain threw him off balance. He tottered, overbalanced, and came crashing down the slope, and behind him, overtaking him, rolled and bounded the bells, throbbing and booming as they clashed against rocks. "God," I heard Todd whisper, "the mad fool." There was a maelstrom of dust and flying shale on the slope above. I heard a sickening crunch, and Denton threw himself desperately aside. Through the dust, I saw one of the bells smash down on the sliding body of Sato, and then I was stumbling away, scrubbing furiously at my eyes, blinded by the flying particles of dirt. The rattle and roar subsided slowly as I clung to a tree. I blinked, glanced around. Almost at my feet was one of the bells. There was a great crimson stain upon it. The body of Sato was visible, jammed into a bush on the slope above. And a few feet below it, propped upright against a jagged rock, was Sato's battered, gory head. Thus ended the first act of the drama I was to witness. The bells were to be hung 2 weeks later. There was some stir in the newspapers and considerable more among historians. Pilgrimages of various historical societies to San Xavier from all over the world were planned. In the cold daylight of logic, outside the eerie atmosphere of the Pianist Mountains, the unusual occurrences during the unearthing of the bells were easily explained. A virulent kind of poisoning, perhaps similar to poison oak, or some fungus hidden in the cave where the relics had been responsible for our optical irritation and the madness of Sato and the Mexican. Neither Denton, Todd, nor I denied this explanation, but we discussed the matter at length among ourselves. Denton went so far as to drive down to the Huntington Library to view the forbidden Johann Nagus translation of the Book of Iode, that abhorrent and monstrous volume of ancient esoteric formulae, about which curious legends still cling. Only a single copy of the original volume, written in the pre-human ancient tongue, is said to exist. Certainly few even know of the expurgated Johann Nagus translation, but Denton had heard vague rumors about a passage in the book which he declared might be connected with the legends of the San Xavier bells. When he returned from Los Angeles, he brought a sheet of foolscap paper covered with his execrable penmanship. The passage he had copied from the Book of Iode was this: "The dark, silent one dwelleth deep beneath the earth on the shore of the western ocean. Not one of those potent old ones from hidden worlds and other stars is he, for in earth's hidden blackness he hath always dwelt. No name hath he, for he is the ultimate doom and the undying emptiness and silence of old night. When earth is dead and lifeless and the stars pass into the blackness, he will rise again and spread his dominion over all. For he hath naught to do with life and sunlight, but loveth the blackness and the eternal silence of the abyss. Yet can he be called to earth's surface before his time, and the brown ones who dwell on the shore of the western ocean have power to do this by ancient spells and certain deep-toned sounds which reach his dwelling-place far below. But there is great danger in such a summoning, lest he spread death and night before his time. For he bringeth darkness within the day, and blackness within the light. All life, all sound, all movement passeth away at his coming. He cometh sometimes within the eclipse, and although he hath no name, the brown ones know him as Zushikon." "There was a deletion at that point," Denton said as I glanced up from the excerpt. "The book's expurgated, you know." "It's very odd," Todd said, picking up the paper and running his eyes over it. "But of course it's merely a coincidence. Certainly, since folklore is based on natural phenomena, one can generally find modern parallels. The thunderbolts of Jove and Apollo's arrows are merely lightning and sunstroke. Never on them does the shining sun look down with his beams," Denton quoted softly. "But deadly night is spread abroad over these hapless men. Remember Odysseus's visit to the land of the dead?" Todd's mouth twisted wryly. "Well, what of it? I don't expect Pluto to come from Tartarus when the bells are hung. Do you? This is the 20th century. Such things don't happen. In fact, never did happen." "Are you sure?" Denton asked. "Surely you don't pretend to believe this cold weather we're having is normal." I glanced up quickly. I'd been wondering when someone would mention the abnormal chill in the air. "It's been cold before," Todd said with a sort of desperate assurance. "And overcast, too. Just because we're having some muggy weather is no reason for you to let your imagination get the upper hand. It's... Good God." We went staggering across the room. "Earthquake," Denton gasped, and we headed for the door. We didn't race for the stairs, but remained just beneath the lintel of the doorway. During an earthquake, it's the safest place in any building, on account of the nature and strength of its construction. But there were no more shocks. Denton moved back into the room and hurried to the window. "Look," he said breathlessly, beckoning. "They're hanging the bells." We followed him to the window. From it we could see the mission San Xavier 2 blocks away, and in the arches in the bell tower figures were toiling over the 3 bells. "They say when the bells were cast, the Indians threw the body of a living girl into the boiling metal," Denton said, apropos of nothing. "I know it," Todd answered snappishly. "And the shamans enchanted the bell with their magic. Don't be a fool." "Why shouldn't some peculiar vibration, like the sound of a bell, create certain unusual conditions?" Denton asked hotly, and I thought I detected a note of fear in his voice. "We don't know all there is to know about life, Todd. It may take strange forms, or even—" The booming, ominous note of a bell rang out. It was strangely deep, thrilling through my eardrums and sending its eerie vibration along my nerves. Denton caught his breath in a gasp. A deeper note, throbbing, sending a curious pain through my head, somehow urgent, summoning. Thundering, fantastic music, such as might issue from the throat of a god or from the heartstrings of the dark angel Israfel. Was it growing darker? Was a shadow creeping over San Xavier? Was the Pacific darkening from sparkling blue to leaden grey to cold blackness? Then I felt it, a premonitory tremble of the floor beneath my feet. The window rattled in its casing. I felt the room sway sickeningly, tilt and drop while the horizon seesawed slowly, madly back and forth. I heard a crashing from below, and a picture dropped from the wall to smash against the floor. Denton, Todd, and I were swaying and tottering drunkenly toward the door. Somehow I felt that the building wouldn't stand much more. It seemed to be growing darker. The room was filled with a hazy, tenebrous gloom. Someone screamed shrilly. Glass smashed and shattered. I saw a spurt of dust spray out from the wall, and a bit of plaster dropped away. And suddenly, I went blind. At my side, Denton cried out abruptly, and I felt a hand grip my arm. "That you, Russ?" I heard Todd ask in his calm voice, precise as ever. "Is it dark?" "That's it," Denton said from somewhere in the blackness. "I'm not blind, then. Where are you? Where's the door?" A violent lurch of the building broke Todd's clutch on my arm, and I was flung against the wall. "Over here!" I shouted, above the crashing and roaring. "Follow my voice." In a moment I felt someone fumbling against my shoulder. It was Denton, and soon Todd joined him. "God, what's happening?" I jerked out. "Those damned bells," Denton shouted in my ear. "The book of Iod was right. He bringeth darkness within the day." "You're mad," Todd cried sharply. But punctuating his words came the furious, ear-splitting dinning of the bells, clanging madly through the blackness. "Why do they keep ringing them?" Denton asked, and answered his own question. "The earthquake's doing it. The quake's ringing the bells." Something struck my cheek, and putting up my hand I felt the warm stickiness of blood. Plaster smashed somewhere. Still the earthquake shocks kept up. Denton shouted something which I did not catch. "What?" Todd and I cried simultaneously. "Bells, we've got to stop them. They're causing this darkness, perhaps the earthquake too. It's this vibration, can't you feel it? Something in the vibration of those bells is blanketing the sun's light waves. For light's a vibration, you know. If we can stop them—" "It would be a fool's errand," Todd cried. "You're talking nonsense." "Then stay here. I can find my way. Will you come, Ross?" For a second I did not answer. All the monstrous references gleaned from our study of the lost bells were flooding back into my mind. The ancient god Zushikon, whom the Matsanes were supposed to have the power of summoning by certain deep-toned sounds. He cometh sometimes within the eclipse. All life passeth away at his coming. Yet can he be called to earth's surface before his time. "I'm with you, Denton," I said. "Then, damn it, so am I," Todd snapped. "I'll see the end of this, if there is anything." He did not finish, but I felt hands groping for mine. "I'll lead," Denton told us. "Take it easy now." I wondered how Denton could find his way in that enveloping shroud of jet blackness. Then I remembered his uncanny memory and sense of direction. No homing pigeon could make a straighter way to its destination than he. It was a mad odyssey through a black hell of shrieking ruin. Flying objects screamed past us. Unseen walls and chimneys toppled and smashed nearby. Frightened, hysterical men and women blundered into us in the dark and went shouting away, vainly searching for escape from this Stygian death trap. And it was cold, cold. A frigid and icy chill pervaded the air, and my fingers and ears were already numbed and aching. The icy air sent knife-edged pain slashing through my throat and lungs as I breathed. I heard Denton and Todd wheezing and gasping curses as they stumbled along beside me. How Denton ever found his way through that chaotic maelstrom I shall never understand. "Here!" Denton shouted. "The mission!" Somehow we mounted the steps. How the mission managed to stand through the grinding shocks I do not know. What probably saved it was the curious regularity of the tremblers. The quakes were more of a rhythmic, slow swaying of the earth than the usual abrupt, wrenching shocks. From nearby came a low chanting, incongruous in the madness around us. Gloria Patri Filio Spiritui Sancto. The Franciscans were praying. But what availed their prayers while in the tower the bells were sending out their blasphemous summons? Luckily, we had often visited the mission, and Denton knew his way to the tower. On that incredible climb up the stairs to the bell tower I shall not dwell, although every moment we were in danger of being dashed down to instant death. But at last we won to the loft, where the bells were shrieking their thunder through the blackness almost in our ears. Denton released my hand and shouted something I could not distinguish. There was an agony of pain in my head, and my flesh ached with the cold. I felt an overpowering impulse to sink down into black oblivion and leave this hellish chaos. My eyes were hot, burning, aching. For a moment I thought I had lifted my hands unconsciously to rub my eyes. Then I felt 2 arms constrict about my neck, and vicious thumbs dug cruelly into my eye sockets. I shrieked with the blinding agony of it. I battled desperately in the darkness, battling not only my unknown assailant, but fighting back a mad, perverse impulse to allow him to gouge out my eyes. Within my brain a voice seemed to whisper, "Why do you need eyes? Blackness is better. Light brings pain. Blackness is best." But I fought, fiercely, silently, rolling across the swaying floor of the bell tower, smashing against the walls, tearing those grinding thumbs away from my eyes, only to feel them come fumbling back. And still within my brain that horrible, urgent whisper grew stronger. "You need no eyes. Eternal blackness is best." I was conscious of a different note in the clamour of the bells. What was it? There were only 2 notes now. One of the bells had been silenced. Somehow the cold was not so oppressive, and was a greyish radiance beginning to pervade the blackness? Certainly the tremblers were less violent, and as I strained to break away from my shadowy opponent, I felt the racking shock subside, grow gentler, die away altogether. The harsh clangour of the 2 bells stopped. My opponent suddenly shuddered and stiffened. I rolled away, sprang up in the greyness, alert for a renewal of the attack. It did not come. Very slowly, very gradually, the darkness lifted from San Xavier. Greyness first, like a pearly opalescent dawn, then yellowish fingers of sunlight, and finally the hot blaze of a summer afternoon. From the bell tower I could see the street below, where men and women stared up unbelievingly at the blue sky. At my feet was the clapper from one of the bells. Denton was swaying drunkenly, his white face splotched with blood, his clothing torn and smeared with dust. "That did it," he whispered. "Only one combination of sounds could summon the thing, when I silenced one bell." He was silent, staring down. At our feet lay Todd, his clothing dishevelled, his face scratched and bleeding. As we watched, he got weakly to his feet, a look of monstrous horror growing in his eyes. Involuntarily I shrank back, my hands going up protectingly. He flinched. "Ras," he whispered through white lips. "My God, Ras, I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it, I tell you. Something kept telling me to put out your eyes, and Denton's too, and to gouge out my own. A voice in my head." And abruptly I understood, remembering that horrible whisper within my brain while I struggled with poor Todd. That malignant horror, him whom the Book of Iode called Zushikon, and whom the Matsange knew as Zushikon, had sent this evil, potent command into our brains, commanding us to blind ourselves. And we had nearly obeyed that voiceless, dreadful command. But all was well now. Or was it? I had hoped to close the doors of my memory forever on the entire horrible affair, for it is best not to dwell too closely upon such things. And despite the storm of adverse criticism and curiosity that was aroused by the smashing of the bells the next day, with the full permission of Father Bernard of the mission, I had fully determined never to reveal the truth of the matter. It was my hope that only 3 men, Denton, Todd, and myself, might hold the key to the horror, and that it would die with us. Yet something has occurred which forces me to break my silence and place before the world the facts of the case. Denton agrees with me that perhaps thus mystics and occultists who have knowledge of such things may be enabled to utilize their knowledge more effectually, if what we fear ever comes to pass. 2 months after the affair at San Xavier, an eclipse of the sun occurred. At that time I was at my home in Los Angeles. Denton was at the headquarters of the Historical Society in San Francisco, and Arthur Todd was occupying his apartment in Hollywood. The eclipse began at 2:17 p.m., and within a few moments of the beginning of the obscuration I felt a strange sensation creeping over me. A dreadfully familiar itching manifested itself in my eyes, and I began to rub them fiercely. Then, remembering, I jerked down my hands and thrust them hastily into my pockets, but the burning sensation persisted. The telephone rang. Grateful for the distraction, I went to it hurriedly. It was Todd. He gave me no chance to speak. Ras, it's back," he cried into the transmitter. "Ever since the eclipse began, I've been fighting. Its power was strongest over me, you know. It wants me to... Help me, Ras. I can't keep..." Then silence. "Todd," I cried. "Wait, hold on. Just for a few moments. I'll be there." No answer. I hesitated, then hung up and raced out to my car. It was a normal 20-minute drive to Todd's apartment, but I covered it in 7, with my lights glowing through the gloom of the eclipse and mad thoughts crawling horribly in my brain. A motorcycle officer overtook me at my destination, but a few hurried words brought him into the apartment house at my side. Todd's door was locked. After a few fruitless shouts, we burst it open. The electric lights were blazing. What cosmic abominations may be summoned to dreadful life by age-old spells and sounds is a question I dare not contemplate, for I have a horrible feeling that when the lost bells of San Xavier were rung, an unearthly and terrible chain of consequences was set in motion. And I believe, too, that the summoning of those evil bells was more effective than we then realized. Ancient evils, when roused to life, may not easily return to their brooding sleep, and I have a curious horror of what may happen at the next eclipse of the sun. Somehow, the words of the hellish Book of Iode keep recurring to me. Yet can he be called to earth's surface before his time? He bringeth darkness. All life, all sound, all movement passeth away at his coming. And, worst of all, that horribly significant phrase, he cometh sometimes within the eclipse. Just what happened in Todd's apartment I do not know. The telephone receiver was dangling from the wall, and a gun was lying beside my friend's prostrate form. But it was not the scarlet stain on the left breast of his dressing gown that riveted my horror-blasted stare. It was the hollow, empty eye sockets that glared up sightlessly from the contorted face. That, and the crimson-stained thumbs of Arthur Todd. Hydra by Henry KUTTNER. 1. There are sacraments of evil as well as of good about us, and we live and move to my belief in an unknown world, a place where there are caves and shadows and dwellers in twilight. It is possible that man may sometimes return on the track of evolution, and it is my belief that an awful lore is not yet dead. Arthur Machen. 2 men died, possibly 3. So much is known. The tabloids ran flaming headlines telling of the mysterious mutilation and death of Kenneth Scott, noted Baltimore author and occultist, and later they capitalized similarly on the disappearance of Robert Ludwig, whose correspondence with Scott was well known in literary circles. The equally strange and even more ghastly death of Paul Edmund, while separated from the scene of the Scott horror by the width of a continent, was clearly connected with it. This was shown by the presence of a certain much-discussed object, which was found clutched in Edmund's rigid hands, and which the credulous claim caused his death. While the solution is improbable, it is nevertheless true that Paul Edmund bled to death because his carotid artery was severed, and it is also true that there are features about the case difficult to explain in the light of present-day science. The tabloids made a great deal of Edmund's diary, and even conventional papers found it difficult to handle that unusual document in a fashion that would not lay them open to the charge of yellow journalism. The Hollywood Citizen News solved the problem for its contemporaries by quoting the least fantastic portions of the diary, and hinting plainly that Edmund had been a fiction writer, and that the man's notes had never been intended as a truthful summary of events. The privately printed pamphlet on the sending out of the soul, which played so important a part in the diary, seems to be of purely fictional origin. None of the local booksellers has heard of it, and Mr. Russell Hodgkins, California's most noted bibliophile, declares that the title in the volume must have originated in the mind of the ill-fated Paul Edmund. Yet, according to Edmund's diary and certain other papers and letters discovered in his desk, it was this pamphlet which caused Ludwig and Edmund to undertake the disastrous experiment. Ludwig had decided to visit his California correspondent, making a leisurely voyage from New York by way of the Panama Canal. The Carnatic docked on August 15th, and Ludwig spent several hours wandering through San Pedro. It was there, in a musty swap shop, that he bought the pamphlet on the sending out of the soul. When the young man arrived at Edmund's Hollywood apartment, he had the booklet with him. Both Ludwig and Edmund were deeply interested in the occult. They had dabbled in witchcraft and demonology as a result of their acquaintance with Scott, who possessed one of the best occult libraries in America. Scott was a strange man. Slender, sharp-eyed, and taciturn, he spent most of his time in an old brownstone house in Baltimore. His knowledge of esoteric matters was little short of phenomenal. He had read the Chaya ritual, and in his letters to Ludwig and Edmund had hinted at the real meanings behind the veiled hints and warnings in that half-legendary manuscript. In his great library were such names as Sinistrari, Zancherius, and the ill-famed Gougenot de Musso. And in his library safe he had, it was rumored, an immense scrapbook filled with excerpts copied from such fantastic sources as the Book of Karnak, the monstrous 60 Stone, and the blasphemous Elder Key, of which only 2 copies are reputed to exist on earth. It was little wonder, therefore, that the 2 students were anxious to tear aside the veil and view the astounding mysteries of which Scott hinted so cautiously. In his diary, Edmund confessed that his own curiosity was the direct cause of the tragedy. Yet it was Ludwig who bought the booklet and pored over it with Edmund in the latter's apartment. Certainly, Edmund described the pamphlet plainly enough, and it is strange, therefore, that no bibliophile could identify it. According to the diary, it was quite small, about 4 by 5 inches, bound in coarse brown paper, and yellowed and crumbling with age. The printing, in 18th century type with a long S, was crudely done, and there was neither a date line nor a publisher's imprint. There were 8 pages, 7 of them filled with what Edmund called the usual banal sophisms of mysticism, and on the last page were the specific directions for what would nowadays be known as projecting one's astral. The general process was familiar to both students. Their researches had informed them that the soul, or in modern occult language, astral body, is supposed to be an ethereal double or ghost capable of projection to a distance. But the specific directions, finding these was unusual, nor did they seem difficult to follow. Edmund has purposely been vague about these preparations, but one gathers that the 2 students visited several chemists before obtaining the ingredients needed. Where they secured the cannabis indica later discovered on the scene of the tragedy is a mystery, but not, of course, one impossible of solution. On August 15th, Ludwig, apparently without Edmund's knowledge, wrote to Scott by airmail, describing the pamphlet and its contents, and asking for advice. On the night of August 18th, approximately half an hour after Kenneth Scott received Ludwig's letter, the 2 younger cultists undertook their disastrous experiment. 2. Later, Edmund blamed himself. In the diary, he mentions Ludwig's uneasiness, as though the latter sensed some hidden danger. Ludwig suggested postponing the trial for a few days, but Edmund laughed at his fears. It ended with the 2 placing the required ingredients in a brazier and kindling the mixture. There were other preparations, too, but Edmund is quite vague. He makes 1 or 2 furtive references to the 7 lamps and the infracolor, but nothing can be made of these terms. The 2 had decided to attempt projection of their astral bodies across the continent. They would attempt communication with Kenneth Scott. One can detect a tinge of youthful vanity in this. Cannabis indica formed one of the ingredients of the mixture in the brazier. That has been ascertained by analysis. It was the presence of this Indian drug which led so many to believe that the later entries in Edmund's diary were evolved from nothing more tangible than the fantasies of an opium or hashish dream, directed along the curious channels they took merely because of the student's preoccupation with those things at the time. Edmund dreamed he saw Scott's house in Baltimore, but it must be remembered that he had been staring at a photograph of that house which he had placed on the table before him, and he was consciously willing to go there. Nothing is more logical, therefore, than that Edmund simply dreamed what he wanted to dream. But Ludwig had the identical vision, or at least so he stated afterward, unless Edmund, in that entry, lied. It is the opinion of Professor Perry L. Lewis, a recognized expert on dream phenomena, that Edmund, during his hashish vision, spoke of his illusions aloud, with no conscious intention of so doing, nor any later memory of it, and that Ludwig, as in a hypnotic trance, simply saw the phantasms Edmund's words conjured up in his mind. Edmund states in his diary that after watching the burning contents of the brazier for some minutes, he fell into a state of somnolent trance, in which he saw his surroundings clearly, but with certain curious alterations which can only be attributed to the action of the drug. The marijuana smoker may see a tiny whole bedroom metamorphose itself into a huge vaulted chamber. Similarly, Edmund stated that the room in which he sat seemed to enlarge. Oddly, however, the growth was of a strangely abnormal type. The geometry of the room gradually became all wrong. Edmund stresses this point without attempting to explain it. Just when the shifting became noticeable he does not mention, but presently he found himself in the midst of a chamber which, although recognizably his own, had changed until it centered at a certain point. The notes are almost incoherent here. Edmund obviously found it difficult to describe what he saw in his vision. All the lines and curves of the room, he insists with odd emphasis, seemed to point at one specific spot, the brazier where the mixture of drugs and chemicals was smouldering. Very faintly, a persistent ringing came to his ears, but this dwindled and at last died away altogether. At the time, Edmund thought the sound due to the effects of the drug. It was not until later that he learned of Scott's frantic efforts to reach him by means of long-distance telephone. The shrill ringing grew fainter and faded into silence. Edmund was of an experimental turn of mind. He tried to shift his gaze to specific objects he remembered, a vase, a lamp, a table, but the room seemed to possess an indescribable viscid fluidity, so that he found his stare inevitably slipping along warped lines and curves until he was again watching the brazier. And it was then that he became conscious of something unusual taking place at that spot. The mixture no longer smouldered. Instead, a strange crystal formation was building itself up within the brazier. This object Edmund found impossible to describe. He could only say that it seemed a continuation of the warped lines of the room, carrying them beyond the point where they centered. Apparently unconscious of the insanity of such a concept, he goes on to say that his eyes began to ache as he watched the crystalline object, but he could not turn away his gaze. The crystal drew him. He felt an abrupt and agonizing suction. There was a high-pitched thrumming in the air, and suddenly he was drifting with increasing velocity toward the thing in the brazier. It sucked him in, such is Edmund's inexplicable phrase. He felt a moment of incredible cold, and then a new vision rose up before him. Grey fog and instability. Edmund stressed this curious feeling of flux, which he declared existed within himself. He felt, he says oddly, like a cloud of smoke, wavering and drifting aimlessly. But when he glanced down, he saw his own body fully clothed and apparently quite substantial. Now, a dreadful feeling of uneasiness began to oppress his mind. The fog thickened and whirled. The nightmare, causeless fear familiar to the opium-taker clutched him in its grip. Something, he felt, was approaching, something utterly horrible and frightful in its potent menace. Then, quite suddenly, the fog was gone. Far beneath him, he saw what at first he took to be the sea. He was hanging unsupported in empty air, and a surging greyness shimmered and crawled from horizon to horizon. The fluctuating leaden surface was dotted and speckled with round, dark blobs. These were innumerable. Without conscious volition, he felt himself drawn down vertically, and as he approached the mysterious greyness, he saw it more clearly. He could not determine its nature. It seemed merely a sea of grey slime, protoplasmic and featureless, but the dark blobs became recognizable as heads. Into Edmund's mind flashed the memory of a narrative he had once read, written in the 12th century by the monk Alberico, and purporting to be the record of a descent into hell. Like Dante, Alberico had seen the torments of the damned. The blasphemers, he wrote in his stilted, pedantic Latin, had been immersed to their necks in a lake of molten metal. Edmund remembered Alberico's description now. Then he saw that the heads were not those of beings partly submerged in the grey slime. Instead, they were homogeneous with the greyness. They grew from it. Edmund's fear had left him. With oddly detached curiosity, he scanned the fantastic surface below. There were human heads bobbing and nodding from the grey sea, uncountable thousands of them. But by far the greater number of the heads were not human. Some of these latter bore traces of the anthropoid, but others were scarcely recognizable as living objects. For the heads lived. Their eyes stared with awful agony. Their lips writhed in soundless laments. Tears coursed down the sunken cheeks of many. Even the horribly inhuman heads, bird-like, reptilian, monstrous things of living stone and metal and vegetable matter, showed traces of the unceasing torment that gnawed at them. Down toward the ghastly horde, Edmund was drawn. Again, blackness enveloped him. It was transitory, but as he emerged from momentary unconsciousness, he felt, he says, curiously changed. Something had happened to him during that fateful period of darkness. There seemed to be a cloudy vagueness shadowing his mind, so that he viewed his surroundings darkly and through a kind of haze. In this new vision, he seemed to be high in the air above a silent, moonlit city and rapidly moving downward. There was a full moon, and by its light he recognized the old brownstone house toward which he was descending. It was Kenneth Scott's home, made familiar to him by the photograph. A vague thrill of triumph warmed him. The experiment, then, had succeeded. The house loomed up before him. He was hovering outside an open, unlighted window. Peering in, he recognized the slender form of Kenneth Scott seated at a desk. The occultist's lips were tightly compressed, and a worried scowl darkened his face. A great book with yellowed parchment pages was open before the man, who was studying it carefully. Occasionally, his worried eyes would turn to the telephone on the desk beside him. Edmund made an attempt to call to Scott, and the latter looked up, staring through the window. Instantly, a shocking change transformed Scott's face. The man seemed to become quite insane with fear. He sprang up from the desk, overturning his chair, and simultaneously Edmund felt an impelling urge dragging him forward. What happened after that is confused and hazy. Edmund's notes are fragmentary at this point, and it is only possible to gather that Edmund was in the room and pursuing the frantic Scott in a fashion that was inexplicable and utterly abnormal. He was flowing, and Scott was caught and engulfed, and here Edmund's notes break off utterly, as though he had been overcome by remembrance of the episode. Merciful blackness swallowed Edmund then, but there was one more flashing vision before the dream faded and was gone. Again, he seemed to be outside Scott's window, swiftly retreating into the night, and through the open square of yellow radiance was visible part of Scott's desk, and the crumpled body of the man himself lying on the carpet beyond it. At least Edmund assumed that it was Scott's body, for either the man was lying with his head doubled at an impossible angle out of sight beneath his torso, or else he was headless. That ended the dream. Edmund awoke to find the room in darkness, and Ludwig stirring sleepily nearby. Both students were distracted and overwrought. They argued excitedly for some time, with occasional semi-hysterical outbursts, and Ludwig revealed that his vision had been identical with Edmund's. It is a pity that neither of them took the trouble to analyze the situation and look for a logical explanation, but both, of course, were mystics and thoroughly credulous. The telephone rang. An impatient operator asked if Edmund would receive a call from Baltimore. She had, she said, been ringing the apartment for some time without getting a response. Edmund cut her off abruptly and requested that the connection be put through. But this could not be done. The operator at the Baltimore Exchange reported that her party did not answer, and, after a futile exchange of questions, Edmund hung up. It was then Ludwig confessed to writing Scott, bemoaning the reticence that had made him refrain from telling the Baltimore occultist the purpose of the experiment. the destination to which the astrals were directed. Nor were their fears calmed by the discovery of the object in the brazier. Apparently part of the vision at least had been founded on truth. The unknown chemicals had crystallized into a thing that appeared to be all planes and angles. It was formed of some brittle substance resembling frosted glass, was roughly pyramidal, and measured about 6 inches from apex to base. Ludwig wanted to smash it at once, but Edmund prevented him. Their arguments were brought to an end by the arrival of a telegram from Scott. It read, "Attempt no experiments with pamphlet you mention. Stop. Tremendously dangerous, and may mean my death. Stop. Am writing you today by airmail. Full details. Stop. Advise you burn pamphlet. Kenneth Scott." Three. There were 2 more communications which resulted in Paul Edmund's temporary stay at a Hollywood hospital. The first was an item which appeared in time for the morning edition of the Los Angeles Times of August 20th. It stated briefly that Kenneth Scott, well-known author and occultist residing in Baltimore, Maryland, had been mysteriously murdered. There were no clues to indicate the identity of the assailant, and the body had not been discovered until the afternoon of the 19th. The fact that the victim's head had been severed from his body and was inexplicably missing made identification at first doubtful, but Scott's physician confirmed the logical supposition. A quantity of greyish slime smeared on the carpet added another element of mystery to the case. Scott's head, the coroner declared, had been cleanly severed from his body by a sharp blade. Police stated that an arrest would be made shortly. Needless to say, that arrest was never made. The tabloids seized the juicy morsel and made much of it, and an enterprising reporter unearthed the fact that Scott had sent an airmail letter from the Baltimore Central Post Office shortly before the time at which his death had been fixed. It was this communication which was the direct cause of Edmund's nervous collapse and his retirement to a hospital. The letter was found in Edmund's apartment, but it sheds little light on the case. Scott was a visionary, and his letter bears an almost suspicious resemblance to his fictional work. "Both of you know," ran part of the long letter, "how much truth there is often to be found behind old legends and folklore. The Cyclops is no longer a myth, as any doctor familiar with monstrous births can tell you. And you know how my theories regarding the elixir vitae have been confirmed by the discovery of heavy water. Well, the myth of the Hydra is based on such a truth. There are innumerable tales of multi-headed monsters, all springing from the actual entity, of whose real existence a very few have known through the ages. This creature did not originate on Earth, but in the gulfs outside. It was, after a fashion, a vampiric entity, living not on the blood of its victims, but on their heads, their brains. This may sound strange to you, but you know by this time that there are beings outside whose needs and flesh are not as ours. Through the eons this entity has ravened in the abyss beyond our dimension, sending out its call to claim victims where it could. For this entity, by absorbing the heads and brains of intelligent creatures, both of this world and of other planets, emerges with its powers and vitality greatly augmented. You both know that through the ages there have been certain people willing to worship the Great Ones, even the evil aliens who have come down to us in folklore as demons. Every god and every entity has had its worshippers, from Black Pharaoh to the least of the aliens whose powers are more than human. And these cults intermingle in a very curious way, so that we find traces of a forgotten worship cropping up in far later times. When the Romans worshipped the Magna Mater in Italy's dark forests, for instance, why do you suppose they incorporated into their ritual the mystic adoration Gorgo, Mormo, thousand-faced moon? The implication is clear. I have gone into considerable detail, but it has been necessary to prepare you for my explanation of the origin of that pamphlet Robert found in San Pedro. I knew of this booklet, which was printed in Salem in 1783, but I had thought that there were no longer any copies in existence. That pamphlet is a trap, and a most damnable one, created by the worshippers of the Hydra to lure victims into the maw of their god. It purports to be merely an innocent experiment with the astral self. However, the real purpose of the thing is to open a gateway and prepare a sacrifice for the Hydra. When the booklets were first distributed through secret underground channels, there was an epidemic of deaths in New England. Dozens of men and women were found headless, with no trace of any human murderer. Yet the real killers were the ones who performed the experiment according to the directions given in the booklet, and unknowingly let the Hydra use their vital forces to materialize on this planet. Boldly speaking, what happens is this. The subject, following the instructions, inhales the fumes of the drug which tears apart the veil between our world and outside. He concentrates upon the person whom he wishes his astral to visit, and that person is doomed, for the experimenter is drawn outside into another dimension of space, and through a certain psychic and chemical process is temporarily made one with the Hydra. What it amounts to is this. The Hydra, using the experimenter's astral as a host, comes to Earth and takes its prey, which is the person upon whom the subject has been concentrating. There is no real danger to the experimenter himself, save perhaps for a possible severe nervous shock. But the victim, is taken by the Hydra for its own. He is doomed to eternal torment, except in certain unusual cases where he can maintain a psychic link with an earthly mind. But I need not speak of that. I am greatly worried. I have put through a long-distance call to Edmund's apartment, and no doubt you will hear from me tonight long before this letter can arrive. If you are rash enough to undertake the experiment before I can communicate with you, I shall be in grave danger, for you may attempt projection of your astral to Baltimore, to me. After I have posted this letter, and while I am waiting for my telephone call to be put through, I shall do my utmost to find a protective formula, although I do not think one exists. Kenneth Scott. It was this letter which sent Edmund to the hospital for a few days to recover from his nervous condition. Ludwig was apparently of stronger stuff. He stayed, at Edmund's request, in the latter's apartment, and indulged in some experimenting of his own. Just what happened in Edmund's apartment during the next few days will never be fully known. Ludwig visited his host daily at the hospital, and told him of his experiments, and Edmund noted what he could remember on slips of paper, which he subsequently inserted between pages of his diary. One is inclined to believe that the anomalous mixture of drugs in the brazier continued to exert its influence on the minds of the two students, for certainly Ludwig's experiences, as recorded by Edmund, seem like a continuation of the original hashish dream. Ludwig had burned the pamphlet, as might be expected, and then, on the night following Edmund's removal to the hospital, the other youth maintained he had heard Scott speaking to him. Edmund did not scoff, for he was vastly credulous. He listened intently, while Ludwig declared that the occultist was still alive, although existing in another dimension of space. The Hydra had captured Scott, but the occultist had the power to communicate with Ludwig. It is necessary to keep constantly in mind the fact that neither of these two youths was quite normal after the mental agitation he had undergone. So Ludwig added more and more every day to his tale, and Edmund listened. They spoke furtively, in whispers, and Edmund kept careful watch over his notes, so that they would not fall into skeptical hands. The whole crux of the matter, Ludwig said, was the strange crystalline object which had formed in the brazier. It was this which kept open the path to outside. One could pass through it, if one wished, despite the fact that it was not as large as a man's head, because the crystal created a warp in space, a term Edmund mentions several times, but entirely neglects to explain. The Hydra, however, could not return to Earth unless the original conditions were duplicated. Ludwig said he had heard Scott's voice whispering thinly from the crystalline thing of insane planes and angles, and the occultist was in horrible agony and insistent that Ludwig rescue him. It would not be difficult, provided the student followed instructions implicitly. There were dangers, but he must have courage, obey, and strive to undo the harm he had done. Only thus could Scott be freed from endless agony and return to Earth. So, Ludwig told Edmund, he went through the crystal. Again this vague and extraordinary phrase, taking those things Scott had said he would need. Chief among these was a razor-keen, bone-handled carving knife. There were other objects, some of them difficult to obtain, which Ludwig did not specify, or which, if he did, Edmund did not mention in his notes. According to Ludwig's narrative, he went through the crystal, and he found Scott, but not at first. There were nights of fumbling progress through fantastic and terrible visions of nightmare, guided always by the insistent whisper of Scott's voice. There were gates to be passed, and strange dimensions to traverse. And so Ludwig moved through awful abysses of pulsing, fearful darkness. He went through a place of curious violet light that sent tinkling, evil trills of goblin laughter after him. He went through a cyclopean deserted city of ebonstone, which he shudderingly recognized as fabled Dis. In the end, he found Scott. He did what was necessary. When he came to the hospital the next day, Edmund was shocked by the bloodless pallor of his friend, and the little crawling lights of madness that shone in his eyes. The pupils were unnaturally dilated, and Ludwig spoke that day in disjointed whispers, which Edmund found hard to follow. The notes suffered. It is only clear that Ludwig declared he had freed Scott from the grip of the Hydra, and that over and over again the youth kept muttering something about the terrible grey slime that had smeared the blade of his carving knife. He said his task was not yet ended. Undoubtedly, it was the drug-poisoned mind of Robert Ludwig speaking when he told how he had left Scott, or at least the living part of him, in a plane of space which was not inimical to human life, and which was not subject to entirely natural laws and processes. Scott wanted to return to Earth. He could return now, Ludwig told Edmund, but the strange vitality that maintained life in what was left of Scott would dissipate immediately on Earth. Only in certain planes and dimensions was it possible for Scott to exist at all, and the alien force that kept him alive was gradually departing now that he was no longer drawing sustenance from the Hydra. Ludwig said that quick action was necessary. There was a certain spot outside where Scott could achieve his desire. In that place, thought was obscurely linked to energy and matter because of an insane shrill piping, Ludwig said, that eternally filtered from beyond a veil of flickering colors. It was very near the center of chaos, where dwells Azathoth, the lord of all things. All that exists was created by the thoughts of Azathoth, and only in the center of ultimate chaos could Scott find means to live again on Earth in human form. There is an erasure in Edmund's notes at this point, and it is only possible to make out the fragment of thought made real. White-faced, hollow-cheeked, Ludwig said that he must complete his task. He must take Scott to the center, although he confessed to a horrible fear that made him hesitate. There were dangers in the way, and pitfalls where one might easily be trapped. Worst of all, the veil shielding Azathoth was thin, and even the slightest glimpse of the Lord of all things would mean utter and complete destruction to the beholder. Scott had spoken of that, Ludwig said, and had also mentioned the dreadful law that would drag the young student's eyes to the fatal spot unless he fought strongly against it. Biting his lips nervously, Robert Ludwig left the hospital, and we assume met with foul play on his way to Edmund's apartment, for Edmund never saw his friend again on earth. 4. The police were still searching for the missing head of Kenneth Scott. Edmund gathered that from the newspapers. He waited impatiently the next day for Ludwig to appear, and after several hours had passed without result, he telephoned his apartment and got no response. Eventually, worried and almost sick with anxiety, he spent a turbulent 10 minutes with his doctor and another with the superintendent. Finally, he achieved his purpose and went by taxi to his apartment, having overruled the objection of hospital officials. Ludwig was gone. He had vanished without a trace. Edmund considered summoning the police, but speedily dismissed the thought. He paced about the apartment nervously, seldom turning his gaze from the crystalline object that still rested in the brazier. His diary gives little clue to what happened that night. One can conjecture that he prepared another dose of the narcotic drug, or that the toxic effects of the fumes Edmund inhaled several days before had finally worked such disintegration within his brain that he could no longer distinguish between the false and the real. An entry in the diary dated the following morning begins abruptly, "I've heard him." Just as Bob said, he spoke through the crystal thing. "He's desperate and tells me that Bob failed. He didn't get Scott to the center, or S could have materialized again on Earth and rescued Bob. Something, I'm not sure what, caught Bob, God help him. May God help all of us. Scott says I must begin where Bob left off and finish the job." There is a soul laid bare on the last pages of that record, and it is not a pleasant sight. Somehow, the most frightful of the unearthly horrors the diary describes seem not quite as dreadful as the last conflict that took place in that apartment above Hollywood, when a man wrestled with his fear and realized his weakness. It is probably just as well that the pamphlet was destroyed, for such a brain-wrecking drug as was described in it must surely have originated in some hell as terrible as any which Edmund portrays. The last pages of the diary show a mind crumbling into ruin. "I went through. Bob has made it easier. I can begin where he left off, as Scott says. And I went up through the cold flame and the whirling vortices until I reached the place where Scott is, where he was, rather, for I picked him up and carried him through several planes before I had to return. Bob didn't mention the suction one has to keep fighting against, but it doesn't get very strong until I've got quite a distance in." The next entry is dated a day later. It is scarcely legible. "Couldn't stand it. Had to get out. Walked around Griffith Park for hours. Then I came back to the apartment and almost immediately Scott spoke to me. I'm afraid. I think he senses that, and is frightened too, and angry. He says we can't waste any more time. His vitality is almost gone, and he's got to reach the center quick and get back to Earth." I saw Bob. Just a glimpse, and I wouldn't have known it was he if Scott hadn't told me. He was all awry and horrible somehow. Scott said the atoms of his body had adapted themselves to another dimension when he let himself get caught. I've got to be careful. We're nearly at the center. The last entry. "Once more will do it. God, I'm afraid, horribly afraid. I heard the piping. It turned my brain into ice. Scott was shouting at me, urging me on, and I think trying to drown that other sound, but of course he couldn't do it. There was a very faint violet glow in the distance, and a flickering of colored lights. Beyond, Scott told me, was Azathoth. I can't do it. I don't dare. Not with that piping. And those shapes I saw moving far down. If I look in that direction when I'm at the Vale, it will mean... But Scott is insanely angry with me. He says I was the cause of it all. I had an almost uncontrollable impulse to let the suction draw me back and then to smash the gateway, the crystal thing. Maybe if I find myself unable to keep looking away from the Vale when next I go through, I'll do just that. I told Scott if he let me come back to Earth for one more breathing space, I'd finish the job this next time. He agreed, but said to hurry. His vitality is going fast. He said if I didn't come through the gateway in 10 minutes, he'd come after me. He won't, though. The life that keeps him going outside wouldn't be any use on Earth, except for a second or two. My 10 minutes is up. Scott is calling from the gateway. I'm not going. I can't face it. Not the last horror outside with those things moving behind the veil and that awful piping screaming out. I won't go, I tell you. No, Scott, I can't face it. You can't come out like that. You die. I tell you I won't go. You can't force me. I'll smash the gateway first. What? No. No, you can't. You can't do that. Scott, don't. God, he's coming out. That was the last entry in the diary, which police found open on Edmund's desk. A hideous screaming, and subsequently a stream of red liquid seeping out sluggishly from beneath the door of Edmund's apartment had resulted in the arrival of 2 radio patrol officers. The body of Paul Edmund was found near the door, the head and shoulders lying in a widening crimson pool. Nearby was an overturned brass brazier, and a flaky white substance, granular in nature, was scattered over the carpet. Edmund's stiff fingers still tightly gripped the object which has since been the cause of so much discussion. This object was in an incredible state of preservation in view of its nature. Part of it was coated with a peculiar greyish slime, and its jaws were clamped tightly, the teeth having horribly mangled Edmund's throat and severed the carotid artery. There was no need to search further for the missing head of Kenneth Scott. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time,